Good morning and welcome to Teesside Karting for round number 5 of the NRG Cycles Owner-Driver Sprint Series. I am David Sullivan. I will be joined in the commentary box later on for the races by Tom Butterworth. We are around about halfway through our qualifying session. The cadets are out on track. We've already had Bambino and Junior Pro-Karts. Bambino pole position when play of formidable Edward Haynes in the O plate. On the Junior Pro-Kart pole position. Qualifying is underway for our cadets. We've got a bumper grid of cadets for you today. 24 drivers at least signed on. This circuit is still a little bit damp. A couple of drivers going off in practice. We see David Mack is off on the outside of hairpin 1. And yellow flags are waved for him. Looks like another driver went off at hairpin 4 as well. We remain under yellow flag conditions. Early pace setter is the number 20 of Catherine Potter. 48.725, 2 seconds faster than the times earlier on. And the qualifying for cadets has been red flagged. So you'll notice on screen the drivers will be slowing down to a walking pace. Red flag is out for the qualifying session, and the first time we've seen a red flag here at Teesside for almost a year when we had a junior pro-kart heat. Red flagged with a incident that saw Jake Richardson had a incident on the outside of turn 1. So whilst that is being dealt with, we'll just run through the programme of today's action. Once qualifying is out of the way, we will see our Bambinos will be the first ones out on track. We'll follow the normal procedure here at Teesside, so it'll be Bambinos, Junior Pro-Karts, Cadets. Then we'll have a mixed grid of senior and junior 2-stroke action before senior Pro-Karts at around about 20 past 11. Then we'll run the same format for heat number 2. We'll take a half-an-hour break for lunch. Weather pending on that one, in case we do have a downpour. We may end up running all the way through, although we'll play that one by ear and keep you up to date throughout the day. And then we will have our heats at around about 1 o'clock, and then the finals at just gone 2 p.m. If you are at the circuit, please do make your way up to the cafe at some point this morning and order your Sunday dinner. It's pork on the menu today, so get your pre-orders in. So we are having a slight hiatus at the moment for our session here in qualifying. Medical team are just dealing with Charlie. So with that door down, please. Sorry. So with that door, just have a chat. Open the door. Whilst we are having some downtime, I've just found somebody to speak to outside. Hopefully he's willing to have a little chat. We'll wait for a confirming nod. There's a confirming nod. We'll just pop the headsets on. So I'm pleased to be joined in the commentary box by one of our usual cadet front runners who's moving up into the junior classes. Charlie Wyatt is joining me. Normally you'll see him aboard the number 23. And Charlie, you had a great weekend here last time. You're just here spectating and wishing a few drivers well. So I believe the 2 strokes arrived, has it?
Yeah, definitely.
So are you due out for practice in that very soon, or has it still got a few nuts and bolts to be added?
Hopefully we should be out this weekend, like this week or weekend.
So that's wonderful, and you'll be junior. Is it junior rotax you're going straight into?
Yeah.
So I know you were considering finishing the Cadet Championship because there was a mathematical chance you could have still been in the mix at the end of the season, but you've decided to move up already. So where are you looking to be racing that junior kart?
Hopefully anywhere.
Anyway, and you're not too far from Hooton, are you, in that sort of area? So you'll be. I know you're there a few times watching the cadets. I've seen on Facebook. So if anybody wants to keep abreast with your action as you move into junior, I know they can follow you on Facebook. So who do they search for if they want to follow you on Facebook?
I have an Instagram called Wyatt23, and then I forgot my Facebook.
So I think is it Charlie Wyatt #23 or something in that sort of thing. So if you search for that, you'll find Charlie. It's a distinctive page of yellow, red and black. And Charlie will be moving into the juniors ever so soon. And we wish Charlie all the very best and hoping to see him here at Teesside later on in the season, or if not, into next year. So Charlie, thank you very much for spending a few moments talking to me, and all the very best for the rest of the season and your move into juniors.
Thanks.
Charlie Wyatt there, thank you very much for taking the time to come and speak to us in the comm box as we spend a few moments just clearing the circuit. Out on circuit with the qualifying session, if you are just joining us, under a red flag situation at the moment. Driver off on the outside of hairpin 1, just having a quick once over with the medical team, and hopefully we'll be back out on circuit. Just had the thumbs up that the driver is okay, so the driver is the number 16 of David Mack. We've had the thumbs up, he's okay. Just wanting to make sure everything was fine before we talk about it too much, but looks like he's having his helmet put back on. I think he might even be driving that number 16 cadet kart round for the qualifying session. Looks like he's just going, so it'll be interesting to see if he continues or whether that kart's had some damage, but looks like he's going to give it a drive back rather than go on the back of the recovery quad, so that's great to see. And David Mack will be joining us for the rest of the day. There is the cadet grid, all lined up and ready to resume the qualifying session. We still have around about 5 or 6 minutes to go in that session, so the medical car making its way off the circuit along with the recovery quad, and David Mack aboard the number 16 makes his way back round onto the back of the grid. You'll catch him in a few moments coming into shot around the infamous south bank corner at the bottom of the circuit. There he is. So after a once over from the medical team, just pleased to see that David Mack is back out and moving aboard that number 16. Before the Reds came out, he was in 6th place. So the 16 of David Max rolls into position, and we just wait. I think a number of these karts will have had their engines turned off maybe, so we're just going to await green flag and confirmation of how much longer this session as the clock continued to time down. So the checker is officially out, but I think the drivers will be given a few more minutes to set some qualifying times. When we do get going though, it will be Catherine Potter, the early pace setter, with Tom Holden, Lizzie Mentier, Leon Barlow and Thomas Potter. The top 5 with David Mack now back with us, Hudson Barker Dix, Jared Fox Whiteley, Addison Smith and Sophie Causey, the top 10, with Isabella Stansmore Wilson aboard the number 88 just outside the top 10 as it stands. Whilst we are speaking of Isabella Stansmore Wilson, I just want to throw an apology in. I've been saying that Thomas Potter is our youngest cadet driver for most of the season, as he came out of Bambino's at the end of last season. It turns out that Isabella Stansmore Wilson is a few weeks younger and has been our youngest driver in the cadet class all season, with the exception today of the driver of number 13, Joshua Sullivan, now the youngest driver of the 20 of Catherine Potter on screen, going round hairpin number 3. The provisional pole sitter. Drivers can set off in reasonable intervals, just by the marshal stop at the top, which just allows all our drivers now to have an opportunity to set a clear qualifying time without sending them out in a straight line of the carts. Still unclear exactly how long we're going to have for a qualifying session, though according to the timing screen, it looks like with that one being red flagged so early on, it looks like we've just reset the times and we will go again for the qualifying session. So the provisional times that were there before Catherine Potter and Tom Holden on pole position, they've been scrubbed and we will start afresh and go again for cadet qualifying. So the first one that didn't come over the line was the 99 of Hudson Barker-Dick, so we'll wait for him to come round. He will be the early pace setter. He sets a 50.38 and is quickly beaten by Catherine Potter, Leon Barlow, and everybody going to the line now is setting faster time. So seventh place as it stands. At Lewis Goff using the 200 engine for the first time, having raced a 160 here in the last round. So the 9-year-old from Wakefield getting accustomed to the power of the GX200 RPM sealed engine at our cadet shoes, which is the same engine used by our junior pro karts, although they have an extra engine, one on the other side as well, on the senior pro kart frame. They eventually move to seniors with the script to the 15mm plate that is in the engine is removed, which gives them the additional power to compete in the senior class. So all of our drivers have now set qualifying times. The top 10 provisionally stands as Catherine Potter and Jared Fox-Whiteley, Tom Holden, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Addison Smith, Leon Barlow, Hudson Barker-Dix, Lizzie Mentier, Thomas Potter and Reese Penniston, the provisional top 10 of our 24 drivers. The on the grid as it stands. Had some problems in the free practice session here before we went live for qualifying. Had a problem with his brake that was sticking on at the time, so problems for Ethan Charles early on in the day. Problems also in free practice for the 58 of Sam Robson, who had a broken seat stay. The garage here at Teesside doing a good job getting that car fixed. He is out and qualifying that number 58, currently sits in 15th place. Sam Robson. Lizzie Mentier jumps into provisional pole position with a 58.229, for the number 50 alongside her provisionally Jared Fox-Whiteley. We are around about halfway through qualifying as it stands for 3/4 minutes of the 10-minute session in the bag of provisional pole. Currently sits with Lizzie Mentier, a time that is almost 2.5 tenths faster than anybody else. About 48.2, the time to beat. Jared Fox-Whiteley currently sits with a 48.476 in second place. Catherine Potter comes over the line, cements third, but can't improve on her time, still 8 tenths off her best. With a 10th down of Jared Fox-Whiteley, so drivers are going to need to find at least 3 tenths to beat Lizzie Mentier into provisional pole position as it stands. So Isabella Stansmore Wilson jumps from 7th up into 4th place. That would be a great start for her on the outside of the second row. Charles, looks like the bolt has come out the front end of that new Mark 20 nose cone, and the front end is wobbling itself around as he goes up and over the bumps of the chicane section as they begin track 66 on screen. That one is Alex Lynn, another one of our newer drivers, was here for the double header at the back end of July. Today round 5 of the Teesside Sprint Series. 2 more rounds to the 7-round series, shortened for obvious reasons from the usual 9 rounds. We'll be back on the 27th of September, round 6. Round 5 qualifying for our cadets, and we'll have qualifying for our mixed 2-stroke class, joined together today with juniors and seniors. You can, as always, get in touch with us via the YouTube channel and the Alpha Live channel. While you're there, give the stream a like. Also subscribe to Alpha Live. Plenty of karting action going on every week that Alpha cover from around the country, as well as circuit racing, the likes of Sullivan and Donington Park as well. You can also get in touch with us via the Facebook page at Teesside Karting. Watch live on Facebook as well. Comments on there to be to come straight through into the commentary box. Remaining. Catherine Potter is now the pace setter, and absolutely nothing between the 2 front runners of Potter and Mentia. Potter sets a 48.205, Mentia's 48.207. This is a gap of 0.002 between our 2 front runners. Just to give you an idea, that's probably about the quick with your mobile phone over the start-finish line between those 2 drivers. Having said that, Lizzie Mentia finds a couple of tenths and returns to the front of the grid. So the top 4 as it stands, Lizzie Mentia and Catherine Potter on the front row. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in 4th. She's fresh on pole position and made a pole position, in fact, last weekend at Hooton Park. Currently sits in 4th position. So 24 drivers currently out on track for our cadet class. 25 signed on. The only driver did not to set a time. 13 of Joshua Sullivan, whose rear bumper fell off on his first lap back out after we had the red flag. So currently no time set for him. As the time goes to just over a minute, he will start at the back of the cadet grid for his first race in the cadet class. So we are down to 50 seconds, so drivers will have one further attempt here at setting a time to beat Lizzie Mentia's 48.167 that we needed to take pole position away from her. So it's currently Mentia, Potter, Fox-Whiteley, Stansmore-Wilson, Potter, the top 5, with Holden, Barlow, Smith, Barker, Dix, who's already in the pits and will start no higher than 9th, and David Mack in 10th place after his earlier excursion off the track. Okay. So Mentia comes through over the line, 48.167, still the time to beat. Checking flag though not out yet for our qualifying session. We do have around about 10 seconds to go, so a couple of drivers coming over the line will get an opportunity. Catherine Potter's going to get another chance to set a time. She will probably be the last one over start finish and will get an opportunity to beat Lizzie Mentia's 48.167. Checkered flag is out, so the drivers will now come over the line. Jared Fox-Whiteley in the 22. Can't improve and will start 3rd at best. It's going to be a straight shootout between Mentia and Potter for pole position. Mentia's coming over the line. Doesn't improve on her final lap, so it's now going to be all down to Catherine Potter in the number 20. The championship leader will start on the front row, but will it be in first or second place. Out of hairpin 4, David Mack's going to come over from 10th, but has to go right round the outside. Catherine Potter comes over the line, sets her 49.076. It's not enough. And Lizzie Mentier aboard the number 50 will start the cadet race in pole position with Catherine Potter alongside. Jared Fox-Whiteley, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in 4. Thomas Potter, Tom Holden, Leon Barlow, Addison Smith, Hudson Barker-Dix and David Mack, the top 10. Josh Cook, Sophie Pawsey and Reese Penniston in 13th. Oliver Watson, Victor Hansen, Lewis Goff, Sam Robson, Ethan Charles, Harris Ali, Jack Thompson, William Robinson, Cody Lamb, Alex Lynn and Holly Allen, the 24 drivers to set a time. Joshua Sullivan aboard the 13 will roll into 25th when he gets his rear bumper fixed back onto the car. So a frantic qualifying session there for our cadets. Pretty much had absolutely everything, including a yellow flags, red flags, a restarted session, and Lizzie Mentier finishes on pole position. So as the cadets make their way off circuit, we await for our mix of our senior and junior Rotax qualifying. And first qualifying session of the day was our Bambinos, and pole position went the way of the O-Plate Edward Haynes, and Tom Butterworth caught up with him right after he placed the O-Plate on pole position.
3, 2. Edward, fantastic qualifying session out there. 1.4 seconds clear of the rest of the field. How did you find that the track today?
It was drying up, so it was pretty good, and I'm happy to win.
Excellent. You did really, really well at the last round. You think you took a clean sweep of every single heat and final. Are you hoping for the same again today?
Yeah, I'm hoping to win.
Good lad. That's really, really good. And just tell us a little bit about the chassis and the engines that you're running today.
It's a right chassis, and my engine builder is Leon at Swasont.
Great stuff. Thank you, Edward. Hope you run well today.
Two-stroke qualifying is underway, and it is a mix of senior and juniors. So whilst we don't have the numbers down the side of the screen, we're going to have the opportunity to bring you all of the information for our drivers. Track. Later on down the side of the screen, with the information early notes and senior Rotax drivers in the 162 class. The red background on the screen, the 177, which is just a heavier class, with a green number, and then our juniors will run with blue numbers down the side. Don't expect just because our junior drivers are juniors that you'll find them right at the back. They'll be in the mix with the seniors. They will start at the back for the race, but then do expect some of the front runners to make their way through, because they are a lot lighter than juniors, so do expect them to start trying to make their way through the field. Some of the seniors in between them as our mini-max runners there, the 44 of Bailey Thompson goes very wide around South Bank and allows some of the senior cars to go through. We'll then duck onto the back. Follow the line through. The car he's following is the number 67 66 of Oliver Buckton, who won the O plate here in December, but elects to run the number 66, and he follows the number 38 round there. That's one of our senior karts. Down the side number, that's Tony Crito, who wasn't on the original timing sheet, but is there actually is in one of the junior numbers as well, 38, so we'll mark Tony onto the so drivers have set a provisional time. The early pace setter, the number 89 of Daniel Keller, 41.779. The time to beat, with the usual duo of Andrew Collinson and Max Prentice in second and third place. Collinson here in the July double header won every heat and the final, so won all 8 races of the days for him, so certainly one to watch. Andrew Collinson in the O-Plate, the senior O-Plate winner here for our annual December O-Plate meeting. He's currently in second place, 0.03 seconds off the pace of Daniel Kell. And whilst our 2-stroke class do have a 10-minute qualifying session, do not be surprised to see a number of drivers peeling off and into the pits early, saving their tyres for later on in the day. And they'll be so as Collinson has just come over the line, can't improve, he's still 0.03 seconds off. Daniel Kell can improve though, cements pole position provisionally, at least adds another 10th to his time, a 41.688 now the time to beat for Daniel Kell. As the camera situated on the far side of South Bank there picks up the undulation of the first chicane section before the drivers bank right round the National Loop. That there is the 77 of Jude Cole running in front of the 38. So Jude Cole in the 77 can tie up the junior championship here today should he score 198 points out of a possible 215, so that would see I think second or third places across the board in class. We'll see Jude Cole wrap up the junior championship here today at Teesside Karting at round number 5 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint. The championship decided on a best of 5 from 7 rounds, and should Jude score the required number of points, then any other driver will not be able to score sufficient in the final 2 rounds to have their dropped scores be any worse than Jude, and Jude will wrap the championship up, like I say, if he scores 198 points. 50 points for a win in the heat, 65 in the final, so 215 is the maximum number on offer. Daniel Kell still out at the front, 41.642, with time to beat. Max Prentice in the 33 currently will roll off alongside. And there is Prentice in the red suit with the white helmet. He's followed by the O-plate of Collinson in the multicoloured helmet and the grey and black suit. Now trying to work together, although their last lap times were at least a second down on their previous best. So it looks like Collinson's deliberately dropped behind Prentice now, and they're going to come up onto the back of the 44 of the ever-improving Bailey Thompson, and you see the speed difference down the back straight between the senior and the Mini-Max as Thompson gets spooked ever so slightly by Collinson's late move to the inside. Collinson wants to stay on the back of Prentice to try and use the toe around there. Look, Collinson, the rear end, snaking around, going round hairpin number 4. That looks like a pig on roller skates in its current guise, and the O-plate of Collinson currently well off form, almost 2/10 off the fastest time of Daniel Kell. So his current great form looks, as it stands, to be coming to a fairly abrupt end. 3 pole positions on the bounce for Andrew Collinson at rounds 2, 3 and 4. Looking to add to that at round 5, although the slightly damper conditions that we've had this morning. Looks like he's probably set that kart up for the rest of the day, although the weather remains changeable here at Teesside Karting throughout the day. We'll obviously try and keep you up to date the best we can with the forecast as we go racing in around about 20 minutes time. The session here in two-stroke with only 2 minutes remaining. Surprisingly, almost all of our runners are still out there on circuit. We've only had Tom Reeve, Lee Bell, Paul Swan, Tony Citro and Wayne Citro coming off the circuit and into the pit lane. So the majority of our 19 runners still out there as the 1-2-6 of Max Martin peels away from his current 4th place into the pit lane. Max will be running an X30 rather than a Rotax, and as we follow Jude Cole, currently 3rd place on the junior grid, and that is the debuting Finley Watson in the 33 in the juniors, and is currently, as it stands with 1.5 minutes remaining, is going to mark his first appearance here at Teesside Karting with a pole position in class, unless Alfie Lindsay or Jude Cole can do anything about it. Ben Ficini in the mix as well in the number 4 after a standout weekend last time out here at Teesside. A fabulous 2nd place for him, and he showed some superb defensive driving to keep a number of drivers that you would normally expect to see right at the front of the field behind him, and a fantastic breakout weekend for the number 4 of Ben Ficini, as Daniel Kell comes into the pit lane as well in the number 89, as Prentice and Collinson continue to plug away and try and find the 2 tenths that are going to be required to put their karts into pole position. As it stands, only one of them will start on the front row. As it is, it's Prentice who's now dropped in behind Collinson to see if he can grab a toe. They're going to come over the line though, I think, before the checkered flag comes out, so unless one of them comes into the pits, Collinson does so. Collinson pulls away and into the pit lane, and he will start no better than 3rd place, so work to do for Andrew Collinson in the O plate. So it's going to be a provisional rolling front row of Daniel Kell and Max Prentice. I think unless a number of our other drivers can improve. The only one still out there on circuit, the 47 of Dave Pullen, another senior driver. So it's going to be Daniel Kell and Max Prentice. Rolling start, remember, for our 2-stroke class. They'll come through the chicane section and then we'll run straight down into the national loop without taking the D chicane. The first corner that you see that they'll be entering through now. There's Prentice over the line. The checkered flag's out and he can't improve on his final lap. 41.6, so it's an improvement for him in terms of track time, not in position, and it's Daniel Kell and Max Prentice. So it'll be Kell on the inside of the rolling start, Prentice alongside. Row number 2, Andrew Collinson and Max Martin. Then we'll have Tom Reeve and Paul Swan with Dave Pullen. Then behind them we'll have our junior class, which will be Finley Watson alongside Alfie Lindsay on the inside. In fact, I think Lee Bell will line up on row 3 alongside Paul Swan. He's in there with the green background when the numbers come live on the screen when we go racing in around about 15 minutes time. Senior pro karts on the way for their qualifying session in a few moments time. So the circuit is clear of 2 strokes and we are about to get our next qualifying session underway. Seniors are out on circuit. So senior pro karts running 2 of the unrestricted extreme engines. And slick tyres as well, so if we have any rain later on in the day, our senior pro kart drivers will be out on slick tyres no matter what. And a number of new drivers to look out for in this class today. The 178 Andy Lees makes a rare appearance here at Teesside. We'll be racing the 178 with as the Senior Pro Kart qualifying session gets itself underway. I am joined alongside me by the ever wonderful and enthusiastic Tom Butterworth. He's been carrying out the interviews this morning. He's back alongside for the qualifying session. Tom, welcome once again to Teesside Karting for round 5 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series.
And what a pleasure it is to be here. It's looking like a mixed weather day, David. I don't know if you've touched upon that so far, but certainly the qualifying sessions, we've had some spots of rain during each session, and it's looking like there might be a few more on the way this afternoon, if not a lot more.
Yeah, the early forecast for the day was potential showers at around about 11 o'clock, although we appear to be staving those off as we do reach that time. Although later on into the afternoon we are expecting showers, certainly later on when it comes to our qualifying, our finals. I think we're expecting some rain at around about 3 o'clock, which is just when we'll be expecting to be in the middle of our finals. So that may mix it up later on.
It's looking around 2-3 o'clock on my weather. It's really going to come down, but we might get a few spots in between.
So Tom's gone with you went with BBC, I've gone with AccuWeather. I'm sure later on we'll mix it up with some JMW forecasting to get full weather coverage here at Teesside Karting, running on the national circuit as always for the Sprint Series. That's the number 34 of Paul Watson. Paul normally races in the senior Rotax class. The Rotax has been sold. The senior Pro Kart has been procured, and Paul gets used to handling an additional 25 kilos of kart. Normally runs in the 162 weight class for our Rotax. Now running the 185 kilos for our senior Pro Kart. That's Steve Nichols, Tom. That different livery looks like he's been to see Adam at Red Graphics and got some new stickers on that 58.
I'm sure it wasn't a long walk.
No.
to get the stickers.
Just throw some context into that.
Well, it's his dad.
Yeah, I know. the viewers don't. I believe we might have just
given an inadvertent plug.
Yeah, well, of course. I mean, nothing less than expected. We've slotted very nicely back into our very laid-back 24-hour commentary style rather than the normal very excited sprint style. Might have to get ourselves up for this later on.
I'm sure we'll perk ourselves up during the day. No, it's fantastic to be back though, isn't it?
Of course, I think I've been here every second weekend for the last 8 weeks since the start of July for round 2 when we resumed racing. Then we've had round 3 and 4 for the double header. We were of course back for the British 24-hour race, and that was a phenomenal race in itself. If you haven't had an opportunity to go back and watch the final the final 3 hours, in fact,
the final 24 hours was pretty action-packed, wasn't it?
But you can catch that action as well, which was live here on the international circuit from Teesside Karting. You can watch that back on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. It was a fantastic final couple of hours at least. But I mean, we certainly had many different race leaders, many changes of tactic throughout the race, a phenomenal ending as well to that 24-hour race. And I've noticed already that the entry is open for next year
for the 24 hour.
British 24-hour
yeah.
Here at Teesside Karting. 2 teams already signed up in the higher class. Looks like we've got BSR has signed up and Boom are also signed up. So
BSR were pretty unfortunate this year, weren't they? They definitely had the speed. It was just a few technical gremlins let them down.
Yeah, some early problems, wasn't there, in there, as we see Connor Lucas, the early pace setter of 46.232.
Scything up the inside of our returnee, Daniel Gardner there.
Yeah, Daniel, our 2019 Clubman champion, number 73, will race in the Pro class for the first time, having won the Clubman honours here last year, and that's Ross Jackman. He currently leads Clubman at the minute aboard the 117. As the times continue to tumble, the front row though stays the same. The ever-present Connor Lucas and Josh Folkus, currently on the provisional front row.
Has Danielle been entered into pro?
Yes, a prerequisite, I believe, of winning Clubman is that you have to step up into pro. I think at least the top two. Brandon Truman Reddish, another driver who was in the top 2 or 3 of Clubman last year, currently sits in 10th place in the 151, also running in pro. So on your screen, drivers with the blue background and the dark number will be running in pro. Those with the blue background but the light number are our Clubman runners, and the drivers with the green background, the more mature driver, the gentleman racer, the experienced elder statesman, the over 40s class.
We've just seen Josh Folkus go quickest, getting a good tow from Danielle, as we were saying, our 2019 Clubman champion. That's Josh Folkus that we're looking at on the screen now, just about to go up the inside of Danielle. And yes, he's just taken pole provisionally by almost a quarter of a second, David. That's a cracking time.
Yeah, sub 46 round the national here at Teesside, and Josh Folkus, one of the 2 drivers in the mix for the championship. This title can't be tied up today in senior pro kart because it's the points between them after 4 rounds. 22 points between our 2 front runners, for 833 currently for Connor Lucas. Josh Folkus currently sits on 811. So between those front 2, as it often is out on circuit, it's tighter than a submarine door between Folkus and Lucas.
That time from Josh is fantastic, really, though, isn't it? I mean, he did fully utilise Danielle Gardner there, who's currently running 7th, to get that time, using the slipstream, using the tow to full effect, and there you have the results. Quarter of a second in front of Connor Lucas. Daniel Tate now running 3rd with Rob Lowe in 4th, and last round's perennial front runner in the last round, but unfortunately had a coming together in the final. Aaron Alexander down in 6th.
Yeah, Aaron half a second off at the moment, and that's uncharacteristic for the driver of the 38. Last year's junior pro kart champion Aaron Alexander moving up into the senior class as the qualifying session turns into a race with Daniel Tate and Brandon Truman Reddish. You can see there Daniel Tate in the 29 at the front being pushed by Scott Tate in the 31. Those 2 working together, pulling the 52, Connor Wyatt along with them, and it looks like Brandon's going to drop right to the back of that now and try and use the tow of all 4 karts. And we did discuss this, didn't we, Tom, at the 24, how much of an advantage it is to have a number of karts running nose to tail just to try and reduce the drag as they go through the air here at Teesside. Not much wind though, if I'm honest, today, so a little bit less, as it looks like Daniel Tate breaks away and peels the 29 off to the side, but they'll all continue to work together.
Yes, anybody who wants an example of how well the tow, the slipstream and working together to push each other along can work at Teesside just needs to refer to the final hour or so of the 24-hour, as we said, from a couple of weeks ago. We saw Connor Lucas and Dave Robinson completely hooked up together, nose to tail, working together, and they closed up, I think it was around 15 or 16 seconds on Charlie Bingham, who was leading the race. So it really can be a huge advantage around this circuit. It's pretty much flat out, with the exception of the hairpins. It's pretty much flat out all the way around the circuit. So you can imagine how strong the slipstream is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, you're coming out of this corner now and you're going to be all the way flat, all the way down the back straight, all the way round the South Bank loop as well. You see a number of the drivers getting their head down behind the steering wheel to try and reduce the air hitting the top of the helmet, which is a practice we normally see the cadets doing, as they're a little bit smaller and got some more space to get down. The checkered flag, though, is out for the final qualifying session of the day.
Let's see Connor Lucas come over the line as well. He closed in a 10.
He's in a number of traffic, although he has just used Daniel Tate for a bit of tow.
Yeah, that's
Not
what
enough,
I was.
though. And Danielle Gardner or Mark Tate are the only ones that can really do anything. Mark Tate's going to have to find half a second for when he comes over the line. He has done. David Brown and James Dennis already in the pit. So pole position goes the way of the O-plate Josh Folkus, with Connor Lucas alongside. Daniel Tate and Rob Lowe will be on row 2. Danielle Gardner a superb 5th alongside Scott Tate for row 3. Aaron Alexander, a fairly disappointing 7th place for him, half a second off the pace, although let's really give the credit to Josh Volkers there. To go below 46 seconds in a qualifying session where you're often in the middle of traffic is a phenomenal time for him. There he is with the O-plate and the pink and blue helmet, a fantastic pole position and possibly one of the best pole positions we've seen in a sprint race here at Teesside. Yeah,
very impressive effort, and Connor Lucas was able to get to just over a 10th behind in the end, 0.114 behind, with Daniel Tate another 0.220 behind. So, yeah, incredible effort there from Josh. As I said, Connor Lucas was close in the end, but I think it was just that toe that he got from Danielle was able to just be the difference.
So we are about to go racing for our first race of the day. It will be Bambino. Thank you, as always, for joining us here at Teesside Karting, whether it be on the YouTube channel at Alpha Live or on Facebook at Teesside Karting. You can, as always, get in touch with us in the commentary box via the live chat section on YouTube or on the comments on Facebook. Just having a quick look at YouTube, we may, according to one statistician, have a new senior pro kart lap record with that time for Josh Volkers. We will try and get confirmation of that. But Murray Adams, one of the normal senior pro kart drivers, has been on and just thinks we might have had a senior pro kart lap record. Another couple of other people getting in touch, and we always do like to know where you are watching us from. Thaboom 100's in from New Zealand, so thank you very much for staying up late to watch us at the other side of the world. Gaza 66100 wishing Lennon French, one of our junior pro karters, all the very best from their base in Scotland. They will be out in around about 8 to 10 minutes time as our first race of the day comes through to grid up, and on pole position will be the O-plate of Edward Haynes. And alongside him on the front row, number 88 of Ollie Carter. Edward Haynes on pole position lines up alongside the 88 of Ollie Carter. Row number 2, the 9 of Riley Buckton Young and the 28 of Colby Patterson. Row 3, the 18 of Austin Oman and the 55 of Henry Hansen. Then we've got Edward Rye and Beau Mulvaney. We have the number 80, that's Ellis Child, making his debut here at Teesside in the bright orange helmet on the inside of row number 4. Alongside him, Dax Farrer in the 35. Joey Allen in the 95, then the 73. Not sure on the driver of that one, not on the original signing sheet, so we'll confirm that one as they start going. Then the number 64 of Archie Brown rounds out the first grid of the day here at Teesside Karting. The start line marshal has the green flag in hand, and for the first time today we are away and racing with our Bambino class. Ollie Carter makes a great start from the second row and will dive down the inside, and the pole sitters had a poor start, and the number of 88 of Ollie Carter leads the Bambino class round the national loop for the first time as they'll go single file. Will they through the chicanes? Yes, they do. Nose to tail. The O-plate of Edward Haynes, the pole sitter, now has some work to do to try and get past the number 88 of Ollie Carter. Carter, though, goes wide round hairpin 2, and they'll go side by side as there's a little bit of contact between the two of them.
And Haynes pulls through.
Haynes goes into the lead then, and the top 3 have broken away as from 7th place on the grid, the number 66 of Edward Rye comes through and up into 4th place. Fantastic start for Edward.
And he's going to, yep, he was at the 24 of Colby Patterson is up the inside again. So did the over and under Colby Patterson there.
Yeah, we do love a switchback on hairpin 4, don't we? It's a common move to get back to the alongside, and then you'll see a number of drivers go side by side, and then it's who's got the most bottle when it comes to the single file chicane at the start of the lap. But 8 minutes of racing for our Bambino, so rather than laps, we still race to a time, but rather than a time trial, as one of our drivers goes very wide, gets back on there. That's one of the white and yellow carts, so that was either Dex or Vespa Farah. On track 73 is Farah. It shows 7 on the screen, but I think it's 73 on the card, so just bear that one in mind. There certainly was a 73 on the side. I don't know whether it's got a 7 on the front, but out at the front, Haynes has got past Carter. He is away, Tom. He's flying. So we start the second 2 laps in. Edward Haynes, the pole sitter, and he's set a phenomenal time in qualifying, at least over a second faster than anybody else. And having got past Ollie Carter in the 88, there is Carter with a train of carts behind him, as looks like Colby Patterson uses the chicane curbs, bouncing his way through, currently sitting in 4th place as Mulvaney is that going. I think that's Austin O'Man in the 18 going right round the outside.
Yeah, fantastic move.
Rye.
And that's also put Ellis through as well.
So Ellis Child goes to the inside of Rye. Rye's going to try and stick it out right round the outside, and they go side by side round South Bank.
Edward Rye here might get hung out to dry round the outside here all week, people.
That's all right.
by Dax Farah, trying the up and under that worked so well on Edward Rye by Colby Patterson, not quite able to pull it off, but still remaining in the tow, and we'll have another look again. So Rye is dropping back through the field, unfortunately. It seems at the moment we're looking at Riley Buckton-Young hounding Ollie Carter as we head through the wiggles and into hairpin 1. Buckton-Young taking a slightly wider entry, slightly slower entry into hairpin 1, but getting good drive through and through hairpin 2, puts in good position. And Ollie Carter defending all the way down, feeling the need to defend all the way down the back straight there as we head into South Bank. That's Ellis Child being hounded now by Edward Rye, who seems to have woken up a little bit and found some pace. And we've got a mechanical flag.
For Bo Mulvaney.
Currently in 10th.
See if we can figure out what that is as they come through.
So we've got this train here. So we have Edward Haynes is 7.6 seconds clear now after only 4 laps. 7.6 seconds clear. But then we have this train currently headed by Ollie Carter, although possibly not for long. Riley Buckton-Young, Colby Patterson, Austin O'Man, Ellis Child, Edward Rye and Dax Farah are all in the mix here for second place on the road.
I'm not sure what the mechanical flag for Mulvaney was. He's just gone past start finish and doesn't look to have any problems noticeably with the car, although that number 13 is certainly down on power. I think he's looking around more in frustration than anything else as Haynes continues to lead with Carter, Buckton-Young, Patterson, O'Man and Ellis Child in the number 80 making his debut here at Teesside. The yellow flag's out, and that's
Ellis Child.
That is Ellis Child going round at hairpin 3.
So unfortunately that's going to drop him out of contention for the second place in this race. We'll get another 2 chances to go again before we get to the final. So potential to make up places again and get himself a good starting position for the final. We've also got a contact warning for Edward Rye there, so maybe there was contact between Rye and Child.
Well, Child was in 6th, and that's where Rye is now. So there is every chance that those 2 came together at hairpin 3, and unfortunately for Ellis in the number 80 here for the first time at Teesside does come into some trouble at hairpin 3. Drivers will start heat number 2 from their finishing positions of this heat. So now all the opportunity for Child to try and get back through and maximise his starting position for heat number 2 as Bo Mulvaney does in fact now pull into the pits after that mechanical flag and will drop down to 13th place.
Colby Patterson looking very racy through hairpins 3 and 4 there. right behind Buckton Young, and Buckton Young has dropped slightly back from Ollie Carter now, so the race is on for 3rd place.
Yeah, Carter taking the opportunity to break away as Riley Buckton Young comes under pressure. Behind them, the 18 of Austin Oman, as Edward Rye as well as pitted Tom from 6th place. So problems for Edward. Everybody's going to get to shuffle up. Hanson, Farrer, Child Allen, Vesper Farrer and Archie Brown are all going to filter up into things.
Bit of rubbing and racing there between Patterson and Austin Oman, and again
more as well as the 2 identical right carts go side by side around the south bank.
And that was Oman just coming out on top of there, on top of that particular battle. But we have one more lap to go. Edward Haynes, 11 seconds. Sorry, correction, as they come over the line, 12.8 seconds.
Yellow flag, Tom, on the outside of hairpin 4. There's a cart stopped, and it looks like one of the 2 Farrer carts, either the 7 or the 35, has stopped
Dax
on the outside of hairpin 4.
Dax is dropping down the order.
So, a couple of problems for our Bambinos early on, with Rye, Mulvaney and Farrer all having problems. The last lap board is out though, and the leader is already coming round hairpin number 4 as the battle for second continues. The leader though is out of hairpin 4 and making his way towards the checkered flag. Will stick with this enthralling battle for 3rd place as Edward Haynes does come over the line to take the checkered flag and win heat number 1.
Contact, big contact. That's Oman and Buckton Young coming together. It looked like Oman sent it up the inside, and Buckton Young just didn't see him there, didn't know he was going to be there, and turned in. That's going to give Colby Patterson 3rd place on the road. So Ollie Carter in 2nd, Colby Patterson in 3rd, Henry Hansen 4th, Riley Buckton Young in 5th. And we wait to see who comes across 6th. It's Ellis Child in 6th, Austin Oman. Has he got going again? He hasn't come over the line yet. Joey Allen now in 7th. Where is Austin Oman?
He has come over, but he's come over there down now as being marked as 1 lap down. So either he's had some issue with his transponder, or he's been issued a late penalty that's not come up on the screen. We will seek clarification on that, but it does mean that Colby Patterson does pick up a somewhat fortuitous 3rd place, but I'm sure he won't mind. And Ellis Child as well, who was spun out of 6th place, does finally get back through because of incidents in front of him and finish the race in 6th again. We will, of course, wait for confirmation on the Austin Oman incident there.
I think Oman had some fantastic pace towards the end of that race. The 2 of them were running nose to tail, and Oman coming through from Patterson and then trying to get up the inside of Buckton Young as well. So was going for 2 places in 2 laps and looked to have terrific pace towards the end. So it was just a shame that they actually came together, because that was looking really, really good for Oman. But as we said, there's another 2 heats to go and then the final. So whatever happens in this heat,
very racy, didn't he, Tom?
He did. It was going well for Oman, and as I said, just a shame.
Didn't want to wait behind Colby Patterson too much, and much of the same when it came to Riley Buckton Young as well.
We've said it before though, David. It's better to have a go than to sit behind. We think anyway. Certainly in the heats, it's better to have a go and try and have a send up the inside and make yourself up a better position than it is for. What were we saying about Aaron Alexander in the last heat for? In the last round for senior pro kart, it was a case of he was going for the win, wasn't it?
Yeah, I commended him in the first of the double-header rounds for just giving it a go. He ended up finishing 4th, but he finished 4th because he was sat in 3rd and wanted to get through to 2nd and gave it a real go to get there. Ended up down in 4th that day, unfortunately, in the final, but made every effort to get through, and he's won a number of heats here, and I'm sure in the final at some point later on this year his time will come.
I agree, but that's what I was trying to say about Oman. I think he was trying to go for it, and it was better that he went for it rather than consolidating in
So these are our junior pro karts out on circuit. They are being led round by the pole sitter of Bella Franklin, a 46.521, enough to put her on pole position, and alongside her for the first time on the front row, the 23 of Joe Burrell. Row number 2 will be Max Shields and the O plate of Jack Morris. There he is in the freshly liveried O plate on the outside of the second row. And Jack Morris can, if he scores the required amount of points, which is I believe 196 points, should Bella Franklin score a maximum, should be enough to secure the junior pro kart crown for Jack Morris this season here at Teesside Karting. But on the front row, the number 8 of Bella Franklin lines up alongside the 23 of Joe Burrell. Row number 2, a best qualifying session in junior pro kart for Maximus Shields, sees the 181 line up on the inside of the O plate Jack Morris. Row 3, Lennon French and Sandro Ballesteros in the all green second row. Then third row. Then on row 4, Thomas Braid and Gracie Mitchell, Jake Richardson and Caitlin Frame in front of Kieran Savage and Ben Hogarth. 12 junior pro karters on the grid for you today, and the final ones roll into position. And we are moments away from heat number 1 for junior pro kart. Watch out for the front row, Bella Franklin and Joe Burrell on the outside. Jack Morris in the O plate will look to come through in that brand new kart on the outside, the 2020 MS on the outside in row number 2. And we are about to go racing.
Oh, it looked like a quick start there from Bella, possibly even a jump start from Bella Franklin. Definitely went early. I'm not sure whether they're going to have a look at that again, but definitely went early as they round turn 1, the national loop.
So, great start by Bella. And remember earlier on in the season, Thomas Braid was getting some flyers as well. All he'd done was put 2 new clutches on and was getting some absolute mega starts from like the second and third row, and was ending up in second place. There's Jack Morris already up from 4th as Joe Burrell goes very wide round the still slightly damp south bank.
And left the door open, and Morris walks straight through it, taking second place, and will now quickly seek about hunting down Franklin.
Yeah, Jack Morris, though, just needs 3rd places across the board today to make sure that the Junior Pro Kart Championship trophy will be going home with him to Peterlee in County Durham, as Kieran Savage is off at the national loop. You might catch him rejoining the circuit in the background, but problems for one of our drivers, and he is off and into the pit lane. So Kieran Savage retires from the opening race of the day in Junior Pro Kart. Jack Morris is now closing in on Bella Franklin. He's bringing Joe Burrell with him.
Oh, is he going to have a look here? Thought about having a look, got good drive through South Bank, and thought about having a look up the inside of Franklin, but decided discretion the better part of valour on that one.
Yeah, he doesn't need to do anything stupid, Jack Morris, in the O plate, and especially in the heats, Tom. It's only 1 point difference in the finishing positions. It's 50 for a win and 49 for second place. So Jack Morris doesn't need to do anything stupid, and it looks like he's just going to stick it out on the back of Bella Franklin for the opening couple of laps, unless an opportunity arises that's too good for him to pass up. When we do come to the finals, though, that's when the points really matter. 7 points the difference between the top 2, and then a further 5 between 3rd and 4th. So 4th place up to 1st is a huge points disparity, 17. So the finals are really where it's at. You are working throughout the day to try and maximise your chances for the final.
Yeah, Morris looking very racy through hairpin 3 and 4 there. I'm not sure whether he... Franklin gave the let's work together signal coming down the back straight and into South Bank, but I think Morris is going to take the very first opportunity that's presented to him, and there he goes up the inside of hairpin 1. Franklin shuts the door and remains in position, but Morris is trying every which way but loose to try and get through here. He's up the inside again, coming into South Bank, and that's it. He's going to force his way through.
Bella Franklin did well there to back out and
Oh, and she does the overcut.
Morris tries to close the door, didn't he there late, and Bella Franklin in the number 8 dives back into the lead in Junior Pro Kart Heat 1.
And all of this is bringing Joe Burrell with them as well. He's closing up, as is Maximus Shields in 4th place. Gracie Mitchell down in 7th, but he's right on the tail of Thomas Braid and Alessandro Ballestero.
Yeah, podium finisher last time here at Teesside, Gracie Mitchell, who debuted in Junior Pro Kart, having moved up from the cadet class, and in 5th place, a returning Sandro Ballesteros aboard the number 19. We'll talk about him later on in the day. He's been doing a lot of sim racing, quite high up as well, and doing very well in that during the off-season and the final last couple of rounds, but he rejoins the grid in Junior Pro Kart in the number 19, and he's going very well. There he is in the background in the green kart. One of 2 bright, or 3 bright green karts actually here on the junior grid, along with Lennon French and Gracie Mitchell, as Jack Morris goes below the 47-second mark with the fastest lap of the race, a 46.9. He is still right on the bumper of Bella Franklin, but it's now going to be a 4-kart battle for the lead as we reach half race distance, with Joe Burrell and Maximus Shields, who's only 4 races, Tom, out of cadets and going very well in Junior Pro.
Yeah, flying along in 4th place. As I said, being with Morris and Franklin locking horns, it's bringing Burrell and Shields with them. And Shields is now right on the tail of Morris and possibly looking for a move as well. Oh, Franklin didn't get the best of drives, and it looked like it caught Morris out coming out of hairpin 4, and Burrell is now right there pushing Morris back towards Franklin. This is going to be interesting, David, coming into hairpin 1. Yes. Let's see.
Morris now might have to go for a move.
That's it.
If he doesn't, he might end up having to give up 2nd place. Joe Burrell all over the back of Jack Morris as well, and Morris is in the difficult position now, as does he attack or does he defend?
We've got overcuts and undercuts going through both hairpins now, so one goes one way, one goes the other, and it's they all come out in the same positions.
Yeah, Franklin, though, takes the middle line and gives Jack Morris some work to do, because Morris does want to go to the inside, and he does now, but he's going to be on the outside.
He's going to need a big push from Burrell.
Burrell's giving him a push through, isn't he? Franklin takes a huge amount of curb. Jack Morris right the way round the outside. There's contact between 2nd and 3rd, between Franklin and Burrell.
And Burrell's gone round. Burrell's gone round. So Franklin went round the outside and bumped over the curb, managed to keep the inside of Burrell, and then the 2 of them came together as they went through the northern loop.
Jack Morris got the run with the help of Joe Burrell. Joe Burrell then tried to stick it back to the inside. Quite an optimistic move, I thought, on Bella Franklin coming so far from the back. Jack Morris was already through, wasn't he? And Joe Burrell was only half a kart length alongside rather than being a full kart length. Bella Franklin ended up wide and over the curb, and as she rejoined the circuit, Joe Burrell was on the line, and he's dropped all the way down now to 7th place. So out at the front in his quest for Junior Pro Kart glory, the O-plate of Jack Morris, having started the race in 4th place, is now at the head of the field and has a lap and a half remaining as Bella Franklin and Maximus Shields battle it out over 2nd place. And Max Shields, who started 3rd, would love to start heat number 2 from 2nd place. And, he's going to have to try a move. I don't think he's got enough pace down the back straight and round the south bank to get down the inside of Bella Franklin. He might have to dive to the inside of hairpin 1, which he'll do in around about 20 seconds time, as Caitlin Frame in the number 18 picks up a contact warning.
So it's now Jack Morris is leading by 1.7 seconds, and we have to ask the question, David, what's happened to Franklin's pace? Because she was clearly a pole sitter, and by no small margin either. So what has happened to the pace to drop her back now down? I don't want to say down the order because she's still running 2nd, but Morris has clearly had the measure of this race.
The circuit was a little bit damp in quali. It wasn't wet, but everybody was out on slicks. But Bella Franklin is phenomenal in the wet. But they're out in front, round hairpin number 4 for the final time. Through the flat-out bends, the checkered flag awaits, and it awaits the O-plate of Jack Morris to win heat number 1. Bella Franklin holds on for 2nd with Max Shields in third. Gracie Mitchell appears in fourth place, having been down in seventh at one point with Sandro Ballesteros, Thomas Braid, Caitlin Frame, Jake Richardson. Joe Burrell recovers for ninth with Lennon French, Ben Hogarth and Kieran Savage. So we are... Jack Morris adds 50 points to his tally in his quest for Junior Pro Kart Championship glory, and having beaten Bella Franklin into second place, now only requires 195 points to wrap up the championship from a possible 215, which is 3 sets of 50 and a 65-point win for the final. But Jack Morris in the O-plate wins the opening heat.
So we've just had a comment come through from Katie Dawson, who says, "Go on, Max." Quite happy, I think, for Max Shields there, finishing in third place. Just 2 seconds off Morris as well. So a good effort there. And there is Jack Morris coming over the weighbridge.
So as the junior pro karts come over the weighbridge, cadets will be out in a few moments, and their qualifying session was taken by the number 50 of Lizzie Mentier, and Tom caught up with Lizzie right after she put that car on pole position.
Lizzie Mentier, pole position. Fantastic qualifying session, super close, less than half a tenth between yourself and your other title contender, Catherine Potter. Just tell us about it out there.
It felt really tough. I thought I wasn't going to get pole, but then I ended up getting it. It's my first time getting pole here in quali.
You did so well. The conditions were a bit changeable out there as well. We were feeling spots of rain. How was the track? Was it still drying out?
It was dry, but then it was also getting a bit slippy down South Bank.
Yeah, we did see the times drop off a little bit. So we've got the championship on the line as well today. We've got you super close with second place, Catherine Potter. Just tell us what your hopes are for today.
Well, I just hope I come first, because I've never come first here, and I just really want to come first.
Well, you're definitely going the right way about starting off. So congratulations on pole position, and good luck for the rest of the day. A very happy Lizzie Mentier there with her first ever pole position, and looking forward to hopefully taking her first ever race victory in a heat. Yeah. So David, tell us about the championship permutations for these two, because it's between Lizzie and Catherine starting second as well.
Well, there's four drivers are still in the mix, although realistically, unless third and fourth are scoring some maximum scores. Basically, in order to take the championship today, Catherine Potter needs to match Lizzie Mentier's score and score at least 206 points, and that's if David Mack or Jared Fox-Whiteley, neither of them score a maximum points haul. So we are readied with laptops in order to try and keep on top of the scores here at Teesside Karting. For this, we have 2 more rounds. Remember for the season. Just a few more comments on the live stream before. Jonah Hossian's been on, said that the weighbridge footage of them going looks like the character selection from a computer game, as they just filter through and you just pick your favourite. So if at any point later on you think some of these karts look nice and you'd pick them in a computer game, feel free to let us know who's your favourite livery. Just watch the cadets come over as well. When they come over the weighbridge at the end of this heat, then most of them like to do a little dab or a finger guns or something like that to give us a little wave to the camera. So yeah, keep your eyes on these guys. So as the cadet grid make their way up into it on pole position, the number 50 of Lizzie Mentier alongside championship leader Catherine Potter. Row number 2, Jared Fox-Whiteley and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. 5th is Thomas Potter alongside Tom Holden. Then we've got Leon Barlow and Addison Smith, Hudson Barker-Dix and David Mack. Number 3 is Josh Cook. He lines up alongside Sophie Pawsey. Then we have Reese Penniston and Oliver Watson. The 21, Victor Hansen, will roll just into your shot there on the inside. He will line up alongside the number 44 of Lewis Goff. 58 is Sam Robson, who had a problem in practice earlier with a broken seat stay. That kart is fixed and he lines up alongside another driver who had a brake problem in that same practice session, Ethan Charles. Then we've got the 76, that's Harris Ali. He's going to line up alongside the 65 of Jack Thompson. 17, William Robinson. He's going to line up alongside Cody Lamb. Then we're going to have Alex Lynn on the inside of Holly Allen. And then rolling the number 13 into the final grid position, a driver who didn't set a time in qualifying, Joshua Sullivan, whose rear bumper departed the back of the Zip chassis. And he starts his debut race in Cadet from 25th and last position. The start line marshal, the ever capable Adrian Harris, makes his way, green flag in hand, to the front of the grid. Shouts the start line warning to everybody. The green flag will be raised in a few seconds and we'll be under racing in Cadets, and we are away. And it's a great start from the front row from both Lizzie Mentier and Catherine Potter, as Potter cuts to the inside and sits right back into the behind Mentier in the 50. Fox Whiteley in the 22 as well, up into third place. So 3 of the championship front runners running 1, 2 and 3 as David Mack, as we've got a spinner, and it's Leon Barlow round in the 42. I thought he caught the tyres on the inside there, Tom, difficult to see on the screen, but I don't think he got much help. I think he caught the tyre on the inside.
I think you might be right, and that's dropped him right to the back of the field. I was watching the start line out of the commentary box window. Tom Holden in the 87 actually got a fantastic start. 2 or 3 places made up and moved him up to 5th at the time.
That looks like William Robinson going very, very wide round South Bank in number 17. Start line marshal might have to charge him to get back in. He went so wide round South Bank.
You're stealing my lines again, David.
Of course I am. Life's a competition, Tom.
So that actually, as I said, Tom Holden moved up to 5th and has held 5th overall. So we've got Lizzie Mentier, Catherine Potter, Jared Fox Whiteley, Thomas Potter, Tom Holden, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, David Mack, Josh Cook, Reese Penniston and Addison Smith are your top 10 at the end of lap 1.
So 8 laps for our Cadets, and Lizzie Mentier in the number 50, currently 2nd place in the championship, has Catherine Potter behind. And as mentioned earlier, it's 2 drop scores out of the 7 rounds in a slightly reduced championship. Normally we run 9 rounds here at Teesside and take the best 7 scores, but Catherine Potter and Lizzie Mentier both have a sub 200 score to drop. Mentier's is a 183. Potter's a slightly better 199, although the likelihood is both of those will be dropped at some point.
We should also mention as well that there was 0.028 of a second between Catherine Potter and Lizzie Mentier in qualifying. So as you can see in the race, there's nothing between them, and Potter takes the lead up the inside, and we fully expect Mentier to just hold position now on the back of Potter. Because, as I say, the pace in qualifying was so closely matched between these two, with Fox Whiteley was only a 10th or so back as well.
Yeah, to be honest with that, it didn't look like Mentier put up any defence, and she went so wide, it wouldn't be surprised if she'd let Catherine Potter through, actually, in order to just try and suss it out. And rather than be the one defending, now she's the one that's going to attack. 8 laps of action for our Cadets in the heats before we go to a 10-lap final. We're almost at half race distance already, and Lizzie Mentier now is in the position where she's going to be able to attack, but now she's also got to be wary of Jared Fox Whiteley in that number 22 behind.
Yeah, it looked like Mentier had a brief look up the inside of Potter there, and again decided that actually this isn't the moment to go. They are bringing Fox Whiteley along as well, so he's head down behind the steering wheel, trying to get that aero push in the slipstream of Mentier and Potter. So double slipstream for Fox Whiteley, bringing him along.
Don't want to leave the lead battle, but the battle for 4th onwards is all the way down to 8th place, 9th place as well now, I think, with well, at least 8th with Josh Cook on the back of that. And Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, who scored her maiden pole position at Hooton Park last week, currently a driver in a lot of form, is in 4th place with Potter, Mack, Holden and Cook behind.
If you keep your eye on the screen, David, I'll keep a watch behind, because it is actually, as you say.
Oh, we've had a dive to the inside of hairpin 4. Sorry to cut you
there
off,
it is,
Tom,
Mentier.
but Mentier's gone to the inside, forced Potter all the way right, and Jared Fox-Whiteley from 3rd place comes through, and with 3 remaining, Jared Fox-Whiteley leads Cadet Heat 1. Lizzie Mentier got down the inside and ran Catherine Potter really wide onto the rumble strip on the outside, and then Mentier as well got hooked up on that rumble strip. Jared Fox-Whiteley didn't have enough time to take his hands off the steering wheel and rub them together in delight, but I think he probably did that in his head. Now he's still in the lead, does the little helmet tap, which suggests please stay behind me. With 2.5 remaining, I think that's a fruitless request, but we'll see.
It set the fastest lap of the race as well in the process of that, so opportunistic move, but got him through into the lead and then set the quickest lap of the race as well. So it looked like all 3 were on for a super fast lap there, but Fox-Whiteley managed to get it, and Potter now sets the fastest lap of the race, hunting both of these drivers down, Mentier and Fox-Whiteley. And as you said, David, 4th position is Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. We do then have a slight gap back to David Mack now, while these guys have been battling 3 and 4 wide at some point, to David Mack, Thomas Potter, Tom Holden and Josh Cook. And then a slight gap of a 2.5 seconds to Reese Peniston and Addison Smith, 9th and 10th. So Fox-Whiteley still holding position through hairpin 3. Potter looking very racy behind Mentier, putting her under a lot of pressure as we come through to start the last lap.
And I've just had a quick look, Tom, and from my calculations, I don't think Jared Fox-Whiteley has won a race here at Teesside before. I know he's won many races in the past, certainly has won many at Wombwell, but I don't think Jared Fox-Whiteley's won a race here at Teesside.
And Lizzie Mentier's in the same boat as well.
Yeah, and he's got half a lap as well for either of these drivers. Fox-Whiteley down the back straight in the number 22. The 11-year-old from Pontefract has half a lap to hold back Lizzie Mentier in the 50. The 10-year-old from Marsk as they go into hairpin number 3 for the final time. Fox-Whiteley will position that kart to the middle of the track. Potter comes from nowhere to dive down the inside of Mentier, gets down but can't. And Jared Fox-Whiteley in the number 22 for the first time takes the checkered flag and wins in Cadet Extreme here at Teesside Karting, with Lizzie Mentier and Catherine Potter the top 3. Stansmore-Wilson, Mack, Thomas Potter, Holden, although Tom Holden drops all the way down to 9th. Reese Peniston and Addison Smith in 7th and 8th. Sophie Pawsey 9th. Oliver Watson 10th. It looks like Josh Cook.
Yeah, and Tom Holden
problems.
have come together. Both of them are dropping down. So Tom Holden and Josh Cook, we're waiting for them to cross the line. Still nothing from them. Can you see them out on circuit, David? Because we might have another.
That looks like the
transponder
final
issue.
one over. And no, I can't see where either of those are out on track unless they've hidden behind a tyre wall. We do have a spin after the checker though. It looks like Cody Lamb's had a problem. He's going to turn that kart round. And Jared Fox-Whiteley, as you can see there on the screen, is potentially, at least for the next 10 minutes or so, the happiest person in the northeast.
Yeah, fantastic result for Fox-Whiteley there.
Here we are on the weighbridge. Select your favourite character.
There we
go. They go over. I do like the Cadet liveries. It's like they've really put some thought into it. A real mix of colours. That's a brand new livery as well on Isabella Stanmore-Wilson on the 88.
That was David Max, whose livery was brand new for the last round for the double header. Still looking very nice as well.
That's Tom Holden, so he did finish. Josh Cook behind as well in the number 3.
So who's that behind them? That's the 47. So maybe they did come across 5th and 6th then.
sometimes, depending on where they come over, if they come over incredibly wide over the start line, they don't always get picked up. Like on the way in, if they come on the way off the track into the pits, there's a small gap in the timing, and depending on where their transponder is, it might not. So if they've come over the line 3 or 4 wide, so we will look for confirmation, but out at the front in that one, Jared Fox-Whiteley picked up the win with Lizzie Mentier in second and Catherine Potter in third.
I would just like to point out one more final thing before we round off the cadets, is Leon Barlow, who we saw spin at the first hairpin, actually finished 11th overall, so a fantastic recovery drive, taking 14 places and climbing his way all the way up to 11th. That's 11th on timing, so it could actually be 13th.
Fantastic in any case, and that's shown that he's got a certainly amount of pace. He qualified inside the top 10 as well, didn't he, Tom? So fantastic for him.
Yeah,
so
good recovery drive there.
As the cadets make their way off, and we always do see the cadets take a little bit of time coming up and over the weighbridge, with there being a fair amount of them. We'll just have a quick return to the comments. Emma's been on. I say that like I know, I don't, but I know it's your wife. And she's watching with your daughter Lily.
Yeah, that's working.
So the family's watching, Tom.
Good to know. So we're just going through a few technical issues here at the moment. Just bear with us a second while we just get to the bottom of this.
Like, subscribe and give us a comment as well, and we will have a quick check at the comments periodically throughout the day. Tom's back with a technical update.
Yeah, it's an issue actually with Facebook Live, so we are only live on YouTube at the moment. So we are also going to end up coming out on the Circuit PA any moment as well, so that'll be fantastic. So hello and welcome back to our coverage of Teesside Karting Sprint Round 5.
Correct. Tom there with no confidence as to what round it is whatsoever.
No, I was absolutely fine.
It's definitely round 5.
I was just checking we were still coming out.
Karting. We can hear ourselves on the PA as well, so Tom was just having a quick check that we could hear ourselves. And it's very strange, isn't it? You talk, then you hear yourself reverb in the background over the Circuit PA at the same time. But cadets are off. It looks like we're trying to get the 2 strokes sorted into some sort of grid with the amalgamation of the seniors and the juniors. So the seniors will roll off first, with the juniors a short way behind them, although do expect to see the juniors making their way through the pack at some point during the race, as the front runners, especially the likes of Jude Cole, Finley Watson and Alfie Lindsay, very accomplished drivers, and we are out in the background. You can see it's a rolling start, remember, so we'll try and call the grid as they come round. On the front row on the inside will be the 89 of Daniel Kell. He'll line up alongside the 33 of Max Prentice. Row number 2, Andrew Collinson in the O plate alongside Max Martin in the 126. Tom Reeve in the 22 will line up the inside of row 3 with Lee Bell alongside. And then a number of other drivers will be making their way through. On pole position, I believe, for the juniors. Last time I think we checked was Finley Watson in the number 33. There he is on the inside. Behind him, it looks like we've got Paul Swan. He's a senior driver, so looks like we could have been sending them out, Tom, in qualifying result order rather than the classes at the front and the back, which
will shake things up a bit.
It does. It also gives the juniors the merit that they deserve for where they qualify, so they'll come through. The Daniel Kell on the inside dictates the pace, and the green flag
we've got somebody
flies.
off already.
33. Finley Watson is round, so his first race of the day sees him facing the wrong way before start
4 or
finish.
5 round in the northern loop as well.
So big problems at the start for our class, and we certainly now basically we have 2 races. We have the race of those that got round the first corner and the race of those that didn't.
Prentice having a good look up the inside into South Bank as well.
So it looks like Stephen Kell was one of those involved. Looks like Bailey Thompson as well was another, and Tom Reeve, I think, potentially was in there, although I think he's got a different livery now on his kart, so we'll check that when they come round. Could be the 28, actually, one of the two Citros, either Wayne or Tony, as one of our drivers goes off at the first corner and runs slightly wide. Out at the front, though, Collinson, Prentice and Kell. So Kell, the pole sitter, has dropped all the way down to third place, and Andrew Collinson, who won all 8 races here at the double header, is at the front. These 3 drivers raced together in a team at the British 24-hour. Now they race nose to tail in the 2-stroke class.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of races for the 24-hour either, was it? They struggled a lot with issues, but they did get the Spirit of the Race award, I believe it was.
They did. They showed some great pace as well. I saw. We picked up on them during that 24-hour, them lapping an entire lap in front of the Kart Events Belgium kart, which won the race from the higher class in the end, and they were supremely quick. And Max Prentice was at the wheel of that at the time, and held that kart in front of everybody, and he's shown that kart did have some speed. They just had some very early technical problems that put them right down towards the back end of the field.
I believe that was the 47 of Dave Pullen, who's just sent it up the inside of Stephen Kell for the second group on the road. So the group that didn't make it through turn 1, as we said, it like we've got 2 separate races now.
David Pullen filled in my commentary form with his ages old, and he filled in his achievements with no achievements whatsoever. I just enjoy my karting.
Well,
which is the best way, I think, of just looking at it. Just go out there and enjoy yourself. His son Harry as well currently sits in the number 43 in 12th place, one of our junior drivers. And
we've just caught Max Martin going up the inside of Lee Bell, but in terms of achievements, just turning up here would be one of them, wouldn't it, surely? Well, to get out on the grid.
There's not
and
many
racing.
Better places to be on a Sunday
than Teesside.
Well, we've been here every other week for the last 2 months, so
we love it. We love it. We wouldn't be anywhere else, would we?
No. So 12 laps for our 10 laps for the heats for our senior Rotax drivers, and then it will be 12 for the final as well. So senior Rotax and juniors as well getting additional 2 laps of action. Their lap times considerably faster than any other class here at Teesside today, and out at the front, the top 3 very evenly matched. Collinson, Prentice and the pole sitter Kell. They're 3.5 seconds in front of the 22 of Tom Reeve, who continues to improve here meeting after meeting at Teesside Karting, as he sets himself a personal best of a 42.2, as does Max Martin, Alfie Lindsay and Paul Swan as they dive to the inside.
Whoa,
of
big contact.
That's Kell and Prentice. That's second and third contact, and now Tom Reeve will come through in the number 22 onto the back of Daniel Kell. So Max Prentice in the 33 drops all the way to the back of the pack, with the exception of around about 3 or 4 cars. So Andrew Collinson remains in the lead, but now it's a very comfortable one as Kell and Prentice come into contact, getting past the back marker. And now Daniel Kell has some work to do, as Tom Reeve, who had a 3.5 second gap to close up, now can smell second place from Daniel Kell, who could have some problems in that 89, was very slow getting going again after that problem. And Max Martin as well is in the mix in the 126.
Yeah, Max Martin, who we saw having a look up the inside of Lee Bell, has now made it through and is now, as you say, on the back of Tom Reeve, who's also on the back of Daniel Kell. So this could get very feisty towards the end of this race. Max Prentice now down in 12th, lost 15.6 seconds through that. And yes, as you said, was slow to get going. So we're going to see what his pace is like as he comes across the line next time round for a flying lap. It was a 57-second lap, so 15, 16 seconds off the pace.
Tough break for Max Prentice, and he'll have some work to do in the second heat. Currently sits in front of our junior prop pole sitter Finley Watson in the 33 in his first outing here at Teesside. So both drivers in the 33, albeit one's a senior and the other one is a junior. As you see Max Martin there in the 126, you'll notice the engine on his car on the opposite side. He's not running a Rotax, he's running an X30 and is currently sitting in 4th place overall behind Tom Reeve. Reeve unable as it stands to stay on the back of Daniel Kell, who's going to albeit now almost 6 seconds off the back of Andrew Collinson. Looks like he's got away with it, so to speak, and is now in 2nd place. And it's a comfortable one as Reeve comes under pressure from Martin.
Prentice back on the pace. He's about a second off off what Collinson did in that one. Oh, and up the inside. Max Martin on Tom Reeve. Through hairpin 3, got the move done and is already gapping. So great move from Martin and pulling away.
So last lap board is out. And, Andrew Collinson well on his way. 2 second, adds another 2/10 to his lead. That's already 6 seconds after that incident mid-race between Kell and Prentice. And Prentice still in 12th and can't make headway. Trying to close up on the back as looks like we've got a driver off down at hairpin 4. These drivers are about to come to it, but the checkered flag flies, and it flies for Andrew Collinson over the line to take victory. And then we will have Daniel Kell who will come through in 2nd place. Max Martin and Tom Reeve with Lee Bell. Alfie Lindsay wins the junior class with Jude Cole and Ben Ficini. So Cole picks up a 2nd place with Ficini in 3rd. And Jude Cole needs 195 points overall now to take the junior title. So there's 3 championships up for grabs here at Teesside today from our 6 main classes, that being the junior pro kart cadet and the 2-stroke championships can be taken today should results go the right way of the drivers.
So Collinson from Kell, Martin, Reeve, Bell, Lindsay, Swan, Cole, Ben Ficini in 9th and Oliver Buckton in 10th. Ben Ficini, of course, now famous for his double header for the last round. He's driving in the last round where he was doing his best Gandalf impression of "You Shall Not Pass." Did a fantastic job defending in that last round.
Clearly been watching some late 90s, early 2000s Formula 1 action and taking a liking to Jarno Trulli and the infamous Trulli train, keeping everybody behind him, but he took a fantastic 2nd place, Ben Ficini. Did fantastic. But Alfie Lindsay in that one, Tom, 6th place overall, leading junior, fantastic for him. Obviously some problems for a couple of drivers, certainly making it round the first corner for half of them. Tom Reeve, one of the, I believe the first winner of my meeting award for unluckiest driver. We get the bottle of Muck-Off visor, helmet and goggle cleaner, which is currently being modelled in the commentary box by my good self.
Oh, beautiful. It's beautiful. It makes me want one. But not for being unluckiest driver.
No, of course not. But,
but your smiling face holding a bottle of helmet and visor cleaner would definitely make me buy one.
I expect to be on the NRG Cycles website by Tuesday at the latest.
Perhaps we'll take a picture and email it to them.
To be fair, they could probably get £1 a bottle more, I think. It's already reasonably priced at around about £7 a bottle. They could charge 8 if my face was on it.
I was going to say if you came with it, they could charge 8.
Buy one, get a day free.
That's
lovely.
It. Exactly that.
So, if you would like to employ either Tom and myself for any of your company marketing, please do get in touch with us at Alpha Live Productions.
Professional as ever.
Of course, Senior Pro Kart are out in the background. The final heat of the first cycle of heat number 1. Then we'll have the Bambinos back for the start of heat number 2, and then it will be our well-deserved lunch break. Only for the fact that did you finally get some breakfast this morning, Tom, or was
I did. I did. I got it from the cafe here, and it was very nice indeed, actually. As always, highly recommend the cafe at Teesside Autodrome. The ladies and gents here do a fantastic job.
Yeah, I was raving about the pork dinner that's on offer today earlier on. It can be ordered in advance from the cafe here at Teesside. So do feel free to treat yourself. On pole position though for senior pro kart, the O plate of Josh Folkus with the 43 championship leader Connor Lucas alongside. Row number 2 sees Dan Tate and the 64 of Rob Lowe. Row 3 returning clubman champion Danielle Gardner on the inside in 5th alongside Scott Tate. Row 4 is Aaron Alexander and Mark Tate with Connor White and Ross Jackman rounding out the top 10. David Brown will start 11th on the inside of Brandon Truman Reddish with James Dennis and Simon Doughty alongside. 15th goes the way of Thomas Lowther. He lines up alongside the 77 of Adam Wood. David Brewis and Steve Nichols will share 17th and 18th with Emma Brown alongside Alban Dowell on row 10. A returning Josh Eden lines up alongside the 26 of Josh Mitchell, another driver who returns to us after a short sabbatical. Andrew Worley and Paul Watson are on row 12 with David Morton and Andy Lees rounding out the 26 drivers for our senior pro kart grid. Now it's the very patient wait for our front row who've been sat waiting. Josh Folkus has an impatient look over his shoulder. Only 22 points between our front 2, and they line up on the front row alongside each other. Josh Folkus on the inside, Connor Lucas on the outside in the number 43. Final few drivers are rolling into position, and Adam Wood is rolling in right at the back, Tom, and that is out of position. There is a gap, a noticeable gap, I think, in front of Steve Nichols as well, and looks like he might have had some problems on the outlap. Nonetheless, we are gridded up and ready to go. Start line marshal makes his way to the head of the field. They'll go through the chicane, unlike the last 2 races of cadets and 2-stroke classes. The green is down and we are away and racing. It's a good start from the second row for Dan Tate in the 29. He's going to go right round the outside of both of the front row. And the 29 of Daniel Tate from 3rd place leads round the national loop and through the chicanes. And Connor Lucas has gone missing. He's down in 8th or 9th place. A terrible start for the driver of the 43 and the championship leader. Now he's got some work to do, but we're piling up on the outside of hairpin number 1. We've got a car park of 7 or 8 carts on the outside there.
10 carts in that, David. 10 carts piled up at hairpin 1. Connor Lucas dropped right back. He got pushed out at the northern loop, and Rob Lowe got a fantastic start. He moved up from, I think it was 4th or 5th on the grid, and he's now running 2nd. We've got 1 car out on the inside of hairpin 1, but we watch the leaders come over the line. It's Paul Watson in the 34 that's on the inside of hairpin 1, and he's out of heat 1.
So Paul Watson's debut in senior pro kart after his transition from senior road tax lasts less than half a lap, as he was involved in that first lap incident.
And look who's right there in 4th place. Aaron Alexander led most of the heat over the final in the double header round that we had a month ago, and is moving up the inside of Daniel Tate for 3rd place.
Rob Lowe Scott Tate having led the opening half a lap is now down into 4th place, and behind him on his recovery mission, the 43 of Connor Lucas. Out at the front though, Josh Folkus has got at least a 2nd gap, bang on a 2nd in fact. A wonderful prediction there by myself. Bang on a 2nd as he's got. So it's Folkus from Lowe, Alexander Tate and Lucas. Danielle Gardner there in the green cart in the background. Has
Tate
Scott
up the
Tate
inside
behind her as well.
Oh, pushing Alexander wide, and Lucas is going to take advantage of that with the over-under at hairpin 2.
Scott Tate with a firm move. I think the touring cars are on today. That move wouldn't have been, sorry, Dan Tate with the move there. That move wouldn't have been too dissimilar. There's another one of the Tates. That's Scott diving to the inside of Danielle Gardner into hairpin 3. He's going to try and get a cutback, and he could be 2 for 2.
And Dan Tate with a contact warning for that move on Alexander through hairpin 2.
Not surprised to see that one pop up. He got the move done and then gave Alexander another little tap on the way out. So Aaron Alexander has been on the receiving end of a little bit of the rough stuff as he moves into senior pro kart from the junior class that he pretty much dominated last season without much of a challenge, really.
And we've got Connor Lucas moving up the inside of Rob Lowe, taking 2nd place. So he was down as far as 8th place, we think, and he's now back up to 2nd place and will be hunting down Josh Falkus. Rob Lowe still doing a fantastic job holding 3rd. Danielle Gardner now having a look at the inside of Aaron Alexander. So where's Alexander's pace gone? Fantastic start for him. Connor Lucas setting the fastest lap of the race at 46.3 as they come across the line. So fantastic lap from Connor. The gap is out to 1.8 seconds. We will monitor that closely as Tate moves up the inside. That's Daniel Tate moves up the inside of Lowe and takes 3rd place. Lowe bouncing along the grass, and then it's Scott Tate going to duff him up on the inside of the entrance to South Bank, possibly losing a 3rd. Aaron Alexander having a look, but almost 3 places in 2 corners for Rob Lowe.
Yeah, everybody there sort of having to position the kart in the middle. Everybody's defending, aren't they?
And attacking.
Yeah, the only person that doesn't really have to defend is Danielle Gardner in the 73, currently coming through in 7th place. She's got I say a gap, but it's probably only 2 or 3 kart lengths, so it's not enough where she can make a mistake, but certainly one where she can at least have one go on Aaron Alexander as he throws that number 38 kart in, his infamous braking style of turning it sideways and scrubbing the speed off on entry as he gets his head down. Rob Lowe with a very defensive look over his shoulder. We are at half race distance as they go round the South Bank loop. Alexander's going to try and get to the inside. Lowe positions the 64 in the middle of the corner, and Alexander I think now is going to try and get the cutback, but he's going to have to run alongside, and he will be on the outside for the D-shaped chicane. Now it's a case of keeping your foot in and hoping for the best. He puts back in though before the corner.
And Danielle looked like she was going to try and hold the inside there and follow Rob Lowe through and hold Alexander out on the outside, but just couldn't quite get close enough.
No, that is the problem when you're the middle cart of a 3. If you're willing to stick a move, the chances are if it doesn't work out, as it didn't for Aaron Alexander in the last time here, then you do end up getting hung out to dry. But he does finally get the move done down the inside into South Bank. Rob Lowe gives him sufficient space, but potentially gives him too much. And opens the door for Danielle Gardner. Gardner's now going to get the cutback. Oh! This contact mid-corner. Aaron Alexander spun round. Rob Lowe catches the back end, and Danielle Gardner is through and up into 5th place. Connor White, David Brown, Brandon Truman Reddish as well. All move through. Aaron Alexander comes through in 12th place.
And that was completely not Alexander's fault at all. It looked like Lowe was just so focused on getting through on Gardner that unfortunately he carried a bit too much speed and ran straight into the back.
On the outside of hairpin 4, and Rob Lowe has in any case picked up a black flag for that incident, but he's going to retire anyway on the outside of hairpin 4. And I think you're right, Tom, he was carrying so much speed into hairpin 4 to try and keep Danielle Gardner behind him. He effectively just ran into Aaron Alexander, whose kart was positioned on the inside.
It was almost driving in the rear-view mirror, wasn't it, more than looking forward?
That number 38 of Aaron Alexander is caught up in some trouble.
Yeah, so we've got 2 laps to go, and Josh Falkus has just set the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap. The gap out now to 1.9 seconds, so taking a 10th out of Lucas on that last lap. So although there is that 2-second gap, they are still incredibly closely matched.
Yeah, he's only been adding a 10th, hasn't he, Josh Falkus? And we've spoken a number of times this season now. Josh Falkus has really found an extra gear, really. I mean, he's always been a front runner here at Teesside. Just to run through his previous results as he comes through over the last lap. Two-time champion here at Teesside, two-time runner-up, one-time third place in the championship. That was in 2018. Last year, though, was utterly dominated, certainly for the first half of the season, by Connor Lucas, who went 20 unbeaten at the start of the year to cement his championship. This year, though, Josh Volkers is right in the mix of things. Currently sits 22 points behind, but when we've had almost 900 on offer, that's hardly anything, and he will now be on his way to taking the first heat of the day. Looks like we've got a problem as well for the 26 of Josh Mitchell. His bumper is hanging off the front end, but Josh Volkers comes through, wins heat number 1 to take the checkered flag. Connor Lucas will be second, with Scott Tate in third from Dan Tate. Danielle Gardner holds off Connor Wyatt at the line. David Brown, Brandon Truman-Reddish, Mark Tate and James Dennis round out the top 10, with Mark Tate winning the 40s class and Simon Dougherty in the 757 picking up the win in the Clubman Honours. And that will please daughter Sophie, who's watching from home. Thank you very much for joining us, as with everybody else as well.
Yeah, wishing her dad well. And yeah, so I'm amazed at the pace of Danielle Gardner coming in 5th place overall. We were talking before the event as to when was the last time we think she was actually in a kart, because she didn't do the 24-hour here and didn't and hasn't raced here in the sprint since December. Yeah, so we thought she might be a little bit ring rusty, but proving anything but with 5th place in the first heat. Fantastic result for Danielle.
Yeah, fantastic, and straight back on the pace. The 2019 Clubman champion returns here at round number 5 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. The recovery quad is called into action for the first time today, and the first lucky recipient, or unlucky if you want to put it that way, the 64 of Rob Lowe, who was involved in that incident at hairpin number 4. Looks also like we've got Paul Watson making his way around very slowly in the stricken number 34. So another driver whose debut in the senior pro kart class lasted less than half a lap. There's Simon Dougherty, and that's a fresh sticker kit as well for him. It looks like he's got himself a brand new kart and takes it to Clubman glory in that one with a 11th place.
Aaron Alexander looking pretty dejected coming over the weighbridge, it's got to be said. It was one of those looks of, here we are again.
Yeah, he could do with a confidence booster, couldn't he, really, in the next one? Just out of trouble, keep it in, get it into the top 4 or 5 and just keep it there. And I really think that will do wonders for him. He's a confident lad anyway. You see from the way he breaks into a corner that he's confident.
Born ready, much like our Bambino karters as well. Coming into this extremely young into the sport. 5, 6, 7 years old. And they certainly were born ready.
They were the youngest one of our drivers on the grid today, 5 years old. The number 35 of Dax Farrer had some issues in the opening race. We'll grid up towards the rear of the grid, and we'll look to make amends for heat number 2. We are only a few moments away. We're just waiting for the kart of Rob Lowe in the 64 to be removed from the circuit right at the top end and be returned to the paddock, and then the unmistakable low hum of the Commer C50 engine will greet us for the beginning of the second heats. It will be once again Edward Haynes on the pole position after dominating qualifying, dominating heat 1. We were joking earlier that somebody should probably take a wheel off him or something just to bring him back into the pack a little bit, but all credit to him, doing very well. Currently running towards the head of the field in BKC Super 1. And was runner-up in the championship here last year behind Thomas Potter, who you'll see in about 20 minutes' time in the Cadets. And also won the O plate here at the December meeting, and then he runs the O plate, and he lines up on the front row with the 24 of Colby Patterson. Will be behind him. He's in third. Ollie Carter, I think, in the 88 will be on the front row alongside. So there he is, Edward Haynes.
With the Aston Martin inspired livery
Beautiful,
on the front of that. British Racing Green and fluorescent orange.
Oh, we've got a spinner, Tom, on the outlap. That looks like it's a 64 of Archie Brown. And that means that Archie will more than likely be sent to the back of the pack to grid up. So do have to make it round the outlap without spinning here at Teesside. And if you don't, you do end up at the back. It happened last year on a couple of occasions where front runners were warming their tyres up and span round. So the 64 of Archie Brown will grid up at the back, and it looks like we'll just confirm that's happening. But on pole position, the O plate of Edward Haynes lines up alongside the 88 of Ollie Carter.
And just as an interjection, I've just been informed that we are now back on Facebook Live as well. So not just YouTube, but also the Facebook live stream is back up and running.
So you can watch us on both at the same time.
Multi-screen. You could triple screen with live timing as well, which is available at live.alphatiming.co.uk/SGP. And that will bring up the live timing for every single race for the day. And you also get a circuit tracker as well, so you can highlight your favourite driver and you can see exactly where they are on the circuit at any time. So even if they're not on camera, you can still see where they are.
We need a camera in here so you can highlight your favourite commentator.
Yes, it won't be you.
Can we run a poll, Darren, on Facebook, please, as to who's more popular, me or Tom?
It'll be you, David. It'll be you. I'll put my vote in now. I'm voting for David Sullivan as my favourite commentator.
So development here on the Bambino grid. Looks like we've got a two-wheel Bambino's just turned up on the outside.
That's no Bambino. That is no Bambino, but yes, definitely a two-wheeled motor has rocked up. And we've got a, there's a hole in the grid as well, just in fact where, as we were saying, but as Paul Franklin is stood, we've got a hole in the grid that should be where the 64 is.
Yeah, well, certainly.
But he's gridding up at the back, so that's Archie Brown.
So I think we're just waiting. Certainly, there's a couple of drivers, remember, didn't finish the first heat. Dax Farrow was one of them. Beau Mulvaney, another, who struggled in the first heat. And the 18, which was Austin O'Man, did come into some contact at the final corner, didn't he, when he made that move on Riley Buckton Young.
Looks
Riley's
like
currently lining up in 5th place after that incident on the inside of row 3. Looks like we're struggling on the to find out who's going to be in 6th. Looked like that could have been Archie Brown. But the green is up, we are down, and we are away and racing. And it's another great start from the 88 of Ollie Carter. And he's once again going to go through off the line and into the lead. So for the second time today, Ollie Carter with a phenomenal start from the outside of the front row and leads Bambino heat number 2 as they make their way round the national loop and through the chicanes. Is he going to defend to the inside? He is. Haynes is going to have to work now. And remember last time he got the cutback onto the back straight and carried the space. We've got a spin. It's the 18.
And Haynes has done exactly that. As you said, he's
Austin
got
O'Man and
through.
Archie Brown's in the tyres, Tom, on the outside of hairpin 1. The yellow flag's out and the marshals make their way over to point him in the right direction. He's back and running, which is great to see. But at the head of the field, we do have a change for the lead.
Yeah, Haynes went through on the exit of hairpin 2, and as you said, Archie Brown unfortunately coming a cropper at hairpin 1, but so not the best of starts. He had 2 spins essentially in just over a lap, one on the rolling up, and now on the first lap of the race as well.
Yeah, tough start for the heat number 2 for Archie Brown as Riley Buckton Young, after that spin in the first heat.
We've got Henry Hansen is in 3rd place in the 55, so he's had a flying start. And he's currently holding back Buckton Young. With Colby Patterson there as well. Whoa, on screen, a bit of contact between the 80 of Ellis Child, and it looked like possibly Edward Rye. No, it's not Rye,
No,
it is.
I think that's Colby Patterson. He's one of the drivers with the white and orange helmet and the right chassis. There's 2 of them, isn't there? And he was behind Patterson as well at that corner. And Colby Patterson trims the grass for us here at Teesside Karting down the back straight. Does keep facing the right way though, which is good. And now he's in a battle with the 13 of the recovering Beau Mulvaney. So he will be down now in 9th place. Mulvaney should move up to 8th.
So Edward Haynes, despite the fact that he can't really seem to get off the line with any pace whatsoever, has instantly put 3.7 seconds into Ollie Carter. So in a lap and a half, he's put nearly 4 seconds.
Yeah,
Henry Hansen still doing very well, holding 3rd place from Riley Buckton Young, and that is Edward Rye who's coming back through, although Ellis Child, having a fantastic race, is up the inside and is moving up to 5th place.
Child goes to the inside then and moves up to 5th at the expense of Rye, down the back straight and into South Bank as Riley Buckton Young tries a different line on the 55 of Hansen. Child got so much run there, didn't he, Tom? That he had to back out and put the brakes on, and that's going to allow Rye to get back down the inside. Rye's going to run Child wide. But yeah, Child carried so much speed and did so well there into hairpin number 3 that he just caught Riley Buckton Young mid-corner and had to slam on the brakes.
Yeah, Child's found a lot of pace in this race. He's looking very good, possibly 3rd place on the cards if he can make his way through the traffic. We've got a yellow flag.
Spin at the D chicane, the 95.
That's Joey Allen.
Joey Allen is round. Yeah, the problem with these Cadet, these Bambino carts, as Dax Farrett peels off into the pits, and that's the 2nd time he's had problems here today at Teesside, as Riley Buckton Young has a look over the shoulder, and not for the first time. You'll see Child and Rye going side by side down the back straight. Child finally back through again on Rye. The problem is, Tom, if he carries so much speed into the corners again and has to nail the brakes like he did last time, look there, is that these engines take a while to get back through the rev range. The idea with these is to keep the revs as high as possible. We saw last year what we were calling the Potter line for Thomas Potter, going right round the outside of some of the hairpins just to keep the revs up.
Absolutely, you read my mind then, David. It was that's exactly what I was going to mention. He might be better carrying that overspeed through hairpin 3 and then just using that wide line.
Yeah, trying to go right round the outside and then just get to the inside of hairpin 4. Because he carried, like the previous lap, he carried so much more speed, had to hammer the brakes on and allowed Rye in the 66 to come back down the inside of him. But he certainly does, because we saw it, he carries so much speed round the hairpins and then gets to the inside. That's another one of the Farah carts, I think, facing the wrong way. The 73 of Vespa Farah is stationary just off the racing line as well at hairpin. So that's Dax. Dax is back out. He had him in the pits, but he's back out. But is now stationary again. I thought that was Vespa because the carts are very similar, and Dax was off into the pits, but he's back out on track.
Engine died by
stationary.
The looks of things,
yeah, I think it looks like that engine's flooding, isn't it? When he puts the power down, it's cutting itself out. But the battle for 3rd place continues. And in the background, Colby Patterson and Beau Mulvaney are looking to join the party with 2.5 minutes remaining. They've snuck up on the back, and it looks like we're going to now have a 6-cart battle for 3rd place.
Henry Hansen doing a fantastic job. He's we were talking about the trolley train earlier, but it's the Hansen train at the moment. He's doing a great job as he holds 3rd place. And we've got Child again looking pretty racy on Buckton Young coming out of hairpin 1. Going to get good drive out of hairpin 2, but it's not enough, and that brings Rye along as well. So this is certainly heating up with 2 minutes to go. That's a wider line by Child, and that's going to allow Rye up the inside. Not quite thought about putting his nose in there. Child, as we said, with that overspeed through hairpin 3, would definitely be better keeping it pinned, as you said, David, and then
Well, he can
going
certainly
round the
do it,
outside.
can't he? He's
Oh,
got
he-
the run though on Riley Buckton-Young down the inside.
over
Oh,
the
he's up
curb.
onto the curb. Bounces over and keeps facing the right way, which is great to see. These Bambino carts only weigh 69 kilos, and that's with the driver included. So when they bounce up and over them curbs, there's not much to keep them pinned to the ground. So great to see Ellis Child remain facing the right direction. He's still right on the back of Riley Buckton-Young. And Henry Hansen's closing in as well on Ollie Carter for second. Carter backing himself into this battle. We're going to have the last lap board, I think, this time round, maybe. It depends on how quickly the leader can come through.
That's
He
Child
might get
again.
an additional lap out of this one.
Child taking that wide
No.
line into South Bank, and that's allowed Rye to have another look. And in the meantime, behind we've got a change of position with Colby Patterson and Bo Mulvaney swapping places at the back of this group.
Child has once again got a run on Riley
And he's
Buckton-Young,
through.
and he's got it done. He's gone round the outside this time. A great move for him.
And here comes Rye.
Rye's going to do it as well, and Riley Buckton-Young drops 2 places in the space of 2 corners and goes down into 6th place from what was a very good 4th.
So Child is around a second behind Henry Hansen, but we are on the last lap. Is he going to be able to catch up? I'm not too sure, but Henry Hansen has actually caught Ollie Carter for second place as well. So this is all coming together at the end of this
as well
one.
to Archie Brown down the back straight, the back marker, and round South Bank. So it's going to see whether that causes any problems. Ellis Child, though, in 4th.
And here we are with Edward Haynes crossing the line for another win. It's going to be around a 15-second gap, possibly even more. Oh, as we've got the 64 of Archie Brown getting a little bit tangled up with Ellis Child.
Child should come through, though, and hold position.
And Edward Rye's going to
Does.
follow him through. So Ollie Carter did indeed hold second place with his personal best lap of the race on the final lap.
Yeah, I think Bo Mulvaney had a half spin on that final lap. I saw the yellow flag was out at the bottom corner, and they wouldn't have put the yellow out for Archie Brown because he didn't have a problem. He was just wasn't on the pace of the front runners there.
Well, he was in front of Colby Patterson as well,
yeah,
coming into the last lap.
Mulvaney looks like he had a problem on the final lap. So it's Haynes, Carter and Hansen, the top 3, with Ellis Child in 4th. Rye, Buckton-Young, Patterson, Mulvaney, Oman and Vesper Farah. And that battle, with the exception of Edward Haynes out at the front, from Carter all the way down to Mulvaney in the Bambino class, there's very little between any of them, and it could really go to any of them in the remaining 2 heats, the remaining heat and the final.
We've had a comment coming from Ali Gaming. He says, "Come on, Ollie, you can win." Well, he's definitely won the battle for second place, which was really heating up towards the end. But yeah, managed to put in personal best lap on that final lap and secure second place. Well done to Ollie for that. Of course, congratulations to Edward Haynes, chalking up another heat victory. Round 5 of the Teesside Sprint Championship.
JK has been on asking, is the SG Pets Championship still going? It is. It's not called the SG Pets Championship anymore. It's the NRG Cycle Sprint Series. The first round of that championship was yesterday for the lightweights and the heavy class. And, so that's the higher kart championship that's run here by Teesside Karting. So we obviously running the owner championship today, but the higher class is split between the owners, between the tyres, and they do a lightweight and a heavy, and it's normally on the Saturday before the owner driver race day here at Teesside Karting. So you can get involved with that if higher karting is your thing.
So just as we get our final runners in the Bambino over the grid, over the weighbridge, we have our junior pro karts coming out.
So junior pro kart heat number 2 making their way round for the grid, and heat 1 winner Jack Morris will start on pole position alongside the number 8 of Bella Franklin. Row number 2 will see Maximus Shields on the inside of Gracie Mitchell in 4th. 5th goes the way of Sandro Ballesteros, and he shares row 3 with Thomas Braid. Then we're going to have Caitlin Frame and Jake Richardson. Then Lennon French and Joe Burrell. The final row will be Kieran Savage on there alongside Ben Hogarth. So 12 junior pro karters. On pole position, championship favourite Jack Morris really now just has to keep that O-plate kart facing in the right direction, keep adding the points to the tally. Needs 195 points to take the championship. Scored 50 in the opening race of the day, and there he is on the inside. Relaxed posture of a man who knows what he has to do, and certainly has another 2 rounds as well to do it if it doesn't get tied up today. But Jack Morris on the inside waits for the final 2 drivers, Hogarth and Savage, to roll into position. And we are moments away from racing in junior pro kart. 12 drivers on the grid. Morris on the inside, Franklin on the outside of the front row, and Maximus Shields in the 181 looking to take advantage from the inside of row 2.
And we're away. Fantastic start from Gracie Mitchell and Thomas Braid, giving Mitchell a big push. So Mitchell up to 3rd place already. Morris holding the lead. Franklin in 2nd from Mitchell. Max Shields is down to 4th place, with, it looks like, Braid in 5th. Yes, it is in fact Braid in 5th. As they come out of hairpin 2. All nice and clean so far, which is good to see, and they're 3 wide as they come down the back straight and into South Bank. So we were saying it was nice and clean, and they do fall into line as they come through hairpin 3. Jack Morris leading from Bella Franklin, Gracie Mitchell, Max Shields, Thomas Braid as they come over the line for the first time. It's actually Alessandro Ballesteros has in fact got it past Braid during that lap. We've got a contact warning for Caitlin Frame down in 10th place as well. That must have been for the incident going into South Bank. So still nice and close at the front as we come through the second half of the first lap. Second half of the second lap. Have Morris just in front of Franklin from Mitchell. Max Shields had a little look over the inside, but he was quite a way back of Mitchell coming out of South Bank and into hairpin 3. Mitchell having a good race here because she was in that second group in heat 1, but got a great push from Thomas Braid off the line, immediately overtaking Max Shields and Ballesteros and moving up to 3rd place on the road. And looking pretty racy as well, looking like she might be closing up on Franklin here. Of course, Gracie Mitchell getting 3rd place in the previous round in the final. So good front runner in Mitchell as well. And Morris looks like he's gapping Franklin a little bit now. It was half a second over the line. It looks slightly more than that now. And Mitchell certainly looks like she's closing up and bringing Max Shields as well.
Mitchell, a very accomplished driver, having raced in the Cadet Championship here last season and scored more points than anybody else in the second half of last season. Moves into Junior Pro this season, racing alongside a season in Mini Rock in Super 1 as well. So racing all over the country, currently finds herself in 3rd place with Braid and Joe Burrell recovering from a incident in the first heat in the number 23, currently in 7th place. He's going to try and get to the inside of Braid. Braid leaves him a lot of room down the inside. Saw him coming from a mile back and allows Burrell to get down the inside, and will now try and retake the place. But having done that, he's allowed Jake Richardson and Lennon French in the number 2 to close back in. French joining us from Dundee in Scotland. Made his debut here in the double header at the end of July and joins us once again at Teesside Karting for round 5 of the NRG Cycles Owners Sprint Series. Battle for third though continues with Max Shields now all over the back of Gracie Mitchell, and they've dropped off the back of Bella Franklin, and Franklin now only half a second off Jack Morris. She's closing the gap that was out to almost 8 tenths a few moments ago. So rather than Mitchell and Shields falling off the back, it appears that it's Bella Franklin breaking away and is now closing the gap to Jack Morris at the head of the field. They'll come over the line this time for half race distance, 10 laps for the junior pro kart heat. Sandro Ballesteros is right on the back of Joe Burrell. Burrell has moved through up into 5th place. Ballesteros then down into 6th place.
That gap is just creeping up slightly from Morris to Franklin, and also the gap from Mitchell to Franklin has gone up to a second now. So field spread becoming a thing here for, well, the first time today. Certainly, it's been there's been some good battles for the top 3, and then the following 4, 5, 6 drivers as well, but it looks like everybody's just sort of spreading it out and playing it a bit cool. However, Thomas Braid is looking pretty racy on the back of, oh hang on, sorry, that must be, is that Lennon French? Yes, it is Lennon French, sorry, it's Lennon French in the green. Number 2, but he's got a 1-2 on the front of the cart. That's what was throwing me off a little bit, which is of course Thomas Braid's number, who is in front. So a little bit confusing with the number on the front of the cart. It is Lennon Braid behind, sorry, Lennon French behind Thomas Braid. I'll get it right eventually.
Tag me in, Tom, tag me in. So yeah, Thomas Braid in the number 12. He's dropped back from his fantastic start, which saw him follow Gracie Mitchell through into the top 5 from the 3rd row. I think he moved all the way up to 4th with a great start. Now he's dropped back behind Burrell, Ballesteros and Richardson, with Lennon French in the number 2 closing in as well. Behind them, Caitlin Frame, who ran as high as 7th in the opening heat, is in 10th with Kieran Savage and Ben Hogarth. Savage sets a personal best with 2.5 laps remaining. Out at the front though, the gap continues to rise from Jack Morris. Gracie Mitchell's opened up a couple of kart lengths as well from Max and Shields. So everybody's looking fairly comfortable. Lennon French and Braid in the background, the 2 drivers closest to each other on track. Although Max Shields, very quick round hairpin 4.
I'm keeping my eye on Joe Burrell actually on that recovery drive from the incident in Heat 1. He's certainly coming back through. He's in 5th now, but only 0.7 of a second coming across the line behind Shields, and he was right there for at the end of Heat 1. So let's have a look at him coming back through, and he is, in fact, he's taking chunks of time out of Mitchell and Shields.
Yeah,
and I
Joe
think by
Burrell,
the end of this lap, he's going to be right on the back.
Joe Burrell, the surprise package really of this season. His first race was only at round 1 of this season. Then he had a 4-month break while we didn't do any racing. So this is only his 5th race meeting here at Teesside in junior pro kart. Qualified it on the front row. And other than that incident earlier on, running very much on the pace in that number 23.
Morris bangs in the fastest lap of the race on that particular lap of 46.6. 2 tenths faster than Gracie Mitchell managed. Shields was closing up a little bit on the back of Mitchell, and he is definitely bringing Burrell along. So we are on the last lap. Burrell is there. He's right on the back now of Shields. Is he going to have... I don't think he's going to be close enough to have a look into hairpin 3.
For this one. I think he might actually be happier as well, starting in 5th rather than 1st, and just being on the inside for the start. However, though, in front of these, out of the final corner, and for the 2nd time today, the O-plate of Jack Morris is greeted by the checkered flag and wins heat number 2 from Bella Franklin. Gracie Mitchell does hold on for 3rd with Max Shields and Joe Burrell in 4th. Ballesteros, Richardson, Braid and French as Caitlin Frame comes through for the top 10. Kieran Savage and Ben Hogarth, your 12 drivers, and another great win for Jack Morris in the O-plate, and he moves one step closer to the championship trophy, even though we do have 2 further rounds from Teesside Karting for the 7-round championship. The next one on the 27th of September, live and exclusive as always from Alpha Live Productions and Teesside Karting.
So bish bash bosh, as quick as that. We're through
Done, innit? The
Junior Pro Kart Heat 2.
heats always seem to go really quickly here, don't they? There's always something happening. I just think it's the layout of the circuit just generally keeps karts close together and allows them to close up as well. And we saw there, I think if we had one more lap at least, we'd have seen Joe Burrell get right into the mix with Gracie Mitchell and Max Shields, and that sets a very interesting scene for heat number 3, which will be with us just after our lunch break. We've got 3 more races for the morning session. Cadets will be out in a few moments' time. Then we've got the mixed 2-stroke class and the senior pro karts before we take a half an hour or so break before we'll be back with the second heat and the finals.
So coming up next is our senior and junior, sorry, our cadets will be next, and then it will be, as David said, junior and senior pro kart mixed grid. Ooh, David has been on the weather app, and he seems to think, or rather the weather app seems to think, there is a 63, not 64, not 62, a 63% chance of rain in the next 20 minutes.
20 minutes or so.
So
we think we might have some precipitation.
So there's a less than 2 in 3 chance. Oh, here we go.
That's at 1 o'clock though, so that's in around about thing. So we get a rain risk of less than 10%. We might potentially get a shower. We'll see. The clouds are looking quite grey over that far corner.
Thank you, Darren, for getting the graphic up for us as well. Our producer director.
So Cadet heat number 2 is making its way through onto the grid and on pole position for the first time, having won his first race in the heat, is the number 22 of Jared Fox-Whiteley. He will line up alongside the number 50 of Lizzie Mentier. Row number 2 is shared between the championship leader Catherine Potter and the number 88 of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Their identical helmets rolling into position. Another championship challenger, David Mack, in 5th place alongside the younger of the Potters, number 38, 8-year-old Thomas, rolling into 6th place. Just going to wait for a development on the grid to move the next one in. One of them certainly Tom Holden on the inside will roll into 7th place ever so shortly. It looks like Reese Peniston as well was just having his neck brace sorted out. So Holden on the inside, Peniston on the outside. Then we're going to have the 5th row shared between Josh Cook and Addison Smith in 9th and 10th respectively. 11th goes the way of Sophie Pawsey with Oliver Watson alongside. Then we've got Leon Barlow, who spun in the first heat and recovered well.
We'll keep an eye on him, I think, in this one.
Charles, whose arm goes up, so there could be a problem there with him. 21 of Hanson lines up alongside the 65 of Thompson. 44 of Lewis Goff in his first race using the 200 engine. He lines up alongside the 17 of William Robinson. Then we're going to have Cody Lamb and Harris Alley. They're going to swap round on their way through. So Alley will go to the inside, Cody Lamb on the outside. Final few drivers making their way through. One of them's a 58 of Sam Robson. I think he's going to be next to be called through. He's going to line up alongside the 66 of Alex Lynn. Then we're going to have Holly Allen and Joshua Sullivan with the number 99 of Hudson Barker-Dix, who had some problems in Heat 1. Very quick driver. We look to see him coming through the field in the number 99 after retiring from the first heat. And he will come through from the back of the grid. 25 cadet drivers, and I believe all of them on the 200 engine, so an evenly matched field. And at the front of it, Jared Fox-Whiteley and Lizzie Mentier on the front row. Just a couple more drivers just having their positions resorted. Thumbs up from the start line, Marshall. The green flag is in hand. The green is up. The green is down. We're away and racing. Lizzie Mentier makes a great start from the outside, but Catherine Potter makes a better one from the inside of row 2, and she will push Jared Fox-Whiteley through, and Fox-Whiteley leads. Potter comes through from the second row into second place at the expense of Mentier. And we've got 2 spinners, Tom, on the outside of the national loop. Looks like Holly Allen was involved, and one of the Project 1 liveried carts. That could be the 66. That's Alex Lynn. So some spinners early on as Hudson Barker-Dix makes his way in the background through, and it looks like we're going to have a change for the lead early on. Jared Fox-Whiteley's going to try and run Catherine Potter tight to the inside. Potter gets through, and the championship leader leads for a corner at the very least. Fox-Whiteley will cut back to the inside. Lizzie Mentier then will now try and push Fox-Whiteley through, but Catherine Potter in the number 20 leads at the expense of Jared Fox-Whiteley, and Lizzie Mentier in the top 3 have already broken away from David Mack in 4th place, who's been followed by Thomas Potter, and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson is down in 8th after starting 4th, so a difficult first lap for her. She sits behind Josh Cook in the number 3.
Clash driving from Potter there around the inside of hairpin 3. Just positioned the car exactly where she needed to be to get past Whiteley. So great move there, and taking the lead, and well deserved as well.
Fantastic. So Catherine Potter needing to match Lizzie Mentier's overall score from the day, and that is if Jared Fox-Whiteley and David Mack can maximum score. If not, then she can bring that points tally down by 1 or 2 and still match Lizzie Mentier and wrap the championship up. But she's certainly in pole position when it comes to the Cadet Championship. Jared Fox-Whiteley, though, did win the opening heat and score a maximum 50 points for that one. Currently sits in second, right on the back of Catherine Potter, with Lizzie Mentier behind.
Fox-Whiteley looking pretty racy, trying to get that aero slipstream, get down behind the wheel and get a run on Potter, but it's not quite enough, and Mentier's right there as well. Is she going to go wide and try the overcut? Not quite.
No, Potter defending early as well, isn't she, there into hairpin number 3, and it means Fox-Whiteley's got to either go round the outside and open the door to Mentier or find another way through, but they are nose to tail as they come through the D chicane and round the national loop through the chicane section, and then hard on the brakes for the first of the 4 tight hairpins. And there you see again Potter goes to the middle of the track to defend. She'll probably do the same as well, although runs a little bit wider, knowing that she's really got the work done at hairpin 1.
I'm just wondering if there's been any contact for Fox-Whiteley, because his left-hand side pod, as we look at it there, is looking very low to the ground. Looks like it's scraping along.
Yeah, off the start line maybe, where they go side by side. That would be the side. He was on the inside, wasn't he, on pole?
Oh, and there's Mentier up the inside. Opportunistic there from Lizzie.
Now they're going to go side by side. And the problem there with that, as Fox-Whiteley ducks back to the inside, is that they've both now fallen 2 or 3 kart lengths behind Catherine Potter, whereas they were nose to tail before. And
I think
Mentier,
that's what he was trying to say, come across the line.
Yeah,
he gave a little tap of his helmet, but there's Mentier up the inside again.
Thought she could have potentially shown her hand early, but the move is done, and now she goes through, and looks like Fox-Whiteley's been forced all the way back by a couple of kart lengths. I think he had to come onto the brakes to avoid going onto the grass.
That's right, he got bolts coming out of hairpin 1 by Mentier, who again positioned her car perfectly in the passing of Fox-Whiteley. So that's both, or 2 of our ladies who are now first and second on the road, and both of them have positioned their carts brilliantly to overtake the very, very fast Jared Fox-Whiteley. Lizzie Mentier setting the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. So with the overtake as well, 48.1, and that gap is down to 0.3 to Catherine Potter. So Mentier is now going to try and get a good drive out of hairpin 2, duck down behind the steering wheel and get in behind Catherine Potter. try and use her to pull herself back up onto the rear bumper.
Yeah, a couple of cartlets between them, 2.5 laps remaining here in Cadet Heat number 2, and Mentia closes right up round hairpin 3. Right onto the bumper, and Lizzie Mentia is 3/10 back at the start of this lap, and that's going to be less than a tenth over the line. It is, and she's right now on the bumper. She's fantastic round hairpin 3 for Lizzie Mentia, and closed right up on Catherine Potter. And you see the inside wheel there of Catherine Potter even lifting round the national
Oh, here she
loop.
goes.
Mentia to the inside. And that was the move that got her past Jared Fox-Whiteley a few laps ago. At least now, Catherine Potter knows that Lizzie Mentia is there. Potter taps the helmet, but Mentia knows that she has to beat Catherine Potter throughout the day in terms of overall points scored.
To beat Catherine Potter here, she'd also take her debut race victory as well.
Yeah, certainly here at Teesside, having dominated the last 2 meetings at Houghton Park. Still waiting for victory here at Teesside, although he's right on the back.
On the last lap. Is she going to have a look here? I think she will. Not quite close enough. Potter doing well again, and she saw Mentia come through on the last lap, or have that look up the inside into hairpin 1, and again, just racecraft of Catherine Potter is excellent. Just positions the car very, very well, and you will see her hold a tighter line here that prevents Mentia from coming up the inside, and again into hairpin 4. Oh, and no, she left the door open, and Mentia takes it.
And she's through.
A little bit of side-by-side contact, but that was perfectly fine from Mentia, and there she comes across the line for her first ever victory in the Teesside Sprint Series.
So, Lizzie Mentia once again gets in front of Catherine Potter and makes the job a little bit harder for Catherine to get the championship wrapped up today. Mentia keeping the hopes alive in the number 50, although only being 10 years old. She's got certainly another opportunity at the Cadet Championship next year, and certainly will start next season, although we don't want to wish this one away too quickly, as one of the favourites for the title here at Teesside Karting.
And just as I was talking about Catherine Potter positioning her kart so well, she just left the door open, and Lizzie Mentia was not going to need a second opportunity to come through. Final corner of the final lap, and congratulations to her. First ever victory at the Teesside Owner-Driver Sprint Series for Lizzie Mentia.
Yeah, driver really on form at the moment in the cadet class is Lizzie.
So we said we were going to keep an eye on Leon Barlow as well, trying to come through the field again. So he finished 9th after starting 13th, I think it was, in that heat. So he is making his way back through. We will continue to follow his progress through the day after his Heat 1, Hairpin 1, Lap 1 incident. Dropped him right the way to the back, but recovering well. Up next, sorry?
2 more races.
2 more races, then it's lunch break. We will have our junior and senior road tax out next. So mixed grid.
I do always call it a morning session. It's almost 1 o'clock.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
We are 2 races away.
Are you hungry or something?
Something like that.
Much talk of
You
food
had
and break time.
You had some breakfast this morning. I left at 6 o'clock. Didn't have a chance to. Well, I did actually. To be fair, I did actually. I had some frosties, but it was that long ago. I forgot about them.
Are you sure you didn't have some waffles? Because that was definitely a bit of a waffle.
If anybody here at the circuit has a large drum and a cymbal for Tom to use, just deliver it straight to the commentary box, please. He'll be grateful to receive that. Final few cadet carts, though, make their way over the Weybridge. And, in the background, we have our 2-stroke class getting themselves ready to go. that one from Max Prentice, who got caught up with Daniel Kell in Heat 1. Finished outside the top 10 to make his way through the field. We'll see if he can challenge either Kell or Collinson at the front. Problems for the 66 of Lynn, getting on the weighbridge, gets a helpful lift.
So I've just been doing a bit of housekeeping in between heats where we crack the door open in the commentary box. Just try and get a bit of air in here before we pass out. Not sure whether it's from the heat or just the carbon dioxide. And here come our two-stroke runners. Oh, look at that. Darren, what a hero. Our producer-director has got a little fan for us.
Producer, director, hero.
Fanboy.
The jokes are for free, ladies and gentlemen.
Right, well, now that
an unfortunate side effect of Tom Butterworth.
Now that we've got our fanboy up and running, I will complete my other bit of housekeeping and go and shut the door.
So Collinson lines up on pole position, Daniel Kell alongside, Tom Reeve and Max Martin on row 2. Paul Swan in the distinctive number 95, he lines up on the inside of the number 28. Citra, we are about to go racing. The green flag awaits our drivers. The green flies, and it's a good start. It's a great start from the outside for Bell in the 94. He's going to try and get round the outside. Are we all going to make it round this time? We do. A much cleaner start than heat number 1, and everybody makes it round the national loop as we head into the first of the tight hairpins, and Max Prentice is already up inside the top 10 in the number 33. He's going to cut to the inside. There he is on the screen, cutting down the inside of 2 of our drivers, gets at least one of them, disposes Paul Swan down the inside, and he now will do exactly the same to Jude Cole in the number 77, one of our junior drivers. And Alfie Lindsay will be in that sort of mix as well. He is there as well, I think running in 4th overall. So our leading driver in juniors, Alfie Lindsay, all the way up into 4th place, ahead of the only X30, Max Martin, and the leader in the 177 class, Lee Bell, with the green background. So 162 and 177, the 2 weight limits for our Rotax class. So no difference in power, just the additional 15 kilos on the kart. So larger driver getting the opportunity to that's Max Martin taking a very late move down the inside, compromises his exit as well, and gives up 5th place, 4th in fact in the end, to Max Prentice, as Alfie Lindsay, the lead junior, drops down into 6th.
So Prentice continuing his march back up the field, and something that I'm going to point out the next time he's on screen. I'm not sure what chassis he's actually running, but it's incredibly soft, the chassis. You can see it bending and flexing as he comes through hairpin 2 and 3. Oh, as he has a look up the inside of Tom Reeve coming into South Bank, and here he is on screen now. There he goes, up the inside into hairpin 3. But you will see this chassis bending, flexing, and wheels up in the air, inside wheels, outside wheels, as he's on the power and off the power. And the movement and flex of Max Prentice's chassis as he moves his weight around is something I haven't seen for a long time.
I think if we can follow him through all the way to hairpin 2 at some point, it's a tight corner. I think we might see just how much that inside wheel gets up in the air. Certainly some clear daylight getting that inside up, but yeah, you're quite right, very flexible chassis. That's a change for the lead, Tom. Down the inside, Daniel Kell goes down the inside on the back straight on Andrew Collinson. Collinson will come straight back to the inside, though. Kell's going to try and stick it out to the outside. Goes to the inside, and great driving there from Dan Kell in the 89. Collinson's going to come back to the inside, though, and I thought Kell had that move done, Tom. It looked like he'd put the brakes on halfway round the inside of hairpin 4 in order to keep Collinson behind.
Yeah,
like Collinson read it quite well.
It was a block pass up the inside into South Bank, wasn't it? And they're still going at it and contact into hairpin 1 as well. And all the time, this is just bringing Max Prentice straight back into this fight as well, because Prentice has just set the fastest lap of the race. He was a second and a half back coming over the line, and there goes Kell again. Not quite able to get it stopped this time, and that's Collinson straight back up the inside again.
It's almost identical. It's a replay of the last lap down the inside there, but how much speed is Kell getting out of hairpin 2 and down that back straight? He's getting so much more drive than Collinson, and he's managing to get to the inside. I wonder if Collinson's going to defend a lot more now into South Bank, knowing that Kell has got a lot more speed than him down that back straight, and Daniel Kell might have to mix it up a little bit now. He's made the same move on Collinson twice. This is the corner in which he's getting a lot more drive out of, and by the time they get to the bottom at South Bank, he's closing right in. He's not going to be able to be close enough this time. And in the background, closing in less than a second now onto these two, is Max Prentice in that number 33.
Yeah, fantastic drive from Prentice to get right back up to the head of the field here. And he's certainly, with 5 laps to go, he's going to be in with a shout of winning this one. Fastest lap again, 41.6 for Max Prentice. So he was 0.4 of a second quicker than the front two, who didn't overtake each other on that last lap. So he's now only half a second off the lead.
And what a... Oh, Kell down the inside. Thought he got the move done there on Collinson. Got on the brakes and caught the back end. And now Max Prentice is right in the mix. But Daniel Kell, certainly, and not for the first time, carrying a lot more speed than Andrew Collinson in that O-plate. And I wonder if Prentice might just sit behind Kell for a lap or two. The gap might open up for him to get past Collinson, because I imagine if Kell gets down the inside, Prentice is going to follow him through as well. But Prentice and Kell both carrying a lot more speed than Collinson. That was evident as well as Kell runs very wide into the national loop, makes a mistake, and Max Prentice says thank you very much. And from 12th on the grid, Max Prentice in the 33 is now in second place and is right in the fight for the lead here down the back straight. Collinson does indeed begin to defend, and Max Prentice makes a late move to the inside. Can't get the job done though, had to back out, or he'd have probably been on the grass there, and that wouldn't have ended very well for either of them.
I was about to say that this will surprise Collinson when Prentice sends it up the inside, because I don't think he knows he's even there. I think he still thinks it's Daniel Kell.
2 laps remaining then in the second heat here of our 2-stroke class. Alfie Lindsay continues to lead juniors, down in 6th place overall. His nearest challenger, Jude Cole, championship leader, in 9th. He runs in front of Finlay Watson and Ben Ficini. Collinson does indeed once again defend to the inside. He's got a lap and a half to keep doing that, and Max Prentice is going to try and find a way through, and I think it might be a late dive down the inside of 4. Collinson will force him wide. I think Prentice might need to go to the other side and just run round hairpin 3 and dive to the inside of 4 on the final lap, and then have a drag race to the line with Collinson.
Thought about having a look into the D chicane there, ran around the outside and then backed out of it at the last moment. But it's, yeah, all the time Daniel Kell is going to be there as well. If these two come together, he's going to take this and poach both of them, I think.
Oh, and there's a back marker in play. The Minimax of Bailey Thompson is could potentially get caught by the lead pack. They're going to get him into hairpin number 3, could be 4 as well. What's going to happen here is either I'm going to go to the inside. Collinson does good driving actually by Thompson in the 44 to stay out of the way of the leaders. Mature driving from the Stoll Minimax, but over the line, Collinson, and how close was that? Look at that across the line.
0.037 across the line. Prentice got a good drive out of hairpin 4. Used used Bailey Thompson as a pick essentially, and tried to get the good drive out of there. Got good drive and came alongside Collinson, but unfortunately not close enough. But fantastic drive from Prentice to get second place after his dramas in Heat 1. So good recovery drive. So your finishing positions were Andrew Collinson, Max Prentice, Daniel Kell, Tom Reeve, Lee Bell, Alfie Lindsay, Paul Swan, Jude Cole, Max Martin, Finley Watson, Ben Ficini, Alfie Wallbank, Oliver Buckton, Stephen Kell, Tony Citro, Hayley Thompson and Harry Cullen.
A couple of drivers missing there, though. I think Wayne Citro missing as well as Dave Cullen as well. So we certainly had 19 at the start of the day, 17 for heat number 2, the lunch break coming up shortly after the final heat of the morning, senior pro kart. If you have been lucky enough to join us here at the circuit at Teesside, pork roast available in the cafe for you to tuck into.
And we will throw over to our senior pro kart heat 2. It's been a long week.
That fan's making a lovely humming noise, isn't it? Just, I'm not really feeling the effects of it, but you're getting some full breeze.
I think the laptop's getting in the way a little bit here. Let's give that a little bit of a shuffle and a jiggle. Just because it's because of the revolutions, it keeps turning itself back round. I'm trying to do it without chopping my fingers off as well. There we go, how's that?
It's fantastic.
So we've got Senior Pro Kart Heat 2 coming up. Josh Falk is taking a great victory in Heat 1 from Connor Lucas. Aaron Alexander once again coming a cropper, unfortunately for him, and that's dropped him down the order. But again, we will see him do a recovery drive, I think, and I'm sure he will end up in the top 3, 4, 5 of this race. Whether he can get up there with the front 2 is going to be a tough ask. So we've got the Tate train as well in this race. Unfortunately, we're missing
too many Tates, in fact.
Yeah, well, there's 3 Tates in this race, isn't there? So when we get the 3 of them together, we will definitely have the Tate train. Oh, and we've got, is that Danielle Gardner? Yes, it is. Has gone round on the exit of hairpin 3 on the rolling up lap. So
not sure whether that was assisted, but in any case, she was rounding onto the grass, and we'll see. But we'll see where she's gridded up. Nonetheless, rolling into pole position, Heat 1 winner Josh Falkus alongside the 43 of Connor Lucas. It's an all-Tate affair on row number 2. The 31 of Scott starts in P3 alongside the number 29 of Dan in the identically liveried Team Tate karts. And we wait now to see who's going to roll into 5th place.
it is not going to be Danielle Gardner. They are going to grid her up at the back.
Moved to the back of the grid after the formation lap excursion in the number 73. So 5th place will be left vacant, will it? Or are we going to line the 52 of Connor Wyatt up then in 5th? Brandon Truman Reddish will then roll in alongside the 55 of David Brown, and looks like the whole of the outside row. So, James Dennis in the 119, a great result for him inside the top 10. Simon Doughty, and then Aaron Alexander lines up on the outside of row number 5. So the final few drivers will make their way into position, and then the number 73 of Danielle Gardner, you can see on the screen, waiting on the outside after that spin on the formation lap. Will have a lot of work to do after a wonderful first heat that saw her finish inside the top 5, and now she will start at the back of the grid.
We've also got Rob Lowe right at the back of the grid as well, who ran so high up in Heat 1 as well. So we'll look for the pair of them coming back through, possibly even working together to fight their way through this field. As our flag marshal just is dealing with an incident, or dealing with an issue, should I say.
Yeah, good to see Paul Watson back out though, having retired from the first heat. Josh Mitchell as well, after his nose cone fairing, found its way off the cart and underneath the nose cone, is also back out in the number 26. The start line marshal is making his way, green flag in hand, to the front. The engine notes are going to rise as the green flag is waved in the air. It's down and we are away and racing in Heat 2 for Senior Pro Kart. It's another great start from Tate on the second row. It's Scott Tate this time rather than Dan. He's going to get squeezed out round the national loop. We've got a spinner. It's the 80 of David Brewis down in the middle of the pack. Josh Volkers once again in the unmistakable pink and blue helmet leads the way with Connor Lucas and Scott Tate behind.
Connor Lucas was extremely aggressive coming into the northern loop, turning in fully on Tate for the battle for second place, and basically just pinching him up the inside and making sure that he came through.
Yeah, Aaron Alexander getting himself in the mix again, gets past David Brown in the 55, makes a late move down the inside of the 52 of Connor Wyatt. Gets the door closed on him though and has to settle back into 7th position as it stands. Great opening lap though, Tom, for Brandon Truman Reddish.
Indeed.
Up from the 7th place, I think, on the grid. Now up in 4th, although that will be 5th at the expense there as Tate goes to the inside. Looks like White's going to get through as well. Truman Reddish is going to run wide. Tate's going to get forced, and down the inside of him is going to come Aaron Alexander up into the top 6.
Almost had Truman Reddish as well, but that was good driving from Alexander again. Just saw the gap opening up and went for it.
White's going to have to go right round the outside, or he's going to get hung out to dry there with David Brown down the inside again. They'll go side by side across the start finish.
And it looks like David Brown's going to take that place, and indeed he has, as Connor Wyatt drops back into line behind him.
2 laps in then, frantic action of Josh Volkers, Connor Lucas the top 2, Scott and Dan Tate 3 and 4, Truman Reddish, Alexander, Brown, White, Dennis and Jackman the top 10. There's James Dennis, the leader in the 40s class, goes to the inside.
Bit of contact from Ross Jackman on James Dennis coming out of hairpin 1 as well, giving a big push and causing Dennis to have a look around behind him and see who it actually was.
Steve Nichols just on the back of that makes the long trip up, as he does for most meetings here. The long trip from Surrey, currently running 2nd in class, 11th overall, as Connor Lucas closes the gap on Josh Volkers at the head of the Senior Pro Kart race here for heat number 2 at round 5 of the NRG Cycles Owners Sprint.
That's Emma Brown has dropped down the order and is just rolling into the pits in front of us, so an issue for Brown. As she rolls in, we look at your front 2, Josh Falkus and Connor Lucas resuming battle once again at the head of the field. We've got 2 out of the 3 Tates are running 3rd and 4th, so we've Scott Tate ahead of Daniel Tate. Brandon Truman Reddish in 5th, with Aaron Alexander recovering well up to 6th.
Got a yellow flag at hairpin 3, and it looks like Ross Jackman has been spun out of 10th place and the class lead in Clubman. We'll confirm that as he comes over. He's now behind the 72 of David Morton and is now down 3rd in class, 16th overall, as Aaron Alexander dives to the inside of Brandon Truman Reddish. Takes 5th place, thank you very much, and now sets off on his way after Daniel Tate, and this will do a wonderful amount of confidence for Aaron Alexander, 15-year-old from Kings Lynn in Norfolk. Makes his way up into the top 5. If he can stave off the challenge for another couple of corners, he'll be away and down the road, leaving Truman, Reddish and Brown to battle it out over 6th place.
I'm intrigued to see how whether he can make any inroads into the 2 Tates in front of him, but more interestingly, Josh Falkus, who's leading the race. So the gap is currently 4.2. I don't think he's going to catch that up by any means, but it'll be interesting to see whether he can actually go quicker now that he's got some clean air. I'm also keeping my eye on Danielle Gardner as well, who started 26th overall and is already up to 17th place, right on the tail of David Morton and Ross Jackman as well. So potentially could end up maybe even cracking into the top 13 drivers here for Danielle Gardner, which would be a fantastic drive for her.
Right on the back there, that battle between Jackman and Morton. Jackman back in front now of Morton and back up to second in class, with Tom Lowther currently leading Clubman. And in the battle for the 40s, James Dennis leads from Steve Nicol. Rob Lowe, Tom, also another driver coming through from the back of the grid, already up to 11th and on the back of Steve Nichols.
Yeah, fantastic drive from Rob Lowe. As we said, we were looking for Rob Lowe and Danielle Gardner coming through on the recovery drive. Rob Lowe started just in front of Danielle and, yes, up into 11th, about to crack into the top 10 possibly. So again, another fantastic drive from there, as we have Daniel Tate sending it up the inside of Scott Tate. That's for 3rd place overall. Josh Falkers putting in a personal best lap of the race, extends the gap to 0.4.
Yeah, nose to tail then between the two Tates for 3rd and 4th. 3 laps remaining in the final race before our lunch break. These two continue to battle it out. As long as they don't take each other out, they'll both start on the 2nd row, although we know how quickly both of those have been starting, so whoever gets 3rd is likely to have a big advantage over the one in 4th. Currently it's Daniel Tate in that position at the moment. With 2 laps remaining as they come through. Josh Falkus and Connor Lucas, half a second between them on the timing screen that time round. It's still half a second this time. So Falkus fairly comfortable.
Ever so slightly quicker. There's literally nothing to choose between these two. I've been watching their timings over the last couple of laps as they come across the line, and there's less than half a tenth between them every single lap. I don't think we've got drivers that are as closely matched as this, unless you count Mentier and Potter in cadets. They're about as closely matched as these two, but other than that, it's a brilliant rivalry.
Josh Falkus really has just found that something this season. It only needed to be a tenth of a second, didn't it, to put him in the mix. And from last year, it was that opening lap that saw Connor Lucas open up a gap that allowed him to stay out in front. This year, it's Josh Falkus who's been able to open up a gap as they are greeted by the last lap board.
Personal best lap again for Falkus on that lap. So the gap is out to 0.550. So again, less than half a tenth, but still just slightly quicker for Falkus.
So they go down the back straight for their final time. Falkus leads from Connor Lucas as Rob Lowe makes his way into the top 10. Danielle Gardner in 15th. 2 drivers that started from the back for varying issues, but as we come to hairpin number 4 out, and now it's just going to be a blast to the checkered flag for the 2nd time today in senior pro kart. It goes the way of Josh Falkus in the O-plate from Connor Lucas. Daniel Tate gets 3rd from Scott Tate. Aaron Alexander a comfortable 5th in the end from Truman Reddish. White, Brown, James Dennis is going to come through, is he, in 9th, with Rob Lowe in 10th. Close over the line, Steve Nichols holds off Mark Tate for 2nd in class in the over 40s. Thomas Lowther takes the checker from Ross Jackman as Simon Dougherty and David Brewis, I think, right at the end. Looks like Dougherty got in front of Brewis. Dougherty won the Clubman Honours in heat number 1. Heat number 2 in that class goes to Thomas Lowther. Final few drivers coming over to take the checkered flag. That's all the runners. 25 still out on circuit, with Emma Brown retiring from that one in the first couple of laps.
Hi, Dan Bugard.
Oh, always. I assume that that's a heart eye emoji, so I imagine that's... Are we taking that as one eye each, or are you going to take them both?
I'm just happy to have the Boogie Bunch on board, as usual.
That does bring an end to the morning...
And I've just been looked out the commentary box window, and I've been told,
Chief Marshal,
that it's raining. So this could make a change to our afternoon. We did have a 63% chance of rain, if I remember rightly, at 1 o'clock. It's now 23 minutes past 1. And there is Snoop Dogg rain in the air.
It is.
Drizzle.
We do have half an hour's worth of lunch for us to see if we can get over that rain. We will be back in just before 2 o'clock for heat number 3 and the finals here at Teesside Karting. Go and grab yourself a quick something to eat, and we'll
A coffee and a Danish.
Tom and I look forward to welcoming you back for the afternoon's racing here at Teesside Karting. Thank you, as always, for joining us here on Alpha Live for our day's racing. We'll see you in around about half an hour's time. Thank you.
Welcome back to Teesside for round 5 of the Teesside Owner-Driver Sprint Championship. We are back after lunch for round 3 of the Bambino class, and as you can see, we are already gridding up, ready to go for the start of the race. You are joined by myself, Tom Butterworth, and alongside me is my superstar co-commentator, David Sullivan.
Thanks, Tom. Bambino's lining up on the grid and on pole position. Heat 2 winner Edward Haynes alongside the 88 of Ollie Carter. The 55 of Hansen is alongside the 80 of Child on row number 2, with the 66 of Edward Wright in 5th alongside Riley Buckton-Young. Then we've got the 24 of Colby Patterson and Beau Mulvaney on the 4th row. The 18 of Austin Oman lines up alongside Vesper Farrett in the 73. Then we have the number 95 of Joey Allen. He lines up alongside the 64 of the debuting Archie Brown. And at the back, the 35 of Dex Farrer, who's had a tough start to the day with 2 retirements in the opening 2 heats. And he starts at the back of the grid in 13th place. Grid is being cleared and the afternoon's racing is about to get underway. Start line marshal just off to the left of your screen has the green flag up, the green flag's down.
Oh, and we've had a terrible jump start there. Edward Haynes had an awful start. They all sort of went based on what Haynes did, which was essentially jump the start, but now they're all over the place.
Well, Child came through, didn't he? Yeah, Child came through off the second row. I'm sure the number 80 of Child jumped that start. He went really, really early. He was past Haynes before Haynes even moved. And, not sure what we're going to do with that one, but out at the front, as it stands, is Child, and it's Haynes now from pole position. Has some work to do. Ollie Carter as well there with him in the number 88. They came off the front row together, and Ollie Carter, Tom, really, really slow down that back straight and has been done by a number of drivers. So Ollie Carter from the front row in the number 88 having some problems early on.
With red flag.
And the red flag is out because of that start. So we're going to re-grid up and have another go at it. And we are going to slide ourselves, and we're going to have to roll ourselves back into position. Potentially the first time a number of these drivers have seen a red flag.
Yes, possibly, actually, thinking about it. And Beau Mulvaney getting caught out ever so slightly with the sudden stop of a few of them.
Yeah, so we're going to try that one again. We're going to return Edward Haynes to the front of the grid, Ollie Carter alongside, then a row 2 of Henry Hansen and Ellis Child. And,
looks like a fairly quick re-grid.
Yeah, looks like everybody's where they need to be.
Edward Rye just getting a few last words of encouragement.
Looks like we could have a problem actually for the 9 of Riley Buckton-Young. Struggled to start that one going. The engine's on now. The grid is being cleared, and let's see if we can have a take 2 option of this one. The green is up, the green is down. It's another good start from Child in number 80, and he's going to dive from the second row.
He got a jump
all
start
the way through. It was another fantastic start for Child in the 80. I'm not quite sure if it was too fantastic.
It was very, very not fantastic. It was about 3 seconds ahead of
again, that's the second time as well for the 80, but on this occasion everybody else has started going at the same time, and Edward Haynes dives to the inside and takes the lead.
So we expect a penalty for Child forthwith. Yep, and I'm just getting the nod from the start line marshal as well.
Tom's had his crystal ball out. Predicts a penalty. Gets the confirmation that there's probably one caught coming. We're 3 wide, 4 wide as well round South Bank. And once again, Tom, the 88 of Ollie Carter off the front row does seem to be struggling with some pace, and he's had it earlier on in the day. He's had 2 fantastic starts and led the Bambino heats, and he's currently going to fall pretty much all the way down to the back of the pack. The 35, though, of Dax Farah, 2 retirements so far, running as high from the back of the grid now as 7th. Fantastic.
5 places he's made up on the opening lap, so fantastic start. And it just shows that when that kart can get running, it's running well.
Yeah, and he's got some great speed. We see him there trying to go right round the outside of the 24 of Colby Patterson.
Yeah, looking very good as well for Farah at the moment. We've seen Ellis Child with some good pace, but it looks like, as I said, it looks like there will be a penalty forthcoming for Child, which again is a shame because he had fantastic pace in Heat 1 and couldn't capitalise on that with coming together. And Heat 2, he was sort of a recovery drive. Yeah,
and Dax Farah has found a way past Colby Patterson in the 24. So Dax Farah from the back of the grid, now running up in the top 6. The 5-year-old from Gosforth near Newcastle.
He's shaping up for a move on Mulvaney as well, and there he goes.
Oh, what a move.
Great move from Farah. So as we said, once that kart gets up and running and they have no issues with it, he's really got some pace.
Yeah, when it's moving quickly, isn't it? The problem earlier on in the day was that it wasn't moving.
So we'll see if he can make any inroads into Ryan Hansen in front. But we've got Ellis Child is now side by side with Henry Hansen. Hansen trying to go the long way around, carrying good speed, maintaining position, even though he's going around the outside. So if he can hold it there through the hairpin, which unfortunately he can't, he's going to try and get the cut back. So they switch places, outside and inside. Ellis Child managing to position his kart very well, held the inside of hairpin 3 and then managed to cut back and get the inside for hairpin 4 as well. So good driving. But that has brought Farah right up to the tail of them. And Farah looking again up the inside for the Northern Loop.
6-kart battle now for 2nd place. Ellis Child in the 80 at the head of that battle, goes all the way down to 7th place Colby Patterson. And number 24, so less than...
And Farah's gone round. Farah's gone round at hairpin 1. So unfortunately for him, all that hard work
drops down to 7th place.
And all that hard work he put in those opening laps has come undone.
Oh, and Hansen trying to go right round the outside of Child there. Child comes across to defend the position, spooks Hansen ever so slightly and remains in 2nd place. So it's Haynes, Child, Hansen, Rye, Mulvaney, Patterson and Farah, the top 7, as we just go through half race distance. 8 minutes of Bambino action for you here for heat number 3 as Henry Hansen continues to try left and right to get past Ellis Child for 2nd place.
He had a good line through hairpin 4 and carried good speed, and then I think just jinked across the circuit a little bit too aggressively, and it slowed him up, cost him a bit of momentum.
So 3.5 minutes remaining. Thank you for joining us here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. We are back live on Facebook as well, on the Teesside Karting page. Please do, as always, get in touch with us. But thank you very much as we go side by side down the back straight. And this time, Henry Hansen's managed to get to the inside of Ellis Child. And Henry Hansen gets squeezed to the inside. Child's going to try and stick it out round the outside, but he's going to end up having to do 5 or 6 more metres. And Henry Hansen, in the number 55, moves through into 2nd place. The Child, though, dives straight back to the inside at hairpin 4. Ellis Child returns the favour and goes back into 2nd. Hansen then down to 3rd. Patterson into 4th with Rye and Mulvaney. Farah is back on the pack, though, Tom, in the 35.
Yeah, he's done very well to catch back up to this train. Perhaps it's because of Child and Hansen swapping places that he's managed to get back there. But yeah, flying back up onto the back of Mulvaney and shaping up for a move up the inside into hairpin 1.
So they'll nose to tail from 2nd down to 7th place now as Farah's going to try then to cut to the inside as he... Rye has a look over his shoulder, as he does most laps there actually, in that number 66. Everybody picks a different line down the back straight.
Farah is through on Mulvaney. Just picked him off, and he's going to be straight onto the back of Edward Rye as well. Oh, and contact! That's Rye spinning Patterson through hairpin 3, just ran straight into the back of Patterson and spun him round.
Yeah, definite contact there. I'm not sure whether Rye had a little bit to do. Don't know whether he got in the back of Farah, and then Farah into the back of Pattinson, but nonetheless Patterson goes round and drops down into 7th place. So it's going to be Child Hansen, Farah, Rye, Mulvaney and Patterson in heat number 3 for our Bambino class. Out at the front, and out at the front with a very comfortable lead once again is the O plate of Edward Haynes.
That's Dax Farah now having a look at Henry Hansen, and up the inside he goes, and that's going to be 3rd place on the road for Farah now after a spin. So fantastic pace from Farah in this heat.
Yeah, superb, and I wouldn't rule out second on track either. We've got a minute remaining, which means the last lap board is likely to be out for Edward Haynes over the line. There's confirmation at the top of your screen in the centre.
Side by side with Child as well through hairpin 3, so Farah looking to carry good.
Look at the run as well, ran really wide, kept the revs up that we
Whoa!
spoke about earlier, this side-by-side contact. They both end up facing the right way though, and Dax Farah, despite having a spin and starting from the back of the grid, has moved into 2nd place. A phenomenal race for Dax, the 5-year-old from Gosforth, running in 2nd place now with Ellis Child down to 3rd, Hansen in 4th, Rye 5th, Mulvaney in 6th. Half a lap for our leader though, out at the head of the field. He's already coming round South Bank as our battle for 2nd go on to the back straight for the final time. Wild defends to the inside. Hansen gets a good run and might end up trying to go all the way round the outside. Out of hairpin 4 though, our leader's already going to come through. The checkered flag is out, and it's going to be another win for Edward Haynes. But who's going to take 2nd? It looks like it's going to be Dax Farah. Gets a run.
Great drive from Farah.
Drive of the day so far, in my opinion, from Dax Farah, despite having a spin. Takes a 2nd place. Child takes it 3rd on the road. Not sure if that one will stand, though, from the start. Hansen 4th, Rye in 5th, Mulvaney and Patterson 6th and 7th. Then we're going to have Riley Buckton Young through in 8th place. Austin O'Man in 9th. We'll then have Vesper Farah, Joey Allen and Ollie Carter from the front row in 2nd place, down in 12th. So looks like problems for Carter, a lot slower in that race. Don't know whether they've made a setup change or a change on the jet, but real problems. And just want to alert you to something out the window, Tom, but those clouds don't look very inviting.
Do you know, I was just thinking that as well. I caught a glimpse of it on camera, and I thought, oh, that looks a very dark cloud. And it diverted my attention off the screen for a moment because I had to look out the window. It does look like it might be passing just slightly to the north of us, so we might get lucky. But there it is on screen, and that is heavy rain.
Yeah, if it does start to rain, we will, of course, get confirmation from our start line marshal, who will give us a notification that it's raining. Anticipation, though, of the rain. The wetsuit trousers are going on.
Well, just before lunch, it was starting to spit a little bit with rain, but we seem to have managed to stave it off so far. You never know, we might get lucky, but as I say, looking out to the west, it is certainly looking very menacing. The darkest of the clouds at the moment are a fair way north of us, but as I say, that band of rain to the west is looks like it could well be closing in, and that looks like it's on a direct impact with the circuit, David. Look at that.
Yeah, Junior Pro Kart are out in a few moments, and I don't think any of those are going to chance it by putting wets on, but just in case it doesn't come. But I think we will be very lucky to miss it at some point during the remainder of the day. Still around 2 hours of action left here at Teesside Karting for round 5 of the NRG Cycles Owner-Driver Sprint Series. Junior Pro Kart are out on the circuit. Championship favourite Jack Morris on pole position. So 2 heat wins in the bag for Morris, and he starts heat 3 on pole position alongside Bella Franklin in the number 8. Row 2, Gracie Mitchell on the inside of Maximus Shields. Then we'll have Joe Burrell on the inside of row 3. He lines up alongside Sandro Ballesteros. Jake Richardson and Thomas Braid share row 4. And then it looks like we're going to have Lennon French and Caitlin Frame on row 5. And we'll have the 79 of Savage lining up alongside Ben Hogarth on row number 6. Front row rolls into position.
I'm keeping my eye very much on this weather at the moment, David, because it really does look very menacing and like it's about to hurl it down. I think we'll be fairly lucky if we get through this heat without any rain coming down.
Yeah, the Morris on pole position just opened his visor and had a quick look up at the sky. I think it's rain is incoming, certainly from the left side of the circuit. Right side looks fairly clear, but the clouds are coming in from the left, so it looks like the best of the day might have left us. The grid, though, is formed up and ready to go. All 12 of our junior pro kart drivers seem to be in position.
Remind me, David, will we have wets on junior pro karts?
We do have wets on junior pro karts, I believe.
Okay, I think they'll definitely need them for the final. Start line marshal with flag in hand. Looks like we're about to get going, and a quick start from Gracie Mitchell pushes Jack Morris straight through. So another fantastic start from Mitchell. She's moved up into second now after her previous heat. Great start. Everybody's made it around the northern loop intact at the moment, but it is Morris from Mitchell, from Franklin.
Sandro Ballesteros from the 3rd row has made a great start up into 4th place. Max Shields has been hung out to dry on the outside, and from 3rd place on the grid is going to be down in 7th or 8th, although he's managed to get back to the inside of Jake Richardson, down the inside of South Bank. Lennon French in behind, as Bella Franklin doesn't settle for 3rd place for very long and finds her way past Gracie Mitchell. So it's, as they come over the line for the first time, it's Jack Morris, Bella Franklin, Gracie Mitchell, Sandro Ballesteros and Thomas Braid, the top 3. So the 2nd row of Gracie Mitchell, she went off well, but on the outside, Maximus Shields and Joe Burrell as well didn't fare quite as well, and they are a little bit further down the field. Max Shields having to work his way back up now, was 4th, now down in 7th place.
Yeah, it's normal service resumed from Morris. It seems he had a bit of a wobble in practice, I would think, and didn't do himself many favours, but then recovered it well in heat 1, and is now, it's going to be well over a second clear, maybe even a second and a half as he comes over the line to Bella Franklin. So Morris, who we saw go so well in the last double header, has now cleared off by 1.1 seconds. And it's Bella Franklin being hounded by Gracie Mitchell. You're looking on screen at Ballesteros, Braid, Burrell and Shields for 4th place overall.
Jack Morris has won all but 2 races this season in junior pro kart. He's well on his way again out at the front, 1.1 seconds a gap, and as Bella Franklin and Gracie Mitchell continue to battle around hairpin 3, this is just going to allow Jack Morris out into the lead. And if he does win, that gives him a clear indication of what is to come when it comes to the final. We will keep you updated, of course, of all of the championship permutations in the 3 classes that can be secured today. There's Junior Pro Kart, the Cadet and the Junior 2-stroke class can have their championships wrapped up by the end of the day. One of those could be going the way of Jack Morris at the head of the field in his brand new kart this weekend. It looks like it's going just as well as his old one. He's well out in the lead by 1.5 seconds, and Sandro Ballesteros is right in the mix now, in 4th place, right on the back of Gracie Mitchell.
Aggressive turn in from Ballesteros as well. Cost himself a little bit of time coming through South Bank because he wrings the neck of the steering wheel, if you like, cranks it right in, and scrubs a bit of pace off using the front tyre grip just to scrub that speed, but it costs him a little bit, and then he makes up the rest through hairpin 3 and 4, brings it right back up onto the tail of Gracie Mitchell. So an interesting and contrasting styles, and you'll also see Thomas Braid in the 12 as well, who's very much got the Aaron Alexander, Connor Lucas style of entering hairpins, which is fully sideways opposite lock, and then feeds the steering back in.
A bit of opposite lock on the way in there to South Bank as well. Joe Burrell coming into play in 5th place. It's going to be a 4-kart battle soon for 2nd place, and if they all start battling, there's another 4 karts behind them from Braid, Shields, Richardson and French to get involved as well. There's Braid coming through the inside. Max Shields and Jake Richardson nose to tail. Behind them, Lennon French in the number 2.
Richardson just giving a little bit of a bump to Shields as they came through the D chicane. Just carried a little bit more speed in and fired him out.
Yeah, Richardson, 13 years old, from Weardale, County Durham, on the back of Maximus Shields, one of the newest drivers to junior pro karting in the 181, having started the season in the cadet class. Grew a little bit during the off-season that we had in the middle, and then returned to the junior pro kart class as Joe Burrell has found a way past Sandro Ballesteros for 4th place. So it's now going to be Morris, Franklin, Mitchell, Burrell, Ballesteros. Braid and Shields have broken away from Richardson and French. There's the gap between the 2 of them.
So Burrell, as we said, had issues in Heat 1, but qualified, was it 2nd on the grid, I believe, David? So qualified very far up the order.
Very well, back to the front of the grid. Struggled early on, though, in the first couple of heats.
He's now carving his way back through, and he's up to 4th place on the road. Still, we look at Franklin being hounded by Mitchell. This was very much the situation at the previous round as well, where these two were locked together.
Yeah, I think they came over the line nose to tail in a number of races in the previous heat, side by side as well at one point. Joe Burrell sets the fastest lap of the race in 4th place, a 46.8 for him.
Getting a good tow from both Bella and Gracie there, so that's helped him find some pace, and he's now just 4/10 off. He's bringing Ballesteros with him as well, and in fact that's a lot less than 4/10 as they come through to hairpin 2. Gracie having a nervous look behind Gracie Mitchell at Joe Burrell as he continues to climb back through the order after Heat 1, get himself back up to where his overall pace should be. Oh, and I have been told it's raining, David.
So we've got 2 laps to go, slick tyres on all of these junior pro karts, and there is drizzle in the air. Let's just have a quick look at the lap time when they come through to see how much, if the times are dropping at all.
Still setting personal bests on the last lap.
So it's still there or thereabouts in terms of times, although looking at the way Thomas Braid's just thrown that into the hairpin, it looks like the front end is sliding.
Burrell was right on the back of Mitchell coming into hairpin 1. Had a good look at the inside, but unfortunately couldn't hold it. Whoa, yes, and it looks like it's definitely raining at South Bank as we've got drivers going full 4 wheels drifting, and Ballesteros has gone very wide, has managed to hold it. But yes, the rain is pouring down here at Teesside now, and this is going to make
I imagine the cadet grid will be furiously changing them slick tyres for wets down there on the grid. Last lap, there was Gracie Mitchell, comes over, start, finish, sideways, and you can see now how much they're locking the front wheel as they slide them karts in completely different driving style. On slick tyres in the wet, lock the wheel to the left and hope that kart stops before it reaches the grass as they scrabble for grip on the outside. See there, both Franklin and Mitchell going to the outside.
And you can see
trying to find some grip. Mitchell running all the way off the track to find some grip. Try and get down the back straight, and it's gone from not raining at all to
stair rods.
Biblical proportions of rain. Half a lap though for our leader to stay on the track.
And it looks like he's only got 1 more corner to go. He's coming through hairpin 4. Good line from Jack Morris, and it looks like he is about to take it.
Jack Morris has done what he needed to do.
Wishing he brought an arc for this race, I think, by the end of it. Wow, incredible action. And Gracie Mitchell comes over second. There's Burrell. What's happened to Franklin?
Behind Maximus Shield, she's
We've
going
missed
to
that
come
off
through
screen.
in 7th place.
Must have had an off somewhere. And as you were saying, Bella's normally incredibly fast in the wet, but it doesn't seem so this at the moment, as she's clearly had an off and will start the final from 7th place. And you can see our marshals now scrambling to get some wet weather gear on. She'll certainly be
off the front row with the points from the first 2 racers, scoring at 49 for 2 seconds and a 44.
So, wow, this rain is now teeming down. It has gone from bone dry to extremely wet, and I'm very glad I'm in the commentary box at the moment as our marshals are giving us evils and laughing their heads off because we're bone dry. It's actually quite warm in here. It's like a summer's day. Just for those watching at home, we are coming out on the circuit PA, so we have a one-way system where we can talk to the marshals.
We have a two-way series of communication. We talk over the PA, and they return with helpful hand signals from out on the circuit.
Sometimes 1, sometimes 2.
I think when he puts 2 up, that means it's raining twice as much as it was before. So,
but yeah, it is.
Just as the juniors come off, here, I would expect a couple of minutes delay, Tom, before our cadets come out, as the cadets will be given the opportunity of putting the wet weather tyres on. And 25 karts down there on the grid with their wet weather tyres on. The sad thing is, I imagine not many of them thought about putting their rain suit on before they made their way to the dummy grid. So all their race suits are going to be wet for the rest of the day now.
We can actually see Lizzie Mentier there on the dummy grid with, I thought that was somebody holding an umbrella over for her, but they've just decided to sacrifice Lizzie completely and save themselves.
She's going to get wet anyway, isn't she? So
absolutely.
So Jack Morris there with a 3rd heat win, and that means in terms of championship permutations that Jack Morris needs to score 38 points in the final. That means as long as he finishes in the top 8, Jack Morris will be the 2020 Junior Pro Kart champion here at Teesside Karting. As you can see, the circuit now went from very dry to incredibly wet in the space of around 4 minutes.
So I'm intrigued to know, David, with this being my first fully wet situation at Teesside, are we still going to be using the D chicane? Because we know that's quite likely to fill up with water.
We will be to start with, that's for sure. The inside of the D chicane does sometimes fill up with water. The inside of the national loop as well fills up with water.
Oh, hang on, we've got a marshal coming in. Let's see if we can get a bit of an update. Oh, he's just stashing his bag. I thought he was coming in just to hide from the rain, but...
Darren, check his bag for snacks.
So as you can see, hurling it down, we have a river currently flowing down from the D chicane down towards the start-finish line. We must be an inch deep in water now. Maybe more. It is...
Yeah, very, very heavy rain for the time being.
I'm not sure whether we are going to actually have a resumption. I don't think we can. Well, I don't know. I'm not a race director, but can we send cadets out in this, David? Would you have a little pause just for safety?
I don't know. We can give it a whirl, can't we? I'm not sure they'll agree with it, but we'll see.
There's certainly one way to find out whether it's safe or not, isn't there?
Certainly have a few moments. Currently, we do have, it's coming down heavy, but there doesn't appear to be a huge amount of standing water where you would expect to see it. Certainly on the inside of your screen there on the left-hand side.
I'm not seeing splashes coming up from the marshal's feet as they walk, which is a good sign. But also, it's looking a little bit brighter over to the west again now. So you never know. This could just be a brief shower.
The one umbrella here at the circuit has been designated to the start line marshal. I think he's played the seniority card and got the solitary umbrella. Doesn't appear to be any movement yet from the dummy grid for our cadets, so that, as mentioned before, probably being given an opportunity to put the wet tyres on. And if it does stop, Tom, it does dry out fairly quickly here at Teesside, with the exception of the exit to South Bank and the entry to Hairpin 3, which does stay greasier than the rest of the circuit. So certainly later on, when these karts have got an opportunity maybe of choosing between the wet and the dry, we might see some people mixing it up and playing a different hand.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. We had a little bit of that at the previous round. Was it on the Saturday of the doubleheader, where we had a wet track that was drying quite quickly, and we had some people on slicks and others on wets. That was in cadets as well, funnily enough. And yeah, that certainly made for an interesting race as people dropped back towards the final 2 or 3 laps, while others came flying through as the conditions for their tyres suited them.
Yeah, the two-stroke was phenomenal as well, wasn't it? I think Josh Redhead in the two-stroke seniors played an absolute blinder going out on the wets on what was a fairly dry circuit at the start, but then got a little bit wetter throughout the session, found himself up in second place, finished in second place. So excited he was that he got a second place that when he came in to put his slick tyres on for heat number 2, he forgot to tighten the bolts up on his wheels because he was that ecstatic with his second place. And current update there is that it's sunny with no rain. I'm going to dispute that. I mean, I'm going out on a limb, but I'm going to dispute it.
What with the drops of rain hammering down onto the circuit, you can see on your camera.
I think in 10 minutes' time, it might be right, because the clouds to the left have cleared.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad at all, actually. Over to the west, it's certainly brightening up. It is still raining, as you can see, on the circuit, but I don't think it's going to last too long. So we might get lucky here, and certainly if it stays off then for the rest of the day, we're going to have a really, really interesting final few heats and final as the track dries up rapidly.
The chicane looks like it's been moved at the start, and it looks like there could be an opportunity for us to go racing in the next 5 or 10 minutes or so.
I'll grab a pew, shall I? While we're
yeah, let's just get comfortable. The traffic cones are coming out. That normally means that there's a little bit of standing water, and they're just going to pop them onto the inside of a corner. Although the cadets being allowed wet tyres, that should clear that away fairly quickly. But
it looks like the final kink just before they come over the start-finish line.
It puddles up there ever so slightly, doesn't it, on the inside? So we're going to treat that corner to a couple of traffic cones.
We've got one on the inside of hairpin 1 as well, although in fairness that's nowhere near the racing line, so that will be a bonus.
Yeah, that's just going to move the drivers away from the inside, isn't it, to make sure they don't drop a wheel into that corner.
So yes, to any of our cadets who are listening, if you're coming through the final kink before the start-finish line, there are currently 2 traffic cones out on the circuit, so please be careful coming down, certainly on your rolling up lap and then lap 1 as well, because they're not going to move if you hit them.
No, they'll all see them on the on their rolling lap, won't they? They'll be into position.
Who's going to be the first one to go to the left of those? And hopefully Gordon, our photographer, a brilliant resident photographer, will get down there, and when somebody does go through it, he'll have a brilliant photo of the tsunami.
He loves a water shot.
As you can see, this is the shot from the weighbridge, and very much raining heavily, and it looks like big drops as well. In fact, it looks even heavier.
It's not easing up there at all, is it?
Than it was earlier. Out the window I can see Gordon just giving us the "why am I doing this?" kind of look. Ah dear. It's for the love of the game, Gordon. But yeah, we'll. It looks like he's positioning himself ready for that tsunami shot, as we said, coming through the final kink. There will be somebody run through that at some point. And likewise with the D chicane, we've got some cones going out on the exit of the D chicane now as well. So it looks like 5 or 6 cones going out there, and they're just going to designate a new track, new line, or track limit. That's the word I was looking for. Track limit.
Yeah,
and again, you won't want to be hitting those.
It's like an auto test, isn't it, with all these cones being out?
We've even got one on the entry to the D chicane as well. So whole new lines, David. It's good. It's like a new track. It's like the Berlin E-Prix of Teesside, where we're just going to run different layouts.
Eight races, 8 different layouts.
That's it. Let's go for it. But yeah, we can even see them just out the window. I can see them walking around the northern loop, and they're putting cones out there as well. So yeah, lots of flooding going on at the moment, just with this downpour, and we do still have a break in activities for the meantime.
Yep. Normally, when it comes to cadet racing, the bank behind us is normally packed with spectators. Currently have 2 hardy spectators eagerly awaiting the action when it does get underway. Still just awaiting our cadet drivers to have their wet tyres put on, and confirmation that we're good to go racing. The rain still continuing to come down quite hard.
It seems like a good time now, David, to give a bit of a plug to the live stream as well. So we can give a plug to the live stream, live timing, and also to the comments as well. So if you are currently at the circuit and you're not watching, you may watch live via the Alpha Live YouTube or Facebook pages. Also, you can watch the live timing. If you're watching at home, you can watch the live timing on a separate screen by going to live.alphatiming.co.uk/SGP.
Oh, so many people I was seeing at the British 24 were watching the 24 on their TV, and they had the live timing on the laptop in front of the TV for a full race wall experience.
Yes, it was brilliant to watch. So let us know if you're doing that, and that would be the other thing I would say is you can get in touch with us via the comments. I currently have the YouTube comments coming up on my laptop, and David, I believe, has the Facebook comments as well. So keep them coming in.
I do have an update before that. The cadets, when they do go out, will do a full lap of the circuit to familiarise themselves with the wet weather conditions, and then on the second lap they will come and be gridded up. So that's why you can see the chicane being put into place. They will be given an opportunity to do a full lap, and certainly on the entry to that chicane, Tom, there's a lot of water going in. Cadets are making their way round. We're going to have a lap to get used to it, so Tom's going to just run us through them comments that he was talking about.
So we've got Lenny French just saying it was incredible for that last lap. It was so bad. Yes, we agree. I'm just looking at the guys coming through the wiggles now, guys and girls, should I say, coming through the wiggles now, and that is very wet. As you can see on screen now, lots of spray coming up, big puddles as well, and so they are just taking it extremely carefully. We've got the 76.
That's Harris Alley, normally races the 72.
Has gone round, and we've got the 21 as well of Victor Hansen, who has gone, he's come to a halt.
Yeah, and that engine looks like it's stopped, so it's going to get some assistance there from
possibly
the marshal.
Flooded, believe it or not.
Cadets are going to. Is that genuine, Tom, or just another wet weather joke that you're throwing in the mix?
A little bit of both. Anyway, yeah. So I'm just having a look at the rain. It does look like it's eased up a little bit. It's still coming down, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was. So, with it looking brighter again out to the west.
We are. Remember last time, Tom, in the cadets, Hudson Barker Dix came through from the back of the grid, made up 12 places, up into 13th. That's where he's going to start this time, I believe. So great effort for him in what will be his final race in cadets before he moves in a similar way to Charlie Wyatt into the two-stroke. Reese Peniston in the 47 has come straight off into the pit lane. So not sure what's going on there with the 47 Reese Peniston. The 21 though is still stationary, got going again and stopped on the outside of hairpin 1. So the number 21 of Victor Hansen having problems. And
yeah, it doesn't look like
he's just been pushed wide by the marshals just to allow the field to come through, and then I think that kart will be removed from the circuit. So 2 drivers off the track already.
So we've got Claude BD on the comments that said, good luck Big Bro Hudson number 99, which will be Hudson Barker Dix. And we've got Ross O'Meara as well, has put a comment in and said, BTCC on the big screen and you guys on my phone. Enjoying it but staying dry, but not enjoying not being there. There was a lot of knots in that.
Yeah, Reese is, oh, looks like Reese Peniston's back out in the 47. So he did duck into the pit lane on the end of that rolling lap.
That's
Hansen's got going and then spun on hairpin 2. So drivers will now come through after this slow lap and will be sent on their way to grid up.
And I can now see from the puddles on the circuit that the rain has stopped. So fingers crossed that stays off for the rest of the day now. But yeah, it will certainly make this an interesting race, especially if it starts to dry up quite quickly. It is quite warm out there, certainly humid. I think this track's going to dry quite quickly, and to be honest, I think by the time we get senior pro karts out, we're going to have some dry lines if the rain stays off.
So karts getting gridded up. Front row of Lizzie Mentier alongside the 20 of Catherine Potter. Row 2, Jared Fox Whiteley and David Mack. Tom Holden and Thomas Potter on row 3. Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Josh Cook on row number 4. Leon Barlow and Reese Peniston on row 5. Sophie Pawsey rolls the 77 into position alongside the 99 of Hudson Barker Dix with Addison Smith in the number 15. Rolling alongside Oliver Watson. Then we're going to have Jack Thompson and Ethan Charles in the 46. 44 is Lewis Goff. He lines up alongside the 17 of William Robinson. The next 2 set on the way. Looks like Victor Hansen has got going again and will take his position on the grid. He lines up alongside the 93 of Cody Lamb. Then Harris Ali in the number 76. He's going to roll into position as well. And alongside him will be on the inside in 22nd will be the 13 of Joshua Sullivan. Holly Allen rolls the 95 into position alongside the 66 of Alex Lynn, and rolling the 58 into the final position in 25th on the grid, the 58 of Sam Robson. The rain has stopped, but the circuit is still incredibly wet for heat number 3 of our cadets. On pole position, Lizzie Mentier alongside championship leader Catherine Potter. Just sorting the final few positions out. Oh, and we should be moving. Looks like we've got a problem for the 13. I think we're just going to, are we swapping 2 positions round, Tom, or have we got a problem?
I think we are going to, oh no. Oh, I thought we were swapping them round then, but it looks like,
nope, that one's being pushed back into the pit lane. Looks like we could have a problem for the 13 of Joshua Sullivan. So that one's going to get wheeled off, and hopefully they'll try and figure it out and get him back out for some wet weather practice. But as soon as he's rolled off in the number 13, we should be away and racing for heat number 3 of our cadet grid.
Flag marshal is there, ready for the start of the race.
I think we're just waiting for the marshal who's pushed the 13 off to get back into position. Marshall's post 2, and then we should be ready to go racing.
And we're away. Lizzie Mentier with a good start. Catherine Potter tucks in straight behind, and it's Fox Whiteley in third as well. So situation resumed, although Potter seems to have had a moment coming into the Northern Loop and has suddenly found herself in 6th place. So Potter had a great start and then dropped all the way back to 6th place by the time they were halfway through the Northern Loop.
Yeah, and the spray on the screen, Tom, on the outside, we've got a spinner. That's Hudson Barker-Dix in the number 99.
That's
on
your
the
fault,
outside
David.
of
That's your fault.
Hairpin 1. Commentators curse for talking about him on the way to the grid.
And we've
once again, he's going to have to try and come through all the way from the back of the pack. Out at the front, though, Lizzie Mentier, fresh off her first ever victory here at Teesside in heat number 2, is off and into the lead of heat number 3. Behind her, Jared Fox-Whiteley, and Thomas Potter, through from the 3rd row, is up into 3rd place, being chased by the 87 of Tom Holden. And Catherine Potter, having started on the front row, remains in 6th place, behind Josh Cook, who's come through from 9th, up into 5th place as they splash their way through.
You can see just how wet it is on circuit now.
It certainly looks clearer out of our commentary box window than it does on the screen. The screen picking up a lot of the spray that the drivers are kicking up. You can see from their wet weather, grooved Dunlop tyres.
So we have Mentier from Fox Whiteley, Potter, Holden, Cook, Catherine Potter, Isabella Stansborough-Wilson, David Mack, Leon Barlow and Oliver Watson are your top 10. Sophie Porty is 11th. Up the inside is Tom Holden on Thomas Potter. And Potter coming back again with the under-over move that we see so often through hairpin 2 or hairpin 4. And Potter with good kart positioning, good racecraft. I managed to get back through. David Mack has passed Isabella Stansborough-Wilson on that lap. And we've got Holden has got back through on Potter as they exited the D chicane.
Yeah, Potter
you can
went
see
wide.
Huge puddles as they come through the wiggles, as we call them, the left, right chicane.
Yeah, Potter going wide out of the D-shaped chicane allowed Tom Holden to get to the inside. And the 2019 Bambino champion drops down into 4th place. So Mentier, Fox Whiteley and Holden now the top 3. Potter in 4th, Cook in 5th, Catherine Potter in 6th place. Oh, spinner down at South Bank, Tom. There's a driver up on the grass.
That's one that has to pay to get back in, definitely. Who is that? Let's try and find a number as they come past us.
Looking at the colours, it could well be Oliver Watson in the 33. I will confirm that when he comes round, but certainly was up the grass bank.
Tom Holden has caught up massively to Jared Fox-Whiteley here for 2nd place on the road. Was well over a second behind and is now only 0.3, but it looks even less than that at the moment on your screen, as he's going to try and make a move for 2nd place very shortly. Lizzie Mentier, now she's got that win under her belt, checking out at the front, 3 seconds in the lead. So
absolutely flying at the front. It was Oliver Watson who went off in the 33. There was contact with another driver. Both of them were spinning, but unfortunately Oliver went up and onto the grass, and it took him a little bit longer as Tom Holden tries to go to the inside of Jared Fox-Whiteley. Fox-Whiteley cuts back in and holds on as Lizzie Mentier goes below 58 seconds to 47.910 for her. Fastest lap of the race. The gap is 3.2 seconds, but in wet weather conditions like this, anything can happen. We are at half race distance, but at the moment she's comfortably out.
There goes Holden up the inside. He's up the inside of Fox-Whiteley. Fox-Whiteley making a little bit of contact as he turned in, but nothing too harsh.
Oh, they're both round.
Oh, and they're both round. That was a little bit ambitious from Holden. I think he was a bit aggrieved that Fox-Whiteley turned in on him at hairpin 1 and decided to just send it through hairpin 2, and they've come together.
So now you've got Thomas Potter, 8 years old, in 2nd place. Her sister Catherine now up into 3rd place with David Mack moving up into 4th from 6th. And now, Tom, it's a battle between 6 drivers for 2nd place. Lizzie Mentier is so far down the road, you can probably see the checkered flag already. We're still 3 laps away, though, from that. So it's Potter, Holden, Mack, Cook, Fox, Whiteley and Stansmore Wilson.
So Holden with it all to do again, but he's straight up the inside of Potter once again. So that's moved him back up to 3rd place. So Holden with some good pace, and as I said, I think he was just a bit aggrieved that Fox Whiteley essentially tried to close the door too late on him through hairpin 1, and so just sent it up the inside of hairpin 2, and instead of receiving the same treatment was too far alongside Fox Whiteley, and they both went round. But now it's Potter hounding the back of Holden as they come through South Bank, but Holden just able to hold great pace through there. And you can see the puddles on the inside as they come into hairpin 4. So Thomas Potter is holding back now Tom Holden from Catherine Potter, from David Mack, Josh Cook, who has just overtaken Jared Fox Whiteley actually, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Leon Barlow, Ethan Charles, Addison Smith and Sophie Pawsey is your top 12. Lizzie Mentier now has an 8.8 second lead. So we don't want to put any kind of commentator's curse or anything on this, but
no,
it seems that now she has that win under her belt, she has certainly exercised any demons that were there before about winning a race, because she is flying.
Yeah, looks like the 13 of Joshua Sullivan did manage to get himself back out after problems that prevented him from taking the start. He's going to be running down at the back 2 or 3 laps down. However, as Thomas Potter almost wraps the back end round the front of that number 38 and allows Tom Holden to come through into 2nd place. I'm not sure whether Holden tagged him there at all, Tom, but doesn't look like Thomas Potter was overly impressed. Put his arm up, didn't he, to signal something to Holden, but I don't think Holden touched him.
I don't think he did either. I think Potter maybe thought that he did, but it was just a big oversteer moment from Potter, and we're on to the last lap now. And there he goes. There's Holden up the inside of Thomas Potter, holding it tight and a good line through there, taking the position cleanly, and that's going to be 2nd on the road. 10.2 seconds now is the gap to Lizzie Mentier.
So
Thomas Potter still hounding Holden. He's not going to let this one go, and neither is Catherine
as
Potter.
they're going round South Bank, Lizzie Mentier is already out of hairpin 4. And in wet weather conditions, she was unbeatable in heat number 3. It's the 2nd win of the day, 1 in the wet, 1 in the dry. And Lizzie Mentier takes her 2nd heat victory of the day. In the 52nd place, though, could be anybody's. It's going to go to Tom Holden over the line. Thomas Potter, Catherine Potter, David Mack, Jared Fox Whiteley and Josh Cook. Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Leon Barlow and Ethan Charles, the top 10 in that rain-affected 3rd heat.
Yeah, fantastic action in the wet here from, well, from everybody except Lizzie Mentier, who actually just cleared off at the front. 11 seconds was the gap at the end. In a class of 1, it seemed. She was flying, and as we said, exercised any demons of winning races with now 2 in a row. So we'll see where they grid up for the final, but it looks like Lizzie Mentier could well be on pole for the final. And most likely in changeable conditions as well, because now it has stopped raining. While the spray is still very, very heavy coming off the back of these karts, it's already starting to dry up on the lines that they use, and I can actually see as they enter the D chicane out of the commentary box window, I can see 2 lines from where the tyres go, from where the tyres run over the circuit. So there is a line appearing that's slightly drier. So next we have our junior max and senior Rotax field coming out. 99.999% sure they'll all be on a wet setup for this one, but I can imagine the senior pro karts they're clearly on slicks as well, so that's not going to be an issue for them. It's just going to be a case of who's going out or who's going to be the best in the wet.
Yeah, in the
think by the time we get back round to junior pro karts and cadets again, though, there's going to be some difficult decisions to be made. I think it's going to be dry online and very, very wet offline. So, yeah, big decisions to be made. David, you look like you've got something. Did you have a message there? That
no, I'm just.
of interest?
I'm just checking the possible championship permutations
for
our cadet class, and it's pretty much going to be now a straight fight between Catherine Potter and Lizzie Mentier. It can still go the way of Potter, but she does need to beat Mentier in the final, and it's pretty much going to be a 1-2 between those two, I think, for her to wrap it up today. We will, of course, confirm.
Few comments coming through on YouTube. So we've had Maisie Mentier saying good luck, Lizzie. Josh Redhead has been in touch, David, after you mentioned him, I think. He said would have loved to try and mix it up in the wet again, but rib issues are at the forefront, unfortunately, so he's obviously done himself an injury somewhere. Get back in touch, Josh, and let us know how you've done a rib. Mark Alexander has got in touch and said congrats to Thomas Potter for beating his big sister. Watching Aaron Alexander, number 38, from Florida. So all the way from Florida in the USA, and I'll bet the weather is a bit nicer in Florida than it currently is in Teesside, where it's starting to rain again ever so slightly. And yes, there are drips coming down again. I can see in the puddle in front of me.
Speaking of a two-stroke driver that's done themselves an injury, Zach Bowker, who normally races the 41, won't be back with us until at least October, is in hospital and is unable to race. So, Zach from Rochdale, we wish you all the very best and welcome you back. Can't look forward to welcoming you back to Teesside when you are mended.
I would also like to throw a question out to the audience as well. We've had a viewer, Mark Alexander, who is in Florida, which is a very long way from Teesside, who is currently our furthest viewer away. If you can beat Florida, let's have a little challenge on. If you can beat Florida, if you're watching from further afield than Florida, please let us know in the YouTube comments. I'd like proof as well, so if you're in Australia, I would like to see a picture of a barbecue and a stubby.
Or just start your message with good day. We'll believe you.
Didn't we have somebody from New Zealand earlier?
We did, yes.
Okay, so we've had New Zealand, so maybe they take the win.
They just, do they not watch with their screen upside down for that authentic down under experience?
I'm not even going to comment on that, Darryl.
Are we having some fan issues again, Tom?
Yeah, the fanboy's been back over and he's trying to not slice his finger off on the unguarded fan blades. It's basically the 737 jet engine that's sat alongside me, trying to keep us cool. Okay, so thanks for getting in touch again, guys. Mark Alexander has been back in touch, and he says, thanks for the shout-out. Yes, the weather is hot here. Now, they do Fahrenheit over there, don't they? Not Celsius. So tell us how hot it is, Mark. Make us really jealous.
Many Fahrenheits.
All of the Fahrenheits.
All the Fahrenheits.
And Sean Trevor's been back in touch, has been in touch and says, fantastic racing from Thomas Potter, and I second that as well. 8 years old and a fantastic drive in wet conditions. Coming across the line in third place. So
as the rain starts to fall ever so slightly again, we're going to have another delay because two strokes in the wet, they need to move all of their wheels as far out as possible. So that almost their wheelbase is almost square. Mm-hmm. So plenty of work going on down in the paddock. I don't think we're going to... It's very Saving Private Ryan down there. We don't leave any driver behind. We let them all sort out their setup, and once they're all sorted, we will get them back out.
I'm looking at the puddle that's rebuilding at the edge, at the end of the Wiggles. We saw in the cadets it was a big dip through there. And in fact, I think we're going to see some two-strokes come through it now. Here we go. Bosh, 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 as they come through. So they will certainly clear it very quickly with some running. But we do have our two-strokes back out. So this is junior and senior Rotax. Plus we have one X30 car out there and a Minimax as well. So two strokes. Lots and lots of two strokes.
All the possible types, really, of all the two strokes. So rolling start, remember, they'll come through the final sweeping bends and go straight down towards the national loop.
Max Prentice is going to be starting second, and he had a fantastic drive in heat number 2.
Yeah, Andrew Collinson's going to need to slow this one up, though. The back of the pack not quite on the back yet. He's going to really need to back this one up to allow the junior class to close up on the back. And we are going to have another go at it. We're going to roll around the back of the pack, not up onto the front. And I'll be honest, Tom, I don't think Collinson was going overly quick. I think he tried the best he could to try and back them up. The back of the pack, though, not quite getting
We've got the
to where they
38 of Tony Citro is currently going around with his visor wide open, so I'm not sure what that's all about.
This does steam up quite a lot, don't they, when it gets when they get wet?
Well,
Either that, or maybe he just likes the freshness,
the ventilation.
the freshness of the drizzle.
It is fully raining again now. Not quite to the extent it was earlier, but it's definitely coming down. It's just regular rain rather than needing a canoe rain. But yeah, it is coming down again on circuit here.
I wonder whether the start line marshal wants to rate it as a 1 or a 2 on the rain front, but it's just a 1.
Oh, it's
just a 1 on the rain front. But we seem to be a lot closer, gridded up for the rolling start this time round. Collinson on the inside, Prentice on the outside, Kell and Reeve behind on the second row. We are away and racing and into the first corner, and Collinson's gone very wide into the first corner, and Max Prentice in the 33 dives through and into the lead. Great move from Prentice from the outside. Everybody now diving down into hairpin number 1. Looks like everybody's managed to make their way round as the two-stroke class feel their way out onto a wet circuit for the first time. We are missing a bumper on somebody, though. Need to find out who that belongs to. Let's try and that's Bailey Thompson. I can see the 2 halves of a 44 at the top. So the number 44 of Bailey Thompson, the sole Minimax driver out there on the track. There he is in the background, coming round, is missing a rear bumper.
He will get the
and
mechanical
he will be
flag.
called in. And we've got another retirement as well by the look of it. Looks like that cart stopped on the inside, although will he try then to cut across? Nope, that cart is stationary and not moving.
That is Tom Reeve. As everybody else has come through, that's Tom Reeve in the 22.
And a change as well. Tom second place, now Daniel Kell in second with Andrew Collinson in third place. They're going to cut back and chop and change positions down the back straight. And in third place, we saw this last time it rained, Jude Cole in the junior Rotax car won an amalgamated heat outright last time it rained here in that number 77. The lower power of the junior kart allowing them to go round the corners a little bit quicker than the seniors.
Just that little bit more drivability, I think, isn't it? That 10 or 12% less power, and it's, yeah, huge difference in drivability, and Cole is right there. So Max Prentice is clearing off at the front at the moment. He's got a 3-second lead over Dan Kell and Andrew Collinson, but Jude Cole is only 7/10 back. We look at them coming into hairpin 1, and you can still see them jacking that front end over as we talked about in the previous heat. Clear daylight between the inside rear wheel and the tarmac, and also you will see on power, possibly not so much in the wet, but certainly in the dry, the front inside wheel will come up in the air when they get on the power. So yeah, fantastic flex in these chassis, really showing you how they drive without having suspension. Everything moves around and flexes and bends. And
yeah, we mentioned, didn't we, Tom, the delay at the start was so the karts could change their wheelbase, really. Just You'll notice the fronts and the rears as far out as physically possible on these cars.
Whoa.
There's contact there. The 20th, that's Alfie Lindsay.
Having a good look at the inside of Jude Cole there, and Cole having no idea that he was there.
No, two of the two front runners in the junior class. Jude Cole normally has the measure on Alfie Lindsay here at Teesside, and then Alfie has the measure of Jude elsewhere. They're very evenly matched, but the number 77 of Jude Cole, that Mad Croc chassis that took Cales Cole to the Irish Championship last year.
Whoa, Jude Cole's just sent it up inside of both of them.
What a move by Cole. Couldn't get it stopped though in the end in these wet weather conditions, and moves back into 4th place though, all over the back of Collinson though. And
Collinson really struggling in these conditions. It looks like the carts are all over the place. Lindsay and Cole, meanwhile, have come together, and
Jude Cole spins round. Was there any? Oh, I think there was contact there with the way the arms have gone up
there
from
definitely
Jude
was
Cole.
Contact. It was a repeat of what happened on the previous lap. Cole leaves a gap up the inside coming on the exit of the northern loop, and Lindsay spies that gap and puts his cart there, and we had contact on the previous lap and it's repeated itself.
Yeah, two very evenly matched drivers in Jude Cole and Alfie Lindsay, and on that occasion two evenly matched as they make contact with each other.
And that's such a shame for
out
Cole
of
as well.
National. And it looks like Jude Cole has retired that kart, and as he's gone under half race distance, I'm not sure he's going to pick up any points for this heat.
No, we've got a contact warning as well for Alfie Lindsay for that incident. But it's Max Prentice, 5.2 seconds clear of Andrew Collinson in 3rd place. A second back now is Alfie Lindsay, but that was a second over the line. They're almost side by side now, coming out of hairpin 3, but you can see the difference between a senior and a junior Rotax as the senior just drives away. Andrew Collinson drives away from Alfie Lindsay.
Yeah, and then Lindsay, you see, closes right up round the corner section. So an enthralling battle, a completely different line, you see, right round the outside there. Before cutting into the inside, there's a strip of tarmac round the outside of hairpin 4. Completely different to the rest of the corner, and so much more grip. You might see a lot of the senior pro kart drivers taking that line right round the outside of hairpin 4.
Yeah,
and
here
they're
comes
racing
Lindsay.
around 4 laps time.
He's going to have a look sooner rather than later, I think. But as we said, though, because the senior Rotax is so much faster down the straights, it's going to be a case of if he can pass him into hairpin 2 or hairpin 4, he's just going to get done again on the exit, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's going to have to get the move done on the way into. Oh, that's a different line from both Collinson and the 28 of Lindsay. Lindsay goes right round the outside of South Bank. That's the...
Didn't seem to cost
you
him
only
too
normally
much,
see drift cars up that far here at Teesside. And there he's down
there
the
he
inside,
goes.
isn't he? And he's got the move done. Now Collinson's going to have to use that straight line speed, but Alfie Lindsay in the 28 moves up into the top 3 outright and on merit.
Max Martin is there now as well. He's going to try and take advantage of Collinson getting blocked. As Max Martin is in the X30, I believe.
Yeah, Tom, can you just pull up the timing again on that? I'm not sure. Jude Cole.
He is.
How many laps did he confirm?
He's 2 laps down.
Yeah, how many laps did he do? 4.
Yeah, yes.
4's not enough to get points. You need to finish half race distance to get heat points. So Jude Cole in the 77 will not pick up any points for heat number 3, and that will potentially have an impact on his championship quest here today at Teesside. 2 more rounds for him though, the next one on the 27th of September for round number 6, which as always will be covered by Alpha Live here on YouTube and Facebook.
Just while we do that, there's something happened to Max Martin as well. He's dropped down the order, down to 8th place.
Yeah,
Just while I was pulling the timing up, I might have missed that. But
he's still running. He's out there behind Oliver Buckton, but the Soul X30 is not going overly quickly, and Buckton in the junior is pulling away down the straight. So problems for Max Martin. currently, though, still in 8th place. In front of him, in front of the two debutant drivers, Alfie Warbank and Finley Watson, in 9th and 10th, respectively. Last lap board is out, though, for your leader, Max Prentice. He's well down the road. He has 9.5 seconds on Daniel Kell, with Alfie Lindsay, class leader in juniors, 3rd overall. Andrew Collinson, 4th on track, 3rd in class, with Lee Bell leading the 177 class with the green background.
I know why Tony Citro was running around with an open visor. It's because it's super, super dark tint. And he couldn't see where he was going.
Does help. So out of the final corner, though, Max Prentice is so far down the road. The battle for second continues, but Max Prentice picks up the victory.
With a beautiful four-wheel drift through the final kink as well, which I might point out has also now been deemed fully open as well. The cone that we talked about earlier that was out for the cadets has now been moved to the inside of the circuit and off the track completely, and they are able to fully run through that section. So, Max Prentice taking the victory by 10.3 seconds. Dan Kell in 2nd place. 3rd place is Alfie Lindsay. 4th place, Andrew Collinson. 5th, Lee Bell. 6th, Ben Ficini. 7th, Oliver Buckton. 8th, Max Martin. 9th, Alfie Warbank. And your top 10 is rounded out by the 33 of Finley Watson. So coming up next, we have our senior pro karts for their Heat 3. And just a reminder that senior pro kart will only run on slick tyres, no treads on these bad boys, and they will be sideways at every single opportunity.
Yeah, we'll talk you through the driving style in a few moments when they come out, but it's completely different. You basically just jack the wheel in the direction you want to turn, let it slide, wait for it to come off the racing line, and then it will grip. And, so that most of them will be down there, Tom, pumping them tyres up to about double the tyre pressure that they had out earlier on in the dry weather conditions, trying to make the tyre effectively as curved as possible at the top.
We've got somebody reversing. I've never seen that in my life. So, who is that?
That's Stephen Kell, and I would expect nothing less of the showman.
Reversing.
Stephen Kell.
Reversing down the out of hairpin 4. Absolutely fantastic. I've never seen anything like that. Obviously lost it and then just held it off throttle completely, and then Jay turned his way around and carried on going. Brilliant. We've also got some comments coming in on the YouTube stream. So Josh Redhead has been back in touch, and he's just said it was an old injury upset by the double-header weekend, and he's just unable to bounce back. So clearly painkillers not enough there. And having done a few ribs myself, I can, agree that it takes 4 to 6 weeks until you're fully right again. Yeah,
one of our drivers in a previous 24 hurt his ribs. It took him 6 weeks before he could do any sort of physical activity. So with the previous round only 4 weeks gone, no surprise really to see Josh Redhead missing out. So senior pro kart are out in the background. We'll see Josh Volkers on pole position, and let's see, Tom, whether they can all make it round to the grid. It's going to be interesting, is that these drivers, some of them, especially some of the newcomers, may not have even raced in the wet weather conditions on slick tyres before. Number of drivers towards the midfield area have certainly not raced here at Teesside in the wet before. Andrew Worley, David Morton, a couple of newer drivers to the grid here at Teesside. Certainly I haven't seen them race in the wet, so I'm not sure what their experience levels are like on slick tyres in wet weather conditions, but nonetheless we await to see how they fare. Rain does continue to fall. It's a slow trickle. Probably it's beyond that fine rain, but there's certainly spots falling from the sky. Pole position then goes the way of Josh Folkus. Alongside him, championship challenger and 2019 champion Connor Lucas. Row number 2 is Dan Tate on the inside, Scott Tate on the outside. Row 3, Aaron Alexander and Brandon Truman Reddish in the 151. And Brandon Truman, the only kart out there that's a 7 kart, Tom, and I think they go quite well in the wet, I believe, being a slightly firmer chassis than the MS or the Haas. Be interesting to see how Brandon does from the outside of row 3. 52, Connor White inside of row 4 and 7th, alongside David Brown, James Dennis and Rob Lowe round out the top 10. Steve Nichols and Mark Tate 11th and 12th, the 2 over 40s runners side by side on row 6, with Tom Lowther and Ross Jackman on row 7, Danielle Gardner and Adam Wood on row 8, with Simon Doughty and David Brewis on row 9. The top 20 is rounded out by Alban Dowell and Josh Mitchell in 19th and 20th respectively. We're going to await the next driver to come through. It looks like we've got one of them with an engine problem in the background. That's just being restarted. And he gets sent on his way. That's the 72. And that will be David Morton. So he's going to line up behind Mitchell. Inside of him looks to be Andy Lees.
Rain still coming down here at Teesside.
Yeah, Paul Watson's going to roll the 34 into position. And
I think with these slick tyres on as well, we're going to be clearing this track pretty quick as well. So
yeah, rather than the water going straight up and then back down with the wet tyres, the water does tend to get displaced sideways with the slicks. Looks like everybody is where they need to be, with the exception of Paul Watson, who moves to the inside rather than the outside. We are about to go racing with the final heat of the day. Finals coming up in around about 10 minutes, but until then, 10 laps of pro kart action is about to come your way. The green flag is up, it's down, we're away and racing. It's a great start from the outside of the front row, off the normal racing line by Connor Lucas in the 43, takes full advantage of being off the normal racing line and goes through from second place, and for the first time today, leads round the first corner. Josh Folkus behind, and all of the grid make their way round the national loop and through the chicanes. Everybody so far tentatively finding their way around the hairpin sections. Everybody remains the right way.
Aaron Alexander up to 4th now. Right behind, I think that's Dan Tate, isn't it?
Yeah, Scott Tate's dropped down into 5th. Brandon Truman Reddish remains in 6th place there in the 151. See a number of karts going incredibly wide around there. Ross Jackman's going to go right round the outside of almost all of them, is he? I think he's going to run out of time, though. I think if that was just one huge circular loop, he'd have been all the way around there with everybody.
He's going to dive to the inside. Steve Nichols in hairpin 4. So we've got Connor Lucas leading by a full second over Josh Folkus, Dan Tate, Aaron Alexander, Scott Tate, Brandon Truman Reddish, David Brown, Mark Tate, James Dennis and Ross Jackman are your top 10.
Oh, Aaron Alexander, though, goes round the outside of the national loop, right round the outside. Fantastic move from Aaron Alexander, moves up into 3rd place. That move started right at the chicane. He went right the way round the outside of Daniel Tate, and Aaron Alexander from the 3rd row moves up into 3rd place with a fantastic overtake round the outside of National, and got in front just before the chicane started. And he's going to try and see if he can reel in Josh Folkus and Connor Lucas.
Incredible kart control from Alexander. We saw it coming round the northern loop, but then coming into South Bank, he's fully sideways. The rear end trying to overtake the front constantly, and he just amazing control, like a drifter. And we've got Connor Lucas and Josh Folkus side by side, so something's happened to Lucas. Folkus has had a great run through hairpin 3 and 4. And he's right on the tail as they come into the D chicane. Folkus again looking up the inside of Lucas as they come through northern loop. And Lucas seems to have got his head back. Oh, we've got a contact warning as well for Folkus. So what's happened? Because he was a second back over the line. So something's happened off camera where Folkus has caught Lucas by over a second and then has received a contact warning.
Lucas there with a look over the shoulder. There's been about 10 minutes before this, a couple of minutes ago, David Brown has put...
And there's Lucas again, sorry to
oh, yeah, it's
come
all right.
over the top of you, but Falkus went up the inside of round the outside of hairpin 3, and there he goes back up and gets the undercut again, and he's through at hairpin 4. Falkus takes the lead from Lucas, who seems to be struggling in these conditions through South Bank, through hairpin 3 and through hairpin 4, but has a pace through the rest of the lap. So let's see what Falkus can do here as he goes through that giant puddle at the end of the D chicane.
Fantastic there between the two of them, taking two completely different lines. And it looked like at the time they were going so slowly, they were just dancing around that corner. Josh Falkus put the kart to the inside. We've got a spinner. Looks to be Josh Mitchell there, saw the orange helmet in the background. And I was just saying that about 5 minutes before this heat, somebody called David Brown put come on 55, and the 55 is David Brown. So I don't know whether he was on the dummy grid with his phone in his hand watching the previous race to get some tips, or whether we've got a David Brown supporting a David Brown.
Supporting his namesake. it would just be par for the course here, though, to have somebody text in their own support for themselves, wouldn't it? That would be standard Teesside affair, really.
We did have one earlier in the season, didn't we, with one of the Cadet drivers just giving us continuous updates on the weather conditions and how the track was. I thought that was great.
So Falkus goes over the line, sets the fastest lap of the race, and puts 0.8 of a second into Connor Lucas on that particular lap. Or 6.5 tenths, should I say, on that lap. 15
seconds, though, Tom, is the lap time difference between what these drivers were doing in the dry to what they're currently doing in the wet. And Aaron Alexander is shown as being 6 seconds down. Let's see whether he can close that gap, because behind him, Daniel Tate and Scott Tate appear to be getting ever closer to the back of that number 38.
Yeah, Alexander was a full second slower than Connor Lucas on that last lap. And David Brown's actually been in touch and said, "I'm his uncle." So at least it's not the David Brown on circuit. That's good.
Yeah,
I'm sure he's got enough on his plate out there at the moment in these conditions.
Texting whilst going around South Bank.
So yeah, so we're looking at Josh Falkus and Connor Lucas, the battle for the lead. It's currently 0.7 of a second. Lucas was just over a tenth faster on that lap. That's Alexander, followed by Dan Tate, followed by Scott Tate, and then David Brown, as we've been talking about, is in 6th place on the road at the moment. Leader in the over 40s class is James Dennis, followed by Mark Tate. They're 8th and 9th. And I'm just trying to have a look down the order. So Rob Lowe, who we saw recovering in the previous round, has managed to hold position and is in 11th. And Danielle Gardner has stayed around the same position as well in 16th. Emma White is having a good round, having a good heat. She retired from the last heat, so would have started from the back, but she is currently up in 17th place. So that's 9 places Emma Brown's made up.
Yeah, in wet weather conditions as well.
And that's Falkus again setting the fastest lap of the race, so getting quicker and quicker every time. In fact, we shaved over a second off in the last 2 laps. Connor Lucas now 1 second back. 0.3 of a second slower that lap, so it's gone out to just over a second.
Continues to push, and there you can see on the screen the driving style of basically just turning the wheel in, letting the kart go straight until it comes off the racing line, finds the grip, and it will turn on a sixpence and fire you in the right direction down the straight. Same line for drivers in 3rd, 4th and 5th, Alexander, Daniel Tate and Scott Tate. Drivers make their way round South Bank. Everybody going to the inside now, opposed to the outside, which was the line to go round earlier on. And there could be a chance, Tom, that the leaders are going to catch some back markers in this just because of the wet weather. We've got 3 laps remaining. I think they're going to come up to at least 2 of them. They're going to come up to Josh Mitchell, who's had a spin, and Paul Watson in the 34, whose debut weekend in Pro Kart, which and this will certainly be the first time he's been out on slick tyres in the wet weather conditions.
Yeah, he's having a good look behind him now. And
Josh Mitchell's had another spin to the inside. You saw him just going left off the screen there. And Watson keeps out of the way of our leaders who go down the back straight, so they're through and clear. That's Jackman, leader in Clubman, running up in 9th. His nearest challenger, Simon Dougherty, Heat 1 winner in that class, down in 14th. And Jackman continues to battle with Rob Lowe and Connor White.
Yeah, Rob Lowe, I think, has recently overtaken Connor White and is now up to 10th place. So he's still on a recovery drive. They're qualifying so well, and then having that incident in Heat 1 that caused him retirement and starting from the back of the previous heat.
So 2 laps remaining for our leaders as James Dennis takes a tighter line round there. Jackman's going to try and see if he can get a run out on the back, and now he is right on the back of James Dennis for 8th place. So it's going to be Dennis, Jackman, Lowe and White down from 8th to 11th place.
It's 1.9 seconds now, the gap between Falkus and Lucas, so it looks like, unless there's an incident, it looks like Falkus is going to take this one, and Aaron Alexander in 3rd has now dropped to 10.4 seconds behind, but still very well placed for Alexander in 3rd. So he's continued his forward progression in the class, and having run so well in the last round, the last double header
confidence boost certainly for him as Josh Falkus sees the last lap board. The gap of 3 seconds back to Connor Lucas as Dennis, Jackman, White and Lowe continue to take different lines. White's down the inside of Lowe into position. Connor White will come through down the inside of Ross Jackman as well. And Connor White, he's found some grip in the last lap. He's taken 2 places and moved himself up from 11th up into 9th place. Jackman, though, still leads the Clubman class, so won't want to do anything stupid in that one. He's well on his way to securing the Clubman Championship here at Teesside.
As we look at Falkus just coming through South Bank and then entering hairpin 3 on the last lap of the race. Looked like he had a bit of a twitch there, but 2.9 seconds was the gap over the line, and you can see he just goes straight on and holds that wheel on full lock just to try and get it turned. And here he comes over the line, taking victory in heat number 3. Senior Pro Kart is Josh Falkus. And here we have them 2 abreast, 2 by 2, Noah's Ark style, and much needed in this race, I think.
Topical.
Yep, we've got Rob Lowe and Ross Jackman going side by side through hairpin 3, and we've got James Dennis and Connor White through hairpin 4, and it's actually going to be Connor White finding the grip on the exit, and Connor White is going to take 8th place out of the final corner on the final lap. So a good drive from White there to take 8th. So your top 10, Josh Falkus, Connor Lucas, Aaron Alexander, 11.9 seconds back in the end, but still a very good consolidating 3rd place. Daniel Tate is in 4th, Scott Tate was 5th, David Brown, Brandon Truman Reddish, Connor White, James Dennis and Ross Jackman round out your top 10.
Another fantastic race in difficult conditions there for our senior pro kart drivers. That's the final heat of the day in the bag. We will still have 5 more races for you here on Alpha Live and the Teesside Karting Facebook page. The first of the finals is moments away. It's our Bambino final, the youngest of our drivers, aged between 5 and 8 years old. Just having a quick look at the comments. Jane Burns been on, mentioning Zach Bowker. We spoke about him during the 2-stroke race. He's currently in hospital, and we wish him all the very best and look forward to welcoming him back to Teesside when he's fully recovered and good and ready. And Amy Morris has been on saying, come on Jack, and she'll be able to watch her brother Jack in the Junior Pro Kart final in around about 15 minutes time, where he needs to finish no worse than 8th place in order to wrap up the 2020 Junior Pro Kart Championship. Although it will be in wet weather conditions with the wet tyres on.
The great thing about this camera is, David, you can see the different bodywork styles that everybody goes for. So the different nose panels, the different nacelle panels, They're all well, I say a lot of them are different styles and shapes, and I'm just wondering whether there's any rhyme or reason to go for a particular one over another. Some of them, as you can see, fit better than others, fit together better than others. But
that's the one I had on mine.
This one?
Yeah, the type of nose.
Okay.
Because I like the shape, it was my favourite.
It does look very sharp and pointy.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to be on the wrong end of it.
No, I thought it looked like a snowplough and was good for moving people out of the way. The problem was I was never quick enough to move anybody out of the way.
And we have our Bambinos out on for the final. And just while I try and put my eardrums back in place, we will await the gridding up of the Bambino final.
Yeah, pole position should go the way of Edward Haynes. In the O-plate, he should line up on the front row alongside Henry Hansen. Row number 2 goes to Ollie Carter and Colby Patterson, who scored the same number of points, but Ollie Carter has a second place to Patterson's third, so he will start in third place. Similar to the third row of Ellis Chard and Edward Rye. Ellis Chard has a better finishing position, who will start in 5th. Riley Buckton-Young 7th with Osno Man in 8th. Bo Mulvaney and Joey Allen 9th and 10th, with Vesper Farah, Archie Brown and Dax Farah, who retired from the first 2 heats, starting at the back. But he did start at the back in the last race and come through to second. So that was in the dry, however, for the 33. So just keep an eye out on Dax Farah. And Tom, it looks to me like the 88 of Ollie Carter is being pushed to the back of the grid, and I think he's had an excursion on the outlap, which means he's going to have to start the final from somewhere near the back of the grid.
Would you like to know a fun fact while we're just waiting for the start of this race?
Fact time with Tom Butterworth.
It's stopped raining, and not only has it stopped raining, I can see blue sky. So 5 minutes ago, it was still tipping it down, and now there's blue sky. 4 seasons in a day, standard Teesside weather.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the same, would it, if it was just one? We don't do boring here at Teesside.
Absolutely not. Not with the action-packed racing that we've got here all day, and it looks like the number 13 is having a few issues. The number 13 is
Bo Mulvaney.
Bo Mulvaney, sorry.
Looks like, and this is the problem sometimes with these Comma C50 engines, the throttle cable is on the top, and when it rains, the water gets in the top of that throttle cable down into the coil, and if it's in that coil, I'll be honest with you, if he gets it started, he's done a grand job, because I think they're really going to have some problems. Once that coil is wet, it's wet, and it's wet for quite a long time. Looks like we're going to see if we can have a little bit of help with some...
is that brake cleaner?
Brake cleaner, bearing lube, anything that will just keep the water away from the top of the engine of that cart. So we're going to have a slight delay and just see if we can... Yeah, still having some problems trying to start that number 13. So we could have a disappointing end to the day for Bo Mulvaney. And disappointment for the driver of the number 13. I think they're going to try and work and see if they can get that kart going. Although I do think we could be... his final could be over before it's even begun, unfortunately, for the driver of the number 13. So
that's a shame for the young...
Real shame
young
for
lad.
The youngster, the 7-year-old from Sunderland, in his first year of karting, having got that kart for Christmas, picked up his first podium here in July, and will also be racing in Dubai at the end of the year in November, but unfortunately here will not take part in the final. So unfortunate for young Bo Mulvaney. We are, however, back on track. We are away and racing And for the first time, the Bambinos get to sample some wet track action. They are on the Groove Liconti all-weather tyre, so they do have some tread out there to displace the water.
Ellis Child sending it straight up the inside of Colby Patterson into Northern Loop and making it through into third place. Edward Haynes is already doing his disappearing act at the front.
Yeah, Ellis Child in the wet, making a fantastic start. Made a fantastic start in the last race, so that was fractionally before the green flag, which was unfortunate. However, has made a fantastic start to this one and looks to be going down the inside of Hansen into the South Bank corner. Hansen gets a little bit more speed at the end of the straight though and remains in second place. So it's Hansen, Child. Child's going to try and get to the inside, down the inside of hairpin 3. Far more conventional line for these Bambinos with the
super short wheelbase.
Yeah, as well.
So with them having a very short wheelbase and running on the grooved tyres as well, it means that they can just run that regular line, as we call it, the standard racing line, not the wet line, which is almost the exact opposite of what you're seeing. We'll certainly see that from the junior pro karts and cadets if the conditions stay like this.
Yeah, Riley Buckton-Young up into 6th place. He's going to try and go side by side with Dax Farrer. Farrer tried to make the move round the outside. Didn't really get balked by Riley Buckton-Young. He got balked by the curb and had to brake, sending Bambinos over the curbs.
Child
on the
has
inside.
dropped out.
Child, the engine's cut out on the inside of hairpin number 2 on the way out, and the run out onto the back straight, and it looks like that engine just died on exit, unfortunately.
I'm going to have a look and see if there's a marshal trying to get it going again, but
he's having a number of goes at trying to get that kart started, but it could be another one of those occasions. And Riley Buckton-Young has stopped as well, Tom, on the outside of hairpin number 3.
And we've got somebody else round as well. Who is that?
Archie Brown, I think, had a spin. So a number of drivers struggling in the wet weather conditions, and not due to driving. It's just that these Comma C50 engines very susceptible to the water.
And do you know who's taking advantage of that? Dax Farrer.
Up from 12th on the grid.
He's up to
13th
4th.
actually. Although Mulvaney didn't take the start, unfortunately. Up to 4th already. And Dax Farrer, arguably, if he can get on the podium, this will be one of the greatest drives in terms of getting from the start of the day to where he finishes here, probably in at least the 2 years that Alpha Live have covered the series here at Teesside.
Yeah, he was very much in danger of winning your helmet and visor cleaner, wasn't he?
Oh, it was at the start of the day for an unlucky driver. I'm not sure if you get on the podium, you can also win unlucky driver, but he's going to try and go right round the outside of Colby Patterson.
Couldn't quite make it, but...
No, slight contact, though, into hairpin 4.
Just as they overlapped. Yeah, he just rubbed the rear bumper of Patterson, so he's definitely got some pace in that with that engine. He's going to come alongside, I think. He is. He's going to come alongside. Not only is he alongside, he's passed before the D chicane.
Oh, we've got a yellow flag out on the hairpin 1. Looks like Archie Brown's had a spin.
So Farrer is carrying some real pace, and he's going to be right onto the back of Henry Hansen. So from starting near the back of this race, Dax Farrer could potentially end up in second place.
Yeah, he's going to go right round the outside there. Is he going to try and get to the inside of Hansen? I don't think he can, but...
Oh, and he's lost it again. That's the same, pretty much a carbon copy of what happened in Heat 3. So again, Farrer's got it all to do. So he's got to get past Patterson. He's got to get past Carter. He's got to get past Edward Rye.
That was impatience and nothing else from Dax Farrer. Just couldn't wait to get past Henry Hansen. And I think if he'd have probably waited half a corner, he'd have probably got him on the straight.
Yeah,
because he's got so much straight line speed in that number 35. And I just think he was so impatient to just try and get past. He went to the inside and tagged the back end of Hansen, and he was that much into the back end that it sent the very lightweight karts here, these Bambinos, only 69 kilos, including the driver, sent it round. And now Dax Farrer back down in 6th place, and he's got 3 2.5 seconds if he wants to catch up to Colby Patterson on screen now in 3rd place and take the final step on the podium. Couple of drivers not running. Ellis Child and Riley Buckton-Young. Beau Mulvaney didn't make the start, unfortunately. Riley Buckton-Young stopped on the outside of hairpin 4, and before him, Ellis Child stopped on the outside of hairpin 2. And disappointment for Child, because he's been, for his first meeting here, he's shown some great pace, running in the top 3 or 4 for most of the day. Was running in the top 3 when the engine decided that it didn't want to do any more work.
Ollie Carter as well, we're looking at here. He's coming up on the back of Patterson, and he's another one who's had who had a
real
poor,
mixed day, actually.
lowly starting position, and has managed to get himself going again and get back up the field. And we've just I've just seen a couple of spinners in hairpin 4. These the 2 white carts that are about to come.
Looks like Dax Farah's been round again. He's now behind the 73 of sister Vespa Farah. So Dax Farah now into 7th place.
And he's now 10 seconds off the back of Henry Hansen as well. So from right on the tail of Henry Hansen and fighting for 2nd place, he's now dropped 10 seconds with only 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, the battle for the final step of the podium, though, here sees Colby Patterson in the 24, coming under pressure from Ollie Carter and Edward Ryan. Carter's had an up and down day, started on the front row, led the first 2 heats, lost all the power in that number 88 kart in the 3rd heat, and then had to start the final rather than on the 2nd row, right from the back after an excursion on the outlap. So a tough day for Ollie Carter, but is still in the mix for a podium, although seems to be falling away slightly from Colby Patterson. They're going to catch up with some back markers. They're going to now catch up onto the back of Holly Allen. A couple of other spinners on the outside of hairpin 1, Archie Brown and Austin Oman, falling foul of the wet weather conditions. They make their way past the 95 of Joey Allen. 2.5 lap minutes remaining in the first final of the day here for our Bambinos.
So Edward Haynes continues to lead. 16.1 seconds now is the gap after 6 laps. So you can do the maths and work out it's quite a significant advantage that Edward Haynes has over the rest of the field. Followed by Henry Hansen, Colby Patterson, Ollie Carter, Edward Rye, Vespa Farah, Dax Farah, Austin Oman, Joey Allen and Archie Brown are your top 10. Joey Allen and Archie Brown now a lap down. So Edward Haynes on screen in that Aston Martin inspired livery. British racing green and fluorescent orange. The O plate adorning the kart as well. Meaning he won the Open.
Yeah, the December O plate meeting here at Teesside. The annual one-off event here at Teesside. And if you win that in December, you can run the O plate for all of the following season. And when Edward comes round in a few moments, he'll be met with the last lap board. An additional 2 minutes here at Teesside for the final, so it's 10 minutes for our Bambinos.
Would you like to know the history of an O plate, David?
Yes, I would.
So would I.
Thanks. I thought we were going to have another fact time with Tom Butterworth.
If anyone knows the history of O plate, get in touch as to why it is an O plate and not a 1 or a 5 or anything else. OP, something like that.
I mean, I understand the purpose. They have a GP plate, I get
Yes.
that, and they have an E plate for the East of England Championships.
It's the English Championship, isn't it? Is the E plate, and you have a C for the Welsh and an
Yeah.
S for Scotland as well.
So last lap, our leader making his way through.
Is
Round
Ed,
hairpin
oh,
number
we've got
1.
a yellow flag at hairpin 1.
We've got a cart stopped halfway down the back straight, Tom, on the left-hand side. It's one of
Yep.
the white carts. It's one of the Farah carts. And that's Vespa in the
Yes, it is.
73. That cart has another cart that's come out of hairpin number 2 and lost power in a similar way that Ellis Child's cart did earlier on. And Vespa Farah, her final comes to an end very early, and this will possibly be one of her final races in Comma Bambino before moving into the Ayami Cadet class. A disappointment for her, but out of the final corner, the checkered flag awaits, and it awaits once again for the 4th time today, the O-plate of Edward Haynes, and it's another clean sweep for Edward here at Teesside Karting in the Bambino class, and he is well on his way to wrapping up the championship here at Teesside. Second place should go the way of Henry Hansen. He's out of the final corner and now just has to make his way through the sweeping bends, dodge the puddle on the inside, which is returned with some of the water just making its way back in. The junior pro karts will clear that out of the way in a few moments, and the final step on the podium goes to the number 24 of Colby Patterson. So Haynes, Hansen and Patterson, your top 3 in the Bambino class here at Teesside.
Yeah, so good news, bad news. The good news is I can still see the blue sky. The bad news is it's all the way to the east and it's now raining again.
I think we are going to just have to accept that it's going to be wet for the rest of the day.
Yes, Ross O'Meara's been in touch and said the O-play is the Open Championship. Yep, that's what we thought, but we were wondering why it's called an Open Championship, or why it's a designated O-plate as opposed to anything else in particular, such as a GP or an X or anything else really, just why it's an O.
So recovery quad's got a bit of work to do. I think they can fit 2 Bambinos on that in one go. I think we might be able to
try.
Let's try and get them on side by side and see if we can do a 2-for-1 special on the recovery quad. So we do have 3 carts at least that require retrieving of Child, Farah and Buckton Young. We need to bring back in before we can get our junior pro karters out on circuit.
So Colby Patterson taking a well-earned 3rd place there. Both Henry Hansen and Colby Patterson just showing exactly what you can do if you just keep all 4 wheels pointing in the right direction all day. So 2nd and 3rd for those guys. Edward Haynes winning by 21.2 seconds in the end, with Ollie Carter 4th and Edward Wright in 5th. They're just waiting on the recovery of the stricken Bambinos, and it just shows the difficulties that these Comma engines have in the wet. We had 1 non-starter, and it looks like around about 5 retirements as well through the race. So that's a real shame for those guys.
Yeah, unfortunate as well there. We see Ellis Child being recovered from the circuit on the back of the recovery quad. He made quite an impression here in his first trip to Teesside, and we do hope we see him again. I'm fairly sure that he'll be able to grab a podium under the right conditions. A couple of other drivers just making the waiting for recovery. Riley Buckton Young is one of them, the number 9, succumbing to the weather on the outside of hairpin number 3. And that cart's being recovered by one of our 24-hour marshals. He's used to pushing carts, normally out of gravel.
Just one?
Well, he's
just one cart out the gravel. Just that?
Yeah, I don't. He mustn't think he did much work at the 24, but we saw a lot of him in the first couple of hours.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. Was he down at Ribs Bend?
He was down Rib.
Down at
Rib with David Mack, recovering carts from the deep gravel down at the bottom end.
And it just shows that our dads and our mums and dads and everybody get involved in the marshalling here as well, and give back to the circuit, which is a fantastic thing. And it just shows the Teesside community spirit, or Teesside karting
agree.
community spirit.
The Morris family have one Teesside high-vis between them, because at some point during a race day, at least one of them's working, and they just pass that high-vis round, and one of them gets the job done.
Gestures left, right, and centre from being aimed at the commentary box here. So
Yeah. See, we thought,
as we said, the community spirit of Teesside karting.
we thought it was a good idea that they put glass in that you can see, but unfortunately, we can see out, but unfortunately, people can see in at us as well, which.
We'll put a petition into to Cat and Paul to get some one-way glass.
Some one-way.
Yeah. So it looks like final throws of recovery are being well underway. We've got Vespa Farah just coming across the line on the back of the recovery quad. And
so next race up will be the final for our junior pro karts.
so heading out will be our junior pro kart field. At the front on pole position for your final will be Jack Morris. In second place will be Gracie Mitchell, making her way up through the field throughout the day, picking off places, and she will start second. Bella Franklin will start third, who was your pole sitter for Heat 1. Max Shields will be fourth. Alessandro Ballesteros in fifth. In sixth place will be Joe Burrell. Seventh place will be Jake Richardson. Eighth, the ever sideways Thomas Braid. Ninth will be Caitlin Frame. 10th, Lennon French. 11th will be Kieran Savage, and the final position on the grid will be taken up by Ben Hogarth in 12th. So heading down through the wet conditions to be gridded up. It looks like we could actually be fairly quickly away here, actually. It looks like pretty much everybody's in order. So, yeah, we've already got third and fourth taking their positions. So that's Bella Franklin and Max Shields.
So, junior pro kart always do well at staying in order out of the dummy grid and getting themselves where they need to be.
Professionals.
Credit to them.
Yes, absolutely. It's exactly what should be done. And look how quickly they're gridded up, and we're ready to go. So the flag marshal walks through to the front of the grid, and we will expect them underway any moment. And it stopped raining, David. So the on-off rain, it's off at the moment.
It's still wet. Wet tyres, though, on all of these karts as we await the start of our junior pro kart final. Green flag is up, the green is down. We're away and racing in junior pro kart, and Gracie Mitchell from second, straight in behind Jack Morris. A slow start for Bella Franklin, although she gets pushed through into third place. So the top three round the national loop. Jack Morris, Gracie Mitchell and Bella Franklin, with Maximus Shields holding on to fourth place from Sandro Ballesteros and Thomas Braid. Everybody making their way into hairpin number one. Slight contact in the back. Joe Burrell nudges the back of Jake Richardson. No harm done though, and they'll make their way down the back straight for the first time. 12 laps of junior pro kart action here for the final at round number 5 of the NRG Cycles Owner Driver Sprint Series.
It's Morris from Mitchell, from Franklin, from Shields. That is Ballesteros is in fifth. Side by side now, Shields and Franklin coming through the kink. Franklin just managing to hold on. And Gracie Mitchell taking a quicker lap than Jack Morris, believe it or not, on that opening lap.
Yeah,
but
the front two have broken away, with Bella Franklin coming under attack from Maximus Shields, and Sandro Ballesteros has allowed, for the moment, the front two to try and break away. Gracie Mitchell trying to close the gap down to Jack Morris. It was at the first time, and we've got a early retirement, Tom. The 79 of Kieran Savage peels off into the pit lane. So we are down to 11 runners here at Teesside for our Junior Pro Kart final.
It looks like Joe Burrell's had a bit of an issue as well. He's down in 8th place at the moment, so he's struggling in these conditions. But Gracie Mitchell looking pretty good at the moment in 2nd place. Managing to hold station with Jack Morris. We've got Bella Franklin in 3rd, that's Max Shields in 4th, and Ballesteros as well, just in the background in the green car, is in 5th.
Looked like Burrell slid down the inside of Richardson into hairpin 3. He did there, he comes through in 7th. Richardson then down to 8th with Caitlin Frame just behind them in the 19. Looks like Kieran Savage is back out actually, Tom, in the 79. He's come back out the pit lane, had his problem solved and rejoined the action, albeit now I think he will be a lap down when they come through to we'll confirm that, but even so he's going to get some experience of racing in the wet weather conditions. The problem sometimes with the wet weather, Tom, is it just spread the field out a little bit more than what you'd like, and everybody at the moment, there's a couple of kart lengths between them as they feel out the weather conditions in the opening couple of laps.
That's actually what I was just going to say. It seems like they're just getting the feel for things at the moment. I'm hoping this will all concertina again towards the end of the race, but Gracie Mitchell keeping Jack Morris very honest at the moment, just over a 2nd gap. Bella Franklin right there as well, a further 2nd back from Gracie, and then Max Shields in 4th as well. He's hounding Bella, but it looks like Franklin has caught up to Mitchell quite a bit on this lap, and it also looks like Mitchell hasn't dropped back from Morris, so possibly poor laps from both Morris and Mitchell. He's going to bring this gap closer together.
Yeah, and they go right round the middle of South Bank corner there, so not sticking to the inside, taking the middle line just off the normal karting line, but also not wide enough to get any of the drifting tyre grip. As 2 different lines round hairpin number 4 sees Bella Franklin closing up onto the back of Gracie Mitchell.
And as you can see, that is not a 1 second gap anymore. That is in fact 3.5 tenths.
So it looks to me like Bella Franklin has found a couple of extra tenths after we mentioned about feeling out the weather conditions at the start. Has now found a line that she is comfortable with, and she will continue then to try and close that gap onto the back of Gracie Mitchell, down the back straight. A third of the way into this 12-lap Junior Pro Kart final. Out at the head of the field, though, the O-plate of Jack Morris, and if he sees the checkered flag anywhere in the top 8, the championship trophy will be heading to Peterlee in County Durham.
Oh, there's Franklin up the inside of Mitchell, wasting no time making a move. And Mitchell's going to get the overcut and come back inside, and away she goes again. So that's back into 2nd place. Jack Morris now, as we were saying, getting a feel for the conditions, just pumps in the fastest lap of the race, a 55.1, a full ½ second faster than Mitchell. And that gap is now out to 2 seconds. So pulling ½ second a lap at the moment, Jack Morris over the rest of the field.
Yeah, continuing to push, even though he's got a fairly comfortable lead, as Bella Franklin and Gracie Mitchell squabble over 2nd place. Maximus Shields in the background looking for a maiden podium as well after his mid-season move into Junior Pro Kart, and I really don't think it'll be too long until he's certainly standing on a podium. It might even be today if Mitchell and Franklin continue to squabble and turn this into a 3-kart battle for 2nd place. Jack Morris, though, continues to lead. The gap was 2 seconds last time. It's 2.2 this time, so he continues to push. At the head, we are half race distance here in the Junior Pro Kart final.
And you could actually see Morris as he came through the kink just before the start-finish line. You see him fully over to the right on the concrete, just trying to find that little bit of extra grip and time. There's Franklin up the inside at hairpin 1, pushing Mitchell wide and claiming 2nd place. That's also going to give Max Shields a good run as well, coming out of hairpin 2. Doesn't look like he's anywhere near close enough, though. Wow, the camera at hairpin 1 is very deceptive there. Looked like Max Shields was right on the back of Mitchell.
I think Franklin and Mitchell tidied themselves up really before hairpin number 2. Didn't compromise the exit. Bella Franklin with a very clean move down the inside on Gracie Mitchell. Mitchell giving sufficient room. And Bella Franklin moves up into second place at the expense of Gracie Mitchell, sets a personal best time in doing so, and now Maximus Shields takes up the challenge of getting past Gracie Mitchell and claiming that final step on the podium.
Franklin actually actually matched Morris there in the for pace on the previous lap as well.
Whilst also overtaking Mitchell.
Absolutely.
Phenomenal.
So I think Morris is going to be thanking his stars that he's 2.5 seconds in front of Franklin, because she looks like she's pretty on it at the moment.
Yeah, she does always go reasonably well in the wet, and I think Jack Morris will be thankful when he watches this one back that he's opened up a gap early, as Franklin struggled to get past Mitchell for the opening half of the race, and will now try and close down that gap of 2.6 seconds, although with 4 laps remaining, as Morris comes over the line, it's going to be a very tough ask.
Half a tenth was the difference. Bella Franklin was actually half a tenth quicker than Morris on that last lap, but it's with 4 laps to go and a 2.4, well, close as near as damn it, 2.5 second lead for Morris over Franklin. I think she's very much going to run out of time, but the battle is on for the final step of the podium, with Shields now hounding Mitchell this way and that, left and right. Where's he going to appear from?
Mitchell very aware that he's there. They'll look over the shoulder on the way out of hairpin 2. Mitchell slides wide round South Bank though, finds some grip out there halfway up the banked corner. Max Shields now trying to find a different line. I think he's going to try and run round the outside. He follows Mitchell with the same line. I think he might need to mix this one up and throw some curveballs at Gracie Mitchell if he wants that final step on the podium. Jack Morris, though, continues to push at the head of the field, a 54.993, the fastest lap of the race.
I think he got the hurry up, didn't he? He saw, must have had his sixth sense that Franklin was coming at him, because it suddenly goes 6/10 faster than anybody else on circuit.
So a look over the shoulder from Morris. Sees Franklin behind him and he picks the pace up. Sets the fastest lap of the race as they head down now towards South Bank. 2.5 laps remaining in this final, and 2.5 laps away from a championship if Morris can hold on to the lead, and if in fact he can finish in the top 8. So just needs to keep the O-plated kart facing in the right direction as Max Shields cuts to the inside of hairpin 4. Will run side by side with Gracie Mitchell through the chicane section, ducks back in, but I think that's the first time that Max Shields has shown his hand.
Showed a nose, didn't he?
Yeah, shown the nose. Trying to get past Gracie Mitchell for that coveted 3rd place in the final step on the Junior Pro Kart podium. Goes to the inside once again at hairpin number 1. He's going to try and take a different line there. He does cuts to the inside of hairpin 3, but Mitchell on the outside will get on the power quicker and drive it down the back straight. But Max Shields, he's not been closer than this.
Oh, Mitchell sideways as well coming into South Bank.
Will he dive to the inside? Tries it into hairpin 3, decides to back out. Mitchell goes wide. And
he's going to get a good run here, I think, for the over-undercut. Oh, Mitchell did the right thing, parked it on the apex and got a push out of the corner. Yeah. That's exactly what she needed to do.
Really did ruin the exit there, didn't she, for Max Shields? Nothing he could do.
That's good racecraft, though. Knowing where the other kart is going to position itself and putting yourself there to block that run.
Yeah, even at 13 years old, Gracie Mitchell there showing some superb racecraft that sees her racing all around the country. We are on to the final lap. Our race leader is onto the back straight and he's got 3 more corners to go. Gracie Mitchell continues to hold on to 3rd place in the final step of the podium as Max Shields goes to the outside. Mitchell will defend to the inside. Max Shields is going to try and run all the way right round the outside of the South Bank corner into hairpin number 3. I think he's going to run out of time. But coming out of hairpin number 4, the O-plate of Jack Morris to take the checkered flag, and with it the 2020 Junior Pro Kart Championship. 2nd place will go the way of Bella Franklin. Gracie Mitchell will hold on to 3rd place from a superb drive of Max Shields. Sandro Ballesteros is going to take 5th, but over the line, Burrell and Braid are going to argue it out for 6th place. It goes the way of Burrell as Braid bounces up and over the curbs. Caitlin Frame, Lennon French in 8th and 9th. Jake Richardson rounds out the top 10. Ben Hogarth will get 11th with Kieran Savage a lap down.
Brilliant action as always in your junior pro kart field. And
there's your top 4.
That's Franklin, it looks like, just saying to Gracie, did you get 3rd? And she said yes. There was a nod of the head. That was definitely a 3, wasn't it? So here are your top 3.
And there on screen, the 2020 Junior Pro Kart Champion, Jack Morris. A fantastic season as a whole for him. Clean sweeps the weekend, as he has done on a number of occasions this season, and one of the most deserving champions in recent time here at Teesside Karting. A fantastic result for him. Once again, he's had 4 maximum scores in the first 5 rounds. The round that he didn't maximum score, he only dropped 2 points in that meeting as well. So a very deserving champion, the O-plate of Jack Morris. 3 more races for you here though today, here at Teesside Karting for round number 5 of the NRG Cycles Owners Sprint Series. Cadets are up next, then we'll be followed by our 2-stroke class and then the Senior Pro Kart.
So here we have your cadet final, just heading out onto circuit now to be gridded up. 25 of them coming up on your final. So we have in first place and pole position, taking 2 wins already today, is Lizzie Mentier. In second place is Catherine Potter. Third, Jared Fox-Whiteley. Fourth will be David Mack. Fifth, Tom Holden. 6th, Thomas Potter. 7th, Isabella Stanswell-Wilson. 8th will be Josh Cook. 9th, Leon Barlow. 10th, Addison Smith. 11th will be Sophie Porsey. 12th, Reese Peniston. 13th will be Ethan Charles. 14th, Oliver Watson. 15th, Jack Thompson. 16th, Lewis Goff. 17th, Victor Hansen. Sorry, 17th will be Victor Hansen. 18th, William Robinson. 19th, Hudson Barker-Dix. Expect him to come through in these conditions, who didn't have the best of Heat 3, so he starts down in 19th. 20th is Harris Alley. 21st, Sam Robson. 22nd, Cody Lamb. 23rd, Holly Allen. 24th, Alex Lynn. And 25th will be Joshua Sullivan.
So first half of the cadet grid have made their way into position. Front row, Lizzie Mentier alongside Catherine Potter.
You can see the sun is now shining on Teesside, glinting off the lovely new stickers that a lot of these guys are running at on the grid. The rain is definitely staving off at the moment, as we say, the sun shining down, so perhaps even a dry line appearing by the end of this race. We shall soon see. We have our junior and senior Rotax up next, so I'd imagine those with their wet tyres will clear the field pretty quick, and when our senior pro karts eventually come out, there could well be dry lines, or even fully dry lines on the circuit.
Final few drivers are in position. The laptop is ready for the many championship permutations that could be on offer on this one. It's pretty much a 2-horse race now between Lizzie Mentier and Catherine Potter. Potter certainly in the driving seat in terms of championship. Mentier has been in the driving seat in terms of performance here today though, and starts the final from pole position on the inside there in the yellow and blue kart, number 50 alongside. And,
Just while we're waiting, it's Josh Henderson has been in touch and said, well done, Jack Morris, and we second that as well. Congratulations to Jack. Green flag up and green flag down. We're away for the final of your cadets. It looked like a good start from Lizzie Mentio, followed...
Oh, Tom Holden's on the grass.
Tom Holden having an interesting start, but it's Mentio from Potter, from Fox Whiteley, David Mack, Thomas Potter. Oh, not Thomas Potter, as he's overtaken by, it looks like Isabella Stansmore-Wilson.
Yeah, Stansmore-Wilson was sideways going into hairpin 1, and then I think contact from Josh Cook set her off in the right direction in the end. So
that was the 17 of William Robinson getting sideways coming out of hairpin 2.
Yeah, cadets are well on their way. Everybody seems to have made it round the first lap, or the first half a lap in some way, shape or another. Certainly a couple of drivers either facing the wrong way, or in the case of Tom Holden, trimming the foliage on the inside of the D chicane on his way down towards the national loop for the first time. Top 3 though, it's Lizzie Mentier from Jared Fox Whiteley and Catherine Potter in 3rd place.
Yeah, a half a second gap to Fox Whiteley now from Potter and Holden, Mack and Thomas Potter. It looks like Catherine Potter is having a good old ding-dong with Tom Holden as they go over-under coming out of hairpin 2. And we've actually got a contact warning for Holden as well. He tried to cut to the outside there coming into South Bank, and it just scrubbed the speed off a little bit too much. But then manages to suddenly find a couple of miles an hour and is straight up the inside of Potter on the inside of hairpin 3. So unorthodox line on the entry to South Bank, but was brilliant, really, because
yeah, fantastic actually in the wet. Tom Holden in the wet is proving to be a revelation. He's currently up into 3rd position.
Yeah, fantastic to see that. As I said, a completely unorthodox line going into there. Let's see if he does it again this lap, and that will give him the run on Fox Whiteley, although by the looks of things he might not even wait that long. But here we go. So this will be the back straight. Let's see if he does that different entry again. Goes slightly wider and then jacks the steering on. There you go. And
yeah,
then
quite right as well round there.
Quite round right round the outside this time.
He goes straight on for an extra couple of metres and then has quite an aggressive turning, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's going to go down the inside of Fox Whiteley into hairpin number 4. And now, for the first time, Tom Holden is going to get a shot at Lizzie Mentier's lead. And Tom Holden, in these wet weather conditions, absolutely flying. Currently holds the fastest lap of the race. And now he's managed to escape Jared Fox Whiteley. We'll try and close the gap in the remaining 6.5 laps to the number 50 of Lizzie Mentier. Mentier currently in the lead, championship rival Potter in 4th. So as it stands, it's going to go at the very least to round 6. This one won't be a championship that won't be wrapped up today, unlike Jack Morrison Junior Pro, and looks like Jude Cole might not have the opportunity either to wrap up Junior 2-stroke, having not picked up any points in the previous heat, in heat number 3, that retirement that saw him go across the grass. 6 laps remaining, and Tom Holden,
with that aggressive style, that's brought him right up to the back of Lizzie Mentier now. So that aggressive turn-in through South Bank and then going wider gives him the opportunity to carry more speed through hairpin 3 and get a look up the inside into hairpin 4. That's where he seems to be making up all of this time, just with that one particular line. The rest of the lap, he's completely matched with Lizzie.
Yeah,
but here we go again. So this is where he's going to make the move, I think.
Different line right the way around the outside, as you say, although he does actually duck in a little bit more. He's going to go wider into hairpin 3. See whether he can get a run down the inside of 4, which is the move that saw him get past Jared Fox Whiteley a few laps ago.
I think he's dodging that bump. On the entry to hairpin 4, there's a bump, and I think he's dodging that because it unsettles the car on the way in. So good thinking potentially from Tom Holden. if that is the case, that he's adjusted his line just to avoid that bump in the wet. That's very clever driving. And certainly the aggressive turning and slightly wider line on the entry to South Bank is allowing him to carry a lot more speed. We didn't see it on the last lap. Oh, and he's straight up the inside and hairpin 2. And Mentia can't get the cut back. So that's it. Tom Holden is now in the lead from grass cutting on the off the start line. He's now taken the lead, and you can see that different line again that he uses there. Allows Lizzie Mentia to catch up at the apex, but then, whoa, there's Lizzie back up the inside again. Great move from Mentia.
Oh, side by side, Holden goes through the puddle, keeps it facing in the right direction, thought he was going to go off there.
He'll get another opportunity. I think he's got the pace here to make that gap back up to Mentia, so he just needs to calm himself now, clear the head, get rid of the red mist, and he'll go again.
Jared Fox-Whiteley now right in the mix as well, so it's going to be a 3-kart battle with Catherine Potter 2 seconds back in 4th place. But Tom Holden's done it once before. He's got 3.5 laps to see if he can do it again, but Lizzie Mentia defends to the inside. She's already got past Tom Holden once after he took the lead at half race distance.
There's that line again, running really wide, full 4-wheel drift, and then he'll get that run, carry that speed through hairpin 3.
He's going to try and dive
straight up the inside.
He does again. Mentia's going to try and get that cut back, and they're going to once again go side by side, but this time it's Mentia on the outside of Holden. The outcome, though, is still the same. Lizzie Mentia holds on, sets a personal best in doing so, which is a good say that she's had to defend for half of that lap as well.
I've got to say that Lizzie Mentia is showing her wisdom beyond her years here as she moves over the track when they're side by side, and is essentially just bullying Tom Holden around. You know, Tom Holden's having to give second best to Lizzie at the minute, as she's showing better racecraft, it seems, at the moment.
We saw that in the untelevised round at round 2 with Lizzie Mentia going side by side through the chicane section with Jared Fox-Whiteley. Neither of those two drivers on the day were going to lift off the throttle. They kept their foot in, neither of them wanting to back out, and it's exactly the same here. Lizzie Mentia will battle and battle and battle all the way to the end as Tom Holden gets a little bit of overspeed on the way out, and the back end snakes its way, but manages to hold on. Jared Fox-Whiteley in 3rd place. It looks like, unless something happens, the top 3 is going to be these 3, with Catherine Potter behind, dropping away by half a second a lap with 1.5 laps remaining. It's Lizzie Mentia from Tom Holden and Jared Fox-Whiteley. None of these drivers have picked up a final win here at Teesside as Holden goes to the inside of Mentia. Mentia's going to run Holden wide again. They're going to go side by side down that back straight and round South Bank. That's the line Holden likes anyway. And Jared Fox-Whiteley's going to see if he can stick this one down the inside from 3rd. Mentia, though, runs Holden wide. And will Mentia, I think, stick it? Will she stick it in the middle of the track? No, she goes wide again and lets Holden through. Once again, though, returns a favour. Tom, do you think she's going to take that same line on the final lap, or do you think she's going to be very defensive into hairpin 4?
I don't know. It's going to be amazing to see. Holden seems to have the pace, but Mentia seems to have the racecraft at the moment. So she's definitely showing wisdom beyond her years. As I said, she's flying along here and putting the car exactly where she needs to. She's got an answer for everything that Holden throws at her at the moment. 3 corners to go as they come through hairpin 2. She gets a good drive off of South Bank, but Holden's right there in the slipstream. He's going to have a look up the inside this time. Is he close enough? Yes, he is, and he's through.
Holden's mixed it up, hasn't he? Gone to the inside this time. Mentia's going to return the favour, though. Down into hairpin 3 and goes down the inside. Let's see where she parks the number 50. It's right in the middle of the track. Round hairpin 4. Who's going to get the drive out of the final corner? It looks like it's going to be Lizzie Mentia. There's a back marker in the way. She goes right round the outside, and it's handed the victory to the 87 of Tom Holden.
Unbelievable.
Right on the line. Lizzie Mentia went round the outside of the back marker. Holden dived to the gap on the inside, and by 0.114 of a second, the final goes the way of the 87 of Tom Holden.
Well, she had every answer for him except the back marker. That was it. What a shame for Lizzie, but congratulations, Tom Holden.
Joker in
he
the
had
pack there, wasn't it?
that moment of clarity when he needed it most. It's probably the best way I could put it.
The gap opened up to the inside, didn't it? And Tom Holden took full advantage.
I think
went to the inside, but
there was nothing else Lizzie could have done. She couldn't have dived to the inside in case the back marker moved across.
The gap wasn't there, was it? When Lizzie went to the outside, the gap wasn't there. However, the 2 kart lengths back for Tom Holden, the gap was there, and a fantastic victory for him. Unfortunate for Lizzie Mentier in the final corner, but action right the way down until the final couple of metres, and the championship in Cadet goes at the very least to the following round, with Lizzie Mentier scoring 207 to Catherine Potter's 193. Sorry, 192, but even so, congratulations in that one to Tom Holden. Showed pace all throughout that final, and an opportunistic move right at the end to dive to the inside.
Yeah, fantastic. What a race. We've had some comments come through on the YouTube as well, which is Maisie Mentier saying, come on, Lizzie, and Josh Redhead saying, what a race. Holden and Mentier, well, absolutely. Mark Alexander saying, fantastic racing, the best of the day. And John Teclure doubling up by saying, wow, wow. But yeah, that was a brilliant race from our cadets. They usually give us pretty good action here with them being so closely matched. But as we said, Lizzie Mentier had every single angle covered, every single move that Tom Holden could put on her. She had an answer for it until that final corner. Well done, Tom Holden, putting his car exactly where he needed to in those final metres, and unlucky to Lizzie Mentier as well. Jared Fox-Whiteley, a fantastic 3rd place as well. Followed them home, only 0.8 of a second behind.
Yeah, Ross O'Meara on the comments, exactly right as well. The cadet final never fails to deliver. It really doesn't. We don't get a boring cadet race ever here at Teesside. The finals even more so, with the addition of 2 laps.
And Tom Bomber as well has said, well done, Tom Holden.
Yeah, so a fantastic maiden victory in a final here at Teesside for the 11-year-old from Bury in Greater Manchester. Congratulations to Tom Holden taking his first victory here at Teesside.
And we move on to our Rotax grids, or Rotax field.
Yep. 1 kart being retrieved. That front left tyre doesn't look overly straight, so I'm going to put my money on a bearing failure on that one.
Should we go into the details of the 13 while we've got a moment?
Knock yourself out, Thomas.
Well, it's Joshua Sullivan, who is a relation. There is a relation, isn't there?
There is a relation. He's my boy.
Yes, he is. He's David's young man. It's his first ever cadet race, and he's not had the greatest day. It might, in fact, even be the recipient of our helmet and visor and goggle cleaner.
I've bought it with me. I'm not taking it home. But no, yeah, he's shown some reasonable pace. Got up to 22nd on merit in the second race. Had some problems at the start of heat number 3. I think one of the bolts holding the lead weights on detached itself, and it looks like we've had a potential wheel bearing failure in the final on them wet tyres. But he'll be back for the next round number 6 here in September on the 27th.
Well, I was going to say, he's got a free lift up, hasn't he? He's definitely got a free ride up here with his dad taking up commentary duties next to me. And here we go with our Rotax karts heading out. So we've got Junior and Senior Max, as well as an X30 and a Mini Max. So all of the 2 strokes are gathered in the one grid, the one race. And I will take you through the grid very quickly. So in first place, we have Andrew Collinson on pole position. Second place will be Daniel Kell. Third will be Lee Bell. Fourth, Max Prentice, after his brilliant drive in heat number 3. Fifth is Max Martin. Sixth, Alfie Lindsay. Seventh, Tom Reeve. Eighth, Jude Cole, the first of our junior runners. Ninth, Ben Ficini. 10th, Oliver Buckton. 11th, Finley Watson. 12th, Alfie Warbank. 13th, Stephen Kell. 14th, Tony Citro. 15th, Bailey Thompson. 16th, Paul Swan. 17th, Harry Pullen. 18th, Dave Pullen. And 19th will be Wade and Citro. And I'll try and take a breath before we actually start the race. Here we come, rolling up to the grid. And away we go for our final. It's Andrew Collinson taking the lead through the Northern Loop on lap 1. Through the spray and the sunshine. Well, I'm sure we'll be seeing rainbows and things at the end of them very shortly as well. With the sunshine beating down now at Teesside.
Yeah, we didn't see quite as much spray from our two-stroke. We've got a spin there on the outside of the corner. That looks like that's a 66, is it? That's Oliver Buckton, the 2019 O-Plate winner, spinning on the outside of hairpin number 1, and now has some work to do in our junior class to try and close up onto the back of the pack. The sun's certainly out though, down round the South Bank corner. The glistening tarmac as the karts make their way round. Paul Swan in the 95 though, arm up in that illuminous yellow suit, pulls off, and his race is over within half a lap of the final starting. So Collinson continues to lead out at the front, but he did that, Tom, in the earlier heats, and Prentice closed him in after a couple of laps. And there's every chance that Collinson in the previous one could have just got too much heat into those tyres, and then Prentice has closed the gap. I wonder if Collinson as well has made a few setup changes with the with how quickly they had to put the tyres out and the setup in the previous race. Yeah, we're going to look for Jude Cole coming through as well. He had a fantastic run with Alfie Lindsay in the previous heat, and we'll see if our junior karters can make their way through. Alfie Lindsay already up to 3rd place overall, down the inside of Daniel Kell. And you can see them coming out of hairpin 4, just how greasy and slippy it is. These karts with a lot of power and not a lot of grip at the rear. You can see it's almost like driving on ice, yeah, even with wet tyres. Yeah, and to be fair here at Teesside, the only straight really is the back straight. Even the start straight as they come over the line, the karts aren't really in a straight line at all. So those rear wheels are really having to do a lot of work as Max Martin dives to the inside of Lee Bell. Bell on the outside there will get the drive, and Martin's journey round that corner was impeded. And Jude Cole tries to take advantage in the 77. Yeah, on Max Martin, he had a good look, but again, Max Martin driving that X30 kart, in theory, the fastest kart here, with that X30 engine on. They're slightly quicker than a Rotax. And that's the 84 of Lee Bell getting moved out sideways there by by Max Martin as well. He's gone through. So Jude Cole on the back of this. As we said, he's very, very quick in the corners, but then he loses out to the senior karts, especially the X30 down the straights, as you can see. So at the previous lap, he was right on the back of Max Martin. But once that senior car gets wound up down the straights, he's just going to pull away. Yeah, I think the wetter it gets, really, the closer Cole will get to that pack. He does get to dive to the inside of Bell, but Bell should be able to run that one right round the outside and then hold position into hairpin 4 unless Cole can cut to the inside in that 77. We'll try and run it all the way around the outside, but I'm not sure he's going to have the power. Oh, he does. Oh, he is. What a move by Jude Cole, right round the outside of Lee Bell. And Jude Cole, the championship leader so far in our junior class, goes right round the outside of Lee Bell and up into 6th place overall, 2nd in class. Yeah, it's amazing that we've got one of our junior karts in 3rd overall as well in Alfie Lindsay. He's only 3.4 seconds off the pace. So it's like, oh, Daniel Kell gets forced very wide there in an argument with Max Martin, and that's allowed Jude Cole down the inside as well. And will Jude Cole try and dive to the inside of Max Martin in the same way that he did at hairpin 4? And in the background as well, looks like Finley Watson, a debutant in the junior class, has decided to get himself into the mix. Driver of the number 33 with the yellow background, as opposed to Max Prentice, the 33 with the red background on screen. One's a senior, one's a junior. And Finley Watson, another one of our junior drivers, getting fully into the mix here at Teesside Karting.
Yeah, so Max Prentice, 1.4 seconds now off Andrew Collinson. So despite him starting a little bit down the order, he's now starting to claw his way back up to where he finished in the previous heat, which was winning it. So we'll see what inroads he can make into Andrew Collinson's lead.
Jude Cole dives to the inside, came from real far back there, didn't he, to go to the inside of Max Martin. Took Martin by surprise, I think, on the way out.
He's got fantastic kart control, and you can see him just fully sliding it out, coming out of hairpin 4. So although they haven't got the same amount of power as the senior karts behind, that perhaps that is an advantage in the wet. Although you can see all the drivers drifting it coming out of hairpin 4, it just gives them that little bit more control.
Jude's drifting it more than most, isn't he? He's pretty much spending a couple of quid on tread per corner, isn't he? On them wet tyres. I'm not overly sure his dad will be thrilled when he watches it back and sees how much he's drifting them wet tyres out.
It seems to be doing him serving him quite well at the moment, though, because he's now up to 4th place. We've got somebody off at the exit of South Bank on the outside.
And it looks to me as well like some of those tyres have been displaced as well, so it looks like they've gone off, and they've gone off quite well in the extent that they've caught the tyre wall on the way out. The yellow flag is out. That car is not in the best position, if I'm honest, on the outside there, but it looks like the marshal's going to try his best to move it inside. Looks like one of our junior drivers.
Max Prentice having a scruffy lap there as well.
Bailey Thompson, with the way that he's dropped down the timesheets, and he's now 2 laps down in 16th place, so the 44 of Thompson.
So we're looking at the battle here for 4th place overall. The marshal there giving them the slow down signal as well. Oh, and we've got another one off at South Bank as well. Who was that? Was that one of the Citros? I think that was.
Yeah, certainly one of them round. They are facing in the right direction again, though, and back on the tarmac. But certainly there's
spinning under yellow flags
there's some wet.
A little bit naughty.
Yeah, there's a lot of karts though, Tom, going very sideways into round or 3/4 of the way round South Bank, and it's as if either somebody's dropped some oil out there, or all of a sudden it's got a little bit wetter. But
it looks the same coming out of hairpin 4, to be honest. But I think it might just be the conditions. Andrew Collinson now, I think Max Prentice had a couple of scruffy laps, really. He's still quicker than the most behind. However, Andrew Collinson is absolutely flying. The gap out to 4.3 seconds as we look at Daniel Kell, Finley Watson and Lee Bell going at it through South Bank corner. And yes, you're right, that does look like a cosmic kart has displaced those tyres.
So Bailey Thompson has gone off almost 3/4 of the way round South Bank corner and gone into the tyre wall. Luckily, we've seen him get out of the cart and make his way over to the marshal's post, and one of the few drivers to actually take his helmet off, Tom, after an incident. So I don't think he's too disappointed, and has run very much on the pace in the Sol Mini Max. He's been there or thereabouts, and mixing it with some of the senior drivers as well. The wet weather conditions certainly bringing the karts a lot closer together as Jude Cole and Max Martin continue to battle it out for.
They resume hostilities again as the gap twos and fro's as they go around the lap. So Jude Cole seems to definitely be better through the hairpins, but as we said, Max Martin with that X30 engine on. Whoa, and there goes Cole. He's round at hairpin 4. Dropped it completely on his own. As you said, David, there could be some fluid down there or something, because it definitely looks like they're sideways through South Bank, and then it's very tricky through hairpin 4 as well. So potentially some liquid down there that's causing the issues. But Jude Cole round on his own in hairpin 4, and that's dropped him right down to 9th place overall, and he's stuck behind the Gandalf-esque Ben Faccini. Well, he's 3 seconds off. But
the problem we've got is if it is very slippy down there because there's something out, Senior Pro Kart are out in a few moments on their slick tyres, and it's really going to mix things up down that bottom end of the circuit. We have mentioned in the past how it just doesn't dry quite as quickly. The tarmac down there at hairpin 3 just doesn't dry anywhere near as quickly as the rest of the circuit does. Last lap board is out though for Andrew Collinson. He's got a 7-second gap at the front as he jacks the rear, inside rear up into the air to try and drive the outside wheel round with as little resistance as possible. And having succumbed to the pressure of Max Prentice in Heat 3, looks like Andrew Collinson has got it dialed in the final. Half a lap to go for him as he comes round hairpin 3. Has a quick look to the side, knows that the job is done as long as he keeps the kart facing in the right direction out of hairpin 4. The checkered flag awaits, and it awaits Andrew Collinson, race winner in the final for the senior two-stroke class. Max Prentice will come through in a few moments to take second place, and just behind him, winner in the juniors, the number 28 of Alfie Lindsay. A great result for him in second place. Finley Watson will come through second in that class on debut here at Teesside in the number 33, with Ben Ficini in third in juniors. Daniel Kell gets third in the seniors, albeit sixth overall. And Max Martin, the sole X30, finishes fourth overall. Winner in the 177 class, the number 84, seventh overall, goes to Lee Bell.
So Alfie Lindsay, a junior driver, taking third place overall. Absolutely fantastic to see. Mixing it up with the seniors and coming out with a podium. So Jim Hinchcliffe has been in touch, and I think this regards to the cadet race that we had before, which was that will be the first win of many for that boy. What skill for young drivers, the future is bright. Well, yes, but Lizzie Mentier took 2 wins earlier in the day as well, so representing the ladies, and Catherine Potter as well, having a brilliant day, or perhaps not quite as brilliant as she hoped for, but certainly a very good day.
High standards.
Yeah, certainly a very good day though. So I'm just going to do my usual gratuitous shout out to Teesside Karting and the fantastic support that they give to the female drivers here. We've had two podium places for female drivers in junior pro kart. We've had Lizzie Mentier almost taking the win in the final and taking 2 heat wins, and Catherine Potter as well, representing very high up as well in cadets, as well as Isabella Stansmore-Wilson as well, has been flying along.
Yeah, I think qualifying, I think the top 3 of the top 4 were female drivers in the cadet class, and we do always note, but then once the visor's down, it's just another driver, and they just get themselves stuck in, and nobody can really tell any difference with them, can't they? And the female drivers here at Teesside, formidable at the front. And
absolutely, and that's what I'm saying, is it's great to see that they are represented so well. There are so many of them here, and they are very much made to feel at home, as everybody should be, and all drivers are made to feel at home, really, aren't they?
Thank you as well to Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, who on a practice day here a couple of weeks ago was kind enough to go round in front of my lad Joshua and show him the lines round here. So thank you very much to her for taking the time out to help a fellow driver out. And I'm sure her pole position last week at Hooton Park will be the first of many for one of our youngest drivers here at Teesside Karting.
We are just awaiting the end of the senior the Rotax and 2-stroke
clear up.
Yeah, the final throws of that before our senior pro karts come out. And the quad is doing its thing, as you can see on screen, just taking the shortcut around hairpin 3, and we'll come straight along the circuit and into the pits. Our senior pro karts are heading out to be gridded up. So your senior pro kart final, as you can see them heading through hairpin 2. This will be your grid. Pole position taken by the O-plate of Josh Falkus. Second place, last year's championship winner Connor Lucas. Third place, Daniel Tate. Fourth place will be Scott Tate. Fifth place, Aaron Alexander. 6th place will be Connor White. 7th, David Brown. 8th, Brandon Truman Reddish. 9th, James Dennis. 10th will be the third of the Tates, that's Mark Tate. 11th will be Danielle Gardner. 12th, Ross Jackman. 13th, Steve Nichols. 14th, Simon Doughty. 15th will be Rob Lowe. 16th, David Brewis. 17th, Adam Wood. 18th, Thomas Lowther. 19th, David Morton. 20th, Josh Yedden. 21st, Alban Dowell. 22nd, Josh Mitchell. 23rd, Andy Lees. 24th, Andrew Worley. 25th, Paul Watson. And 26th will be Emma Brown. Now, as we've said before, there are 3 classes taking part today. We have the pro runners. We also have your over 40s, which is headed in 9th place by James Dennis and followed immediately in 10th by Mark Tate. Your clubman class is headed in 12th place by Ross Jackman and then Simon Doughty in 14th. So that's your grid for your senior pro kart final and the final race of today. As we've said before, completely slick tyres on these karts. The track is still very, very wet, although a lot drier than it has been. There is still a big puddle at the exit of the Wiggles that I can see, as well as the exit of the D chicane, and we do still have cones out there, although they have fallen over at the moment if a marshal wants to run over there quickly and fix those. But yes, at the exit of the D chicane, there are still cones out. There is a big puddle there as well to be avoided. Oh, who have we got being held to the back there? That's one of the Tates.
That's Mark Tate in the 81. Scott and Dan lined up on row number 2. Mark Tate being held on the outside. He will join up on the back, so likely that he's had an excursion on the out lap. So he will roll up onto the back of the grid for the final race of the day here at round number 5 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series.
And just at the bottom of your screen, you can see our Bambino winner, Edward Haynes, as well. If you want to give us a wave, Edward, hello.
It's down there.
Clearly a Lewis Hamilton fan.
There he is, keeping his eye on the senior pro karts. Won't be too long before he probably gets his hands on some on a step up in machinery, gets himself a cadet. He's certainly got the pedigree and is well on his way to winning the title here at Teesside, and also in the mix as well for the British Championships. So final race of the day is about to get underway. The green flag in hand of the start line marshal. Engine notes rise, the green drops, and we're away and racing. It's a great start from the second row. Scott Tate, but he's going to get bullied out once again by Connor Lucas. Connor Lucas is going to go up and over the centre green, and right round the outside is Josh Volkers, and Connor Lucas took a huge amount of centre green there to go up into the lead. So ended up being forced on there in his battle with Scott Tate.
And we've got the Tates going wide as well in hairpin 2 and in hairpin 1 and blocking each other. Aaron Alexander up the inside as well of hairpin 2 now. He's going to move up to
we've got some
4th on the road.
On the outside, Steve Nichols, Josh Mitchell is round as well. On the outside of hairpin 1, there was certainly another kart involved. Not 100% sure who that was, but I think it could have been David Brewis.
I can see
80.
I can see dry patches on the inside of South Bank.
We've had a change for the lead. We're about to have another change for the lead as Connor Lucas parks the 43 on the inside of hairpin number 4. And
Lucas extremely aggressive at the start, and certainly on this opening lap. As you say, he went straight across here at the D chicane and then just slammed into the side of Folkus, pushed him wide. Folkus, you could see, remonstrating, not very happy at all with how aggressive Lucas was, as somebody has just gone and caused a tsunami at the end of the D chicane, and somebody else has gone straight through it as well. Oh. That looked like possibly the 718 of Andy Lees or perhaps David Morton.
Folkus goes to the inside of hairpin 2. Connor Lucas cuts back, and if they're all going through the puddle down there, I can assure you the photographers down there, and they're just doing it for effect. They do like to get the water pictures as Steve Nichols picks up a contact warning in the 58.
And that's
Folkus is going to go to the inside once again as they chop and change.
Folkus is using that dry line right on the inside of the exit of South Bank.
Connor Lucas, I think, is going to try and force him all the way around the outside. And Connor Lucas into the lead, having taken a huge amount of curb at the first corner, having been forced across it, and basically just rejoined the track right in front of Josh Folkus. And
And I'm sure if Volkers can't find a way through, he may well feel rather aggrieved at that one.
Yeah, I can imagine he's not going to be happy as Lucas takes a lot of curb at the exit of the Wiggles and into hairpin 1. And what's amazing me is these two, as Volkers goes up the inside again and tries to park it in front of Lucas, but what's amazing me is these two are blocking each other and going side by side so much, but yet they're still gapping Daniel Tate in front. Look at the sideways action from Lucas.
Phenomenal as always from the front two here at Teesside Karting. And
you can see the steering angles that Connor Lucas is just putting into the car as he looks behind him. Great
to
test.
Back out of that one,
Volkers, didn't he? Yeah.
Now, Josh Volkers is really going to have to try and mix it up to find a way through, because whenever he does get past, he just can't stop that O-plate in enough time to stop Connor Lucas diving back to the inside.
That's Dan Tate running straight through the puddle we were talking about at the exit of the chicane. So I think that's going to be well cleared by the end of this.
Yeah, it's probably a good job we didn't put them cones back. The senior pro's doing a great job clearing the standing water to the inside.
Second contact warning for Steve Nichols as well.
Racking them up, isn't he?
He seems to be making his way back through the field, though. He is back up to 17th place after an earlier spin.
So yeah, a difficult start of the race for him. The yellow flag is out on the outside of Connor, and that's David Morton beached on the outside of hairpin 4, so there'll be no overtaking down into that corner, although two drivers do go side by side on the way in, although David Brown does back out of that corner somewhat sensibly under yellow flag conditions in order to not pick up a penalty, drops behind the 52 of Connor Wyatt, so they remain in 6th and 7th respectively, as David Morton's 72 is stationary on the outside. He's now found sufficient space to turn that kart round in the right direction, although it is moving very slowly, and I would expect that kart to peel off.
And that's Volkers got it done that time. He parked it on the apex there, did it absolutely perfectly. Learned from the last lap where he overcooked it ever so slightly and allowed Connor Lucas back up the inside. And Volkers fully blocked past there.
He's done what Lucas has done to him on a number of occasions already in this race.
And then he's gone wide and just let Lucas straight back through.
Oh, he's going to bounce over the curbs. They're going to go side by side. Contact between the two of them. Not for the first time this season. I'm sure it won't be the last either. Two very evenly matched drivers. They're going to battle it out and they go side by side.
This is getting tasty. Very tasty, because I think Volkers is pretty aggrieved at Lucas, how aggressive Lucas is being. But Connor's just parking his car almost exactly where he needs to be just to take the lead. He's super aggressive, but it's super effective at the same time.
Yeah, and super viewing for us as well here live on Alpha Live and the Teesside Karting page. Thank you for joining us. We are in our final race of the day, and it's proved that if the first half is anything to go by, the second half is going to be a thrilling affair, with Josh Volkers currently leading the way from Connor Lucas, the top two, more than 3 seconds ahead of the rest of the field.
Lucas driving clean off the road on the inside there, dropping it right off that inside curb. And he's up the inside again.
Oh, he's straightened the wheel up there, isn't he? This one's getting quite dirty, if I'm being honest with you, Tom. That's not the best driving we've ever seen here at Teesside. Josh Volkers, though, rides it out, and Connor Lucas did turn in on him there. That's
as you say, he straightened the wheel up and just went essentially straight on.
Side by side with these two, and straight through the water puddle. Oh, that's dislodged some
graphics.
That.
And Connor Lucas receiving a contact warning for that, and rightly so, I think, as well.
Yeah, I'm sure he won't mind if he wins, but if he
we've got a contact warning for Volkers as well. So
I think that's a fair for both of them, really, in the end. Although
I think, to be honest, if this carries on, they might end up black flagging both of them. And
it's not fantastic, is it?
Dan Tate's going to take the victory here.
He's coming in on the background between the two of them, as fierce as they want to compete with each other, and as competitive as they both are.
And there goes Volkers up the inside again.
Yeah.
Lucas saw it coming.
Parks it, doesn't he? Parks it mid-corner.
And then again contact from Lucas pushing out of the corner. And again Volkers straight into the back of Lucas. So that's every time we get to a hairpin, and the Tates are now there, right on the tail of these two.
Yeah, these two are no quarter given between either of them.
Every time we come to a hairpin, they're firing into the back of each other. We've got another contact warning for both of them again. It looks like coming up on timing.
You know me, Tom, I'm not overly critical of drivers in any case, but those last 2 laps were not the greatest advert of senior pro karting that we're ever going to see in the UK.
I couldn't agree more with you there. They were, although it was at the front and it was all action, I think they could be a lot cleaner. And we've got 2 off at hairpin 1 as well, David.
Oh, David Brown in the 55, he's round. Tom Lowther, who was running as a leader in the clubman classes, off the track as well, and he's had to get out and push that kart, and he could be handing the victory in clubman to Simon Dougherty. So it looks like Lowther and Brown, who were 7th and 9th respectively, have gone off as Josh Volkers returns to the lead. Connor Lucas will go to the inside, and they're so preoccupied at keeping each other behind that Daniel Tate is right there with them.
Which is exactly what we saw in the last round as well, actually. In the previous round, they were so preoccupied coming out of hairpin 2, and pushing each other off the circuit that that Dan Tate went straight up the inside, down the back straight, and took both of them. So although they are fantastically quick, these two, this has not been the cleanest of races, and it's allowing Daniel Tate and Scott Tate to be in the mix.
Yeah, and behind them as well, closing in, Aaron Alexander in the 38. It could be a 5-kart battle when we get towards the business end of the race. 3.5 laps remaining, though. Connor Lucas continues to lead as the graphics kit flaps around.
There goes
Josh Volkers dives to the inside. Now Josh Volkers is going to park that kart to the inside. Connor Lucas is going to force his way through down the inside.
I'm not sure whether that's going to get another contact warning. If that does, that could well be Connor's 3rd contact warning.
Let's see how this one pans out towards the end of the race. 3 laps remaining. Josh Volkers will try to go to the inside and does. Down the inside at the national corner. Not the most common overtaking place here at Teesside, but moves up into the lead. 2.5 remaining. Connor's going to go to the inside of Josh, down the inside of hairpin number 1. They're going to open the door though, and there's Tate right on the outside. He's going to see if he can get all the drive cut to the inside. Oh, gets a little bit of opposite lock that's ruined the corner for him. Josh Volkers back to the inside. I've lost count of the number of times these two have overtaken each other in this race.
Yeah, it's been fantastic action. I mean, I can't complain at the action that we've been seeing, but it certainly could be a lot cleaner. We've got yellow flags out now, so that's going to give Volkers a bit of breathing room. But then
flags back in though,
more
so
contact from Lucas coming out of hairpin 4. A shake of the head from Volkers, and I can kind of agree with him. But at the same time, he's given as good as he's getting, and every time he's been behind, he's made contact as well
as he curb. That was self-inflicted.
Yep, and then gets another push wide from Connor.
Not quite sure why that keeps flashing up in the corner. He's not picking up numerous warnings. It's certainly not there on our information stream. Currently still on.
And there goes Volkers again up the inside there. Another block pass. What's surprising me is that Tate is not able to take advantage of this.
Chat with each other down the back straight as to what's happening, isn't it? And Aaron Alexander
I was just going to say, look who's coming up in the background. It's Aaron Alexander, and he's going to try and take full advantage of this. He goes round the outside of Scott Tate. 3 wide coming through hairpin 3. Fantastic action. Here comes Volkers back up the inside again, and they're just skating wide, all of them.
Back markers in the way as well now, so really an extra piece in the mix. They're going to cup on the back of the 26 of Josh Mitchell, and they're going to catch him halfway around the national loop and through the chicanes, through the
We've got corner. Scott Tate, who nearly lost 3rd place coming through South Bank. Nearly lost 4th place. Is actually up to 3rd and has overtaken Daniel.
Looks like Daniel's back in front though now as they go up to hairpin number 1. Half a lap remaining though. Last lap board is out, and Josh Volkers dives to the inside of Connor.
And that's going to let Daniel Tate through as well. He's going to be up the inside.
And goes right to the inside to try and defend Connor Lucas. What will he do now? Will he run him right round the outside of the South Bank corner? Connor Lucas goes to the inside. Josh Volkers tries to brake test him in the middle of the corner, and South Bank cuts back to the inside. Connor Lucas, though, catches the backside, pushes Josh Volkers wide. Will Volkers return the favour?
Yep.
Connor Lucas is on the brakes.
Fully on the brakes.
Stamps on the brakes, and Josh Volkers is going to run him wide, and the 29's going to try and come right round the outside. Action all the way to the end. Josh Focus finally takes it on the line from Connor Lucas and Daniel Tate, the top three. Scott Tate in fourth, Aaron Alexander fifth, Connor White in sixth, Brandon Truman Reddish in seventh, Simon Doughty takes Clubman honours in eighth from Danielle Gardner, David Brown and James Dennis in 11th place, taking the 40s class victory. All the way to the end there, that was a battle, and
it was
Josh Volkers did what he needed to do right at the end, returned the favour to Connor Lucas, and
Destruction Pro Karts, David. That's what it was. That that final. As I said, you said, not the cleanest of races by any stretch of the imagination.
No, I think the weather conditions certainly played a huge part in that. If it was dry, I don't think it'd have been anywhere near as tactical a battle, and it was as tactical as it was anything else. But in the end, it went the way of Josh Focus. He closes the gap on Connor Lucas in the Senior Pro Kart Championship. Before the meeting, it was 22 points. It's now a lot nearer 10.
Just to recap through hairpin 3, Connor was behind Josh Focus and pushed him on, took the inside of hairpin 3, and then Josh Focus simply returned the favour with Lucas fully on the brakes.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And just pushed him and pushed him and pushed him.
I'm sure that one will be watched back many times later on this evening by a number of drivers when they return home and watch the action.
I'm going to be intrigued to see whether that is actually our provisional result or whether that is actually a final result.
I know that they were both on their final warnings towards the end, so I think they're both in the end.
Rightly so.
Yeah, well, very much so. I think on the final lap they gave pretty much as good as they both got. And in the end it did go the way of Josh Focus. Another fantastic day's racing here at Teesside Karting. Unfortunately does come to a close. I could probably watch all of those finals over again, Tom, if they want to have another go at it. I'm sure we could all watch another hour's worth of action, but that was fantastic all the way to the end.
Unfortunately, we have to wait another month now until the next round.
We do. We'll be back on the 27th of September for round number 6 of the NRG Cycles Owner-Driver Sprint Series. As always, thank you very much to the marshals and the medical staff here at Teesside Karting, and to everybody who puts on, once again, one of the best IKR events in the country. Thank you, as always, to James and Nick on the cameras, to Darren and Chris on production. We look forward to seeing you all again on the 27th of September. From myself, David Sullivan, and from Tom Butterworth alongside me, we look forward to welcoming you back for round number 6 at the end of September. Stay safe. We look forward to seeing you very soon.